Chapter 1751. What's going on? Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also noticed and looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. Could it be that you two senior brothers want to steal the treasure? Xiao Hua glanced at the two and asked thoughtfully. Haha, look at what junior brother Xiao is saying. We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. How can we be compared to the scum of the cultivation world like the Spirit Husbandry sect? We still have to care about the face of the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that the other party is only at the 10th level of qi refining. Even if they were at the initial level of qi refining, I wouldn't care. Qian Diheng grinned and said casually. Just when Xiao Hua was praising in his heart, Qian Diheng unexpectedly said, besides, we don't know what kind of magic treasure they have in their storage bags. Hee. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, if you have kindness in your heart, then you have it. Why do you have to find excuses for yourself? If you were as bloodthirsty as the scum of the Spirit Husbandry sect, then I wouldn't want to be associated with you. Qian Diheng also revealed a trace of an embarrassed smile. In today's cultivation world, killing and stealing treasures is common. If you don't kill a few cultivators and steal a few magic treasures, then you won't be able to call yourself a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. I also have no choice. For the face of the Imperial Thunder sect for my background, I can only wallow in the mire with others. Forget about wallowing in the mire, it's better to stay untainted. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled. She was also a kind person and naturally agreed with Qian Diheng's idea. Of course, it's better to stay untainted. But if we meet someone who bullies us, we will deal with them with thunderous methods. Although the Dawn Rain continent is big, we will chase them to the end of the world and kill them. Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly. His voice actually had some deterrence. Qian Diheng's heart slightly trembled when he heard it. He looked at Sun Shu and seemed to have the same feeling, but he didn't know how to respond. A trace of eagerness flashed through Sun Shu's eyes as she said in a low voice, such a pleasant mountain scenery, let's just play casually. Hee, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and took the lead to leave. Looking at the red leaves covering the entire mountain, a ball of joy emerged in his heart. The three of them walked very slowly. After 4 hours they finally got close to the cave where the two of them were hiding. At this time 2 weak spiritual senses swept over the three of them. Immediately, a man and a woman flew out of the cave. The woman looked at them coldly with a yellow talisman in her hand and screamed, "You've gone too far. I just wanted to go in and take a look. I didn't offend you. Why did you chase me all the way here? Do you really want us to risk our lives?" Although the female cultivator said that when she saw that the 3 12th layer aura refining cultivators in front of her were far from being a match for the two of them, how could she possibly dare to throw out the yellow talisman in her hand? As for the male cultivator beside the female cultivator, although his face was filled with grief and indignation, he clenched his teeth and didn't speak. His body was slightly tilted as if he was protecting the female cultivator. "Cultivator, you know?" Qian Diheng was furious. He pointed at the female cultivator and scolded, "No matter what, I'm still a 12th layer aura refining cultivator. How can a 10th layer aura refining cultivator like you not know how to respect me? I'm just here to sightsee. How can I be scolded by you for no reason?" "Sightsee?" The female cultivator was dumbfounded. She looked at the male cultivator beside her. Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Hee, junior martial sister, don't panic. Sun Shu first comforted the female cultivator, then glared at Qian Diheng and said, "Junior martial brother Qian, these 2 junior martial brothers are injured and are currently in a state of panic. It's normal for them to react this way upon seeing us. You're so fierce, who wouldn't be afraid?" 3 senior martial brothers. Are you really here to sightsee? The male cultivator finally spoke. He seemed very honest and considerate. Xiao Hua was helpless. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Senior martial sister, aren't the 3 senior martial brothers? Shut up. The female cultivator scolded, "You're so honest. You just listen to what other people say. You were tricked and sold, yet you still help them count the spirit stones." "Oh." The male cultivator stammered, but his face didn't show any embarrassment. Forget it. If this junior martial sister doesn't believe me, we'll go somewhere else." Xiao Hua didn't find it strange. He waved his hand and was about to go somewhere else. Seeing Xiaohua and the others turn around and leave, the female cultivator was stunned. However, she still didn't dare to relax the yellow talisman in her hand. Senior Martial Sister, the male cultivator said in a low voice, it seems they really aren't. Shut up. They're just playing hard to get. When we relax, they'll catch us off guard. The female cultivator glared at him. After a while, the figures of Xiaohua and the others turned around and disappeared at the foot of the mountain. The male cultivator stamped his feet and said, Senior Martial Sister, they really aren't. Alas, we don't have enough medicinal pills. It's so hard to meet such easygoing cultivators. Are we just going to let them go like this? Who knows if it's true or not? The female cultivator was still reluctant to admit it, but her face clearly showed that she was very surprised. The male cultivator couldn't help but say, Senior Martial Sister, if they were the ruthless disciples of the splendid sect, how could they just leave like that? People say that 12th layer aura refining cultivators can kill us with a wave of their hand. That's true. The female cultivator looked at the yellow talisman in her hand and suddenly realized something. 12th layer aura refining cultivators could control magic tools. How could her yellow talisman fight against them? The female cultivator stamped her feet and explained, I just feel that these people aren't good. Then we'll do as Senior Martial Sister thinks. The male cultivator didn't say anything and smiled apologetically. We'd better heal ourselves. Heal ourselves? How are we going to heal ourselves? The medicinal pills we brought from the clan have already been used up. There's no place to gather medicinal pills in the surroundings. Where are we going to get medicinal pills? The female cultivator said angrily. Since you know, why don't you? I'm just being vigilant. The female cultivator glared at him. I won't go, but I didn't say you can't go. Huh? The male cultivator was dumbfounded. Why aren't you going? The female cultivator urged. Alas, the male cultivator smiled bitterly. He helplessly activated his flying talisman and flew in the direction Xiaohua and the others disappeared. Not long after, Xiaohua and the others followed the male cultivator back with indescribable expressions on their faces. Seeing that Xiaohua and the others had also returned, the female cultivator's face was very embarrassed. She glared at the male cultivator. Although she didn't say anything, her gaze seemed to want to gouge out a piece of flesh from his face. The male cultivator scratched his head and said helplessly, Senior Martial Sister, I had no choice. The 3 senior Martial brothers said that if I didn't tell them why I was injured and why we came, they wouldn't give me medicinal pills. I had no choice but to bring them here. However, the female cultivator's expression immediately became serious. She bowed and said, Disciple is Zhong Yuehan, and this is Disciple's junior Martial brother, Zhong Haoran. We are disciples of Meng country's cultivation families. Greetings, 3 senior Martial brothers. May I know which family these 3 senior Martial brothers are from? Chapter 1752. Zhong Yuehan's gaze shifted back and forth between Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. These 2 looked older than Xiaohua and their cultivation levels were the same. They must be Xiaohua's senior Martial brothers. However, the 2 didn't answer. Xiaohua smiled and said, I am Xiaohua, this is my senior Martial brother Qian Diheng, and this is my senior Martial sister Sun Shu. We're disciples of Shi's Imperial Thunder sect. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Zhong Yuehan recalled that Xiaohua was the first to leave. She knew the 3 of them were led by the youngest Xiaohua. She was surprised and cupped her hands. So it's Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. This disciple has admired you for a long time. Hee, we're all cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Don't be so polite. Xiaohua waved his hand. Tell us what fellow Taoists encountered. Fellow Taoist Zhong, it's not that we're curious. It's just that we're also traveling here. If we know what happened to you, we'll also know. Zhong Yuehan nodded and said, That's what happened. Afterwards, Zhong Yuehan told them about how the 2 of them were injured. As Xiaohua and the others listened, their faces unconsciously changed. They really didn't expect that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran's encounter was really related to them. It turned out that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran also came to Shi to travel. However, they didn't have a clear goal like Xiaohua and the others. Instead, they went to many places and finally came to the vicinity of Mingxi. Of course, Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Dawn Rain continent. It was far from a place 2 10th layer qi refining cultivators could go. At first they just wanted to broaden their horizons, but when they arrived they found there were actually many cultivators in Mingxi. These cultivators weren't just waiting around the entrance of Mingxi, there were also many cultivators who formed a formation and blocked the entrance. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoren were only at the periphery at first, but after a long time, they understood that there was a great change in Mingxi. There was actually a treasure that could help qi refining cultivators advance. The cultivators guarding the entrance of Mingxi were disciples of Splendid Sect, Qiqiao School and Xuanyan School. They wanted to join hands to block the disciples of other sects so their 3 sects could get the benefits. When Zhong Yuehan saw this, she thought of her family's difficult situation and naturally had an idea. She and Zhong Haoren, who was not very willing, joined in the conflict with the Shanghua sect and the other 2 sections. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the netherworld. Just as they approached the entrance, they were discovered by a Shanghua sect disciple. That disciple abandoned his opponent and attacked the 2 of them. The 2 of them used all of their strength to barely block the attack and were only able to escape with injuries. The Shanghua sect disciple didn't plan on letting the 2 of them go and chased after them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were lucky and there were other cultivators rushing in. The Shanghua sect disciple had no choice but to chase after them for a few kilometers before bitterly retreating. Therefore Zhong Yuehan became a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. When she saw Xiaohua and the others appear, she thought that they were disciples of the Shanghua sect. This caused the so-called misunderstanding. He fellow Taoists are truly bold. Hearing the description of the 2, Xiaohua's face changed slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "But no matter what kind of treasure it is, you still have to be alive to enjoy it. Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school are the 3 great sects of my country of Xi. How can you afford to provoke them? We're all aura refining disciples. Why don't we have the slightest chance?" Zhong Yuehan said, unconvinced. Qian Diheng looked at the aristocratic family's disciples who were even more arrogant than him and sneered, "Today, if it weren't for us, if it weren't for Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's kindness, I'm afraid your lives would really be in danger. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die. I already had this awareness when I came out for experiential learning." Zhong Yuehan was still stubborn. "I already told you what happened. Fellow Taoists, can you give us the medicinal pills now?" "Oh, don't be impatient. I have 2 questions. Xiaohua said with a smile. "Isn't there still some time before the entrance to the netherworld opens? How can it be open now?" "How would I know? Maybe something has happened inside and the entrance to the dark mystery has changed." Zhong Yuehan shook her head and said, "The opening of the netherworld entrance will change after a period of time. Maybe now is the time to change." "And what is the treasure in the netherworld entrance that can allow aura refining cultivators to advance?" "This." Zhong Yuehan's face was embarrassed. She said in a low voice, "I don't know." Xiaohua was stunned. Zhong Haoren beside him also said with embarrassment, "Those cultivators only said there was a treasure, but they didn't say what it was." Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu's eyes were also somewhat confused. "I have another question," Xiaohua asked. "What are the cultivation levels of the disciples guarding the netherworld entrance?" "Naturally they are aura refining disciples. Most of them are in the 12th layer of aura refining." Zhong Yuehan said in a bad mood, "If there are foundation establishment seniors, how would I dare to go forward?" And Xiaohua nodded and gave Qian Diheng a meaningful glance. Qian Diheng clapped his hands and took out the healing pills from the Imperial Thunder Sect and handed them to Zhong Yuehan. Zhong Yuehan saw that Xiaohua did what he said, so she naturally beamed with joy. She told Zhong Haoren to use spirit stones to exchange for the pills. Soon after, she smiled apologetically and said, "I don't know if Senior Brother Qian can give me more pills. These are only enough for me to heal my injuries. The journey back to Meng country is still very long. Junior Sister Zhong, you don't have a reason. Just now when we met you spoke so viciously. Now that you have a request for you want to take a mile after taking an inch?" Qian Diheng said in a bad mood, "Senior brother, I also came to travel. I also need these pills. If Junior Brother Xiao didn't want to ask you something, I wouldn't exchange these pills with you." Zhong Yuehan's face turned red. She was clever and eloquent, but she wasn't shameless. She could only bite her lips and said in a low voice, "In that case. Thank you, Senior Brother Qian. I will take my leave now." Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the two people and scratched his head. He clapped his hands and took out 4 bottles of pills. He threw them in front of Zhong Haoren and said with a smile, "You two should quickly find a place to heal your injuries. Consider these pills as the fate of our meeting. See you later." After saying that, he flew towards Mingxi. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also didn't delay. They cupped their hands and said, "Farewell." Then they also flew away. Zhong Haoren held the 4 jade bottles in his hands. He looked grateful and said, "Senior Brother Shao, don't go, this little brother will give you spirit stones." Dang. Zhong Yuehan raised her head and knocked on his head. She scolded, "You idiot, you don't want the things people give you? We don't have enough spirit stones. I'm afraid we can't pay for these 4 jade bottles of pills." But Zhong Haoren handed the jade bottles to his senior sister and said with grievance, "Senior sister, the Imperial Thunder Sect is a cultivation sect that is not inferior to the Magnificent Sect. How can their disciple be so humble and kind? This kind of broad-minded cultivator is a good friend for you and me. How can you take advantage of him? These are 4 bottles of pills from the Imperial Thunder Sect. What are you going to use to return the favor? These pills are very precious in your eyes, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they are obviously worthless. Otherwise, how could he give them to you so easily? Senior sister, you can't say that. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. We must remember fellow Taoist Zhao's favor. If there is a chance in the future, we must return it. It doesn't matter whether he cares or not." Zhong Haoren said with a face full of worship. "Moreover, didn't you see this Senior Brother Shao? He is so young, but his cultivation is actually higher than his 2 senior brothers. Those 2 senior brothers still have to listen to him. If he looks young, that's because he took something to preserve his youth. Otherwise, how could he still look 18 years old when he is at the 12th level of qi refinement? Senior sister, even if he took something to preserve his youth and we can't see his exact age, but Senior Brother Qian also calls him Junior Brother. How old can he be? Maybe he is even younger than you and me. Tisk, how is that possible?" Zhong Xiuhan curled her lips. She seemed to feel that it was not impossible and immediately changed the topic. "We should hurry and heal our injuries. After we recover, we will contact third granduncle and the others and return to Meng together." "Yes, senior sister is right." Zhong Haoren nodded. "I wonder if third granduncle and the others found the Qianemo secret stone." "Don't mention the Qianemo secret stone. If it wasn't for it, would our spirit stones have been stolen?" Zhong Xiuhan said angrily. "Can we not mention it? The magic tool that the clan refined was prepared to be an ancestral magic tool. Can we not use the Qianemo secret stone? Hurry and heal your injuries." Zhong Xiuhan glared and a jade bottle flew into Zhong Haoren's arms. The 2 of them then activated their flying talismans and flew into the cave. In the distance, Xiaohua slightly frowned. He looked at Sun Shu, who also seemed to be thinking about something, and asked, "Senior sister Sun, do you think the treasure that the Zhong siblings talked about and the thing we are looking for is the same?" Sun Shu seemed to have thought about it carefully and shook her head. "In Ai's opinion, they are 2 different things." She then looked at Qian Diheng and said, "We had an agreement beforehand. When we arrived at Mingxi, we would clearly explain the ins and outs of this matter. Since senior sister Kun is not here at this time, it would be better not to say it. However, Junior Brother Shao can rest assured that the thing we are looking for is only effective for shaping the body and for practicing the lightning escape technique. I have not heard that it is effective for all aura refining disciples to increase their realm." And Xiaohua slightly nodded. He understood that Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. If there was some kind of treasure that could increase the realm of aura refining disciples, it would not be strange. However, this treasure appeared at the wrong time. It actually conflicted with their plan. He was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome. Qian Diheng laughed. "Isn't this just right? We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can get that thing and also the treasure to increase our realm. Isn't Senior Brother Qian too confident and too greedy?" Xiaohua laughed. With Junior Brother Shao here and Shanghua sect having no foundation establishment seniors, who is afraid of who? Qian Diheng's smile became even brighter than before. Xiaohua's heart was also moved, but he still said, let's wait for senior sister Kun to come back and tell us the ins and outs of the matter. We will go and inquire about the origin of that treasure before making a decision. Chapter 1753. Kun Fei Yen had only met up with the three of them at night. His expression was a little tired and there was a rather gloomy look in his eyes. Xiao Hua and the others didn't ask much when they saw it. Only Sun Shu asked if things were going smoothly. She received a forced laugh from Kun Fei Yen and everyone found a place to rest. The next morning, Kun Fei's expression returned to normal. As the four of them flew towards Mingxi, Sun Shu also told Xiao Hua what they were looking for. That thing is called Zhongyao milk? Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, what does this thing have to do with lightning escape? Qian Diheng smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, as for what it is, we also don't know. However, a senior of my Imperial Thunder sect obtained a drop of Zhongyao's milk in this dark mystery and used it to temper his body. Only then did he achieve great success in the lightning escape technique. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Imperial Thunder sect have this secret. It is said that the current sect master also came to Mingxi when he was young and obtained half a drop of Zhongyao milk. Only then did he advance in lightning escape. Kun Feian added. Unfortunately, this Zhongyao milk is too rare. In the early years, I don't know how many outstanding disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect came here, but I have never heard of anyone who had such luck. Sun Shu smiled bitterly and said, moreover, 10 people came here and only 2 returned. Over time, this secret really became a secret. Using Zhongyao milk to refine the body? Xiao Hua thought to himself, why does it sound similar to refining the body with fire essence flame crystal? If it's the same, it's not that special that I can easily master lightning escape. After that, Xiao Hua asked, is there a special technique for refining the body with Zhongyao milk? Of course. Sun Shu clapped her hands and took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Xiao Hua and the others. She said, I have done my homework long ago. Senior sister and junior brother, please take a look at this body refining technique. Kun Feian and Qian Diheng took it and also clapped their hands. They took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua and said, this is what I got. Junior brother, take a look and see if it's the same. Xiao Hua took the 3 jade slips and immersed his divine sense in them to carefully read through them. He nodded slightly. The records in these 3 jade slips are mostly the same, so they should come from the same source. As he spoke, he took out 3 blank jade slips and copied them before handing them to Sun Shu. Sun Shu looked at them separately and nodded. Great. Kun Feian clapped his hands and smiled. Since that's the case, then there must be some Zhongyao milk. Let's see how lucky we are. That's not all. Qian Diheng said with a smile. It's said that there are treasures inside that can help qi refining disciples advance. Don't you and I have 2 chances? What treasure? Kun Fei Yan's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise. Didn't you find a fellow Taoist you were familiar with to exchange? How come you still don't know about Mingxi? Qian Diheng asked curiously. That fellow Taoist I met didn't come from Mingxi. How would he know? Kun Feian said with a smile. Sun Shu told him what had happened. A trace of relief flashed across Kun Feian's face, but then he said angrily, Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school are too shameless. Last time when junior brother Xiao became a disciple, they seemed to have blocked the mountain path to Thunderclap Peak. Now they're blocking the entrance to Mingxi. How hateful. Yeah, if it's a disciple of a sect, then it's easy to deal with. We might be able to enter if we try our best. Sun Shu was a bit worried. This is 3 sects working together, the 4 of us. We're not strong enough. Aren't there disciples from other sects? We'll talk about it when we get there. Qian Diheng said with a cold smile. Let's act according to the circumstances. The 4 of them all had the same idea and flew towards Mingxi. A few days later, Xiao Hua and the others felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around them was beginning to become dense, and there was a heavy feeling in the midst of this density. This heaviness wasn't caused by their meridians absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but it seemed to come from their hearts. In addition, when they looked up, they saw that in the distance, the sky was incomparably gloomy. In the thick darkness, there was a kind of grayish yellow. Countless funnel-like shapes hung between heaven and earth, still and gorgeous, appearing incomparably magnificent. This is Mingxi? Xiaohua saw this strange scene and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, slowing down his flying speed. Although he already knew the general situation of Mingxi from the ancient records of Imperial Thunder Sect, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him. Sun Shu was right next to him. When he saw Xiaohua's shock, a trace of a smile appeared on his face and he said, Mingxi is not the same as the other 9 danger zones of Dawn Rain continent. Mingxi originally meant the Eye of the Netherworld. It is said that this place is connected to the 9 underworlds. Those hurricanes are all blown from the 9 heavens and directly reach Mingxi. It is extremely powerful. In Mingxi, not only can we not get close to the big eye of the wind, we also have to be careful of the small eye of the wind. The endless suction force inside can suck a cultivator in as long as they get close to it. Unless you have an extremely powerful ability to escape, there is no way to survive. That's not all. Sun Shu's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile, it is precisely because the wind of the netherworld is strong that the space in Mingxi is unstable. Some places even have spatial cracks. Most of these spatial rifts are temporary, and their locations are generally fixed. However, there are also extremely powerful ones that randomly appear in various parts of the netherworld. These spatial rifts are rather fatal and are the greatest danger in the netherworld. Then where could Zhong Yaolu be? Xiaohua frowned slightly, secretly calculating in his heart. He couldn't think of where Zhong Yaolu would appear in this Mingxi. If I could think of it, Sun Shu and the others wouldn't have brought me here. Anyone can find where Zhong Yaolu is. Xiaohua immediately laughed inwardly. Qian Diheng continued to explain, it is also because of the instability of this space that people can't casually enter Mingxi. They can only enter through a stable entrance. Otherwise, it is extremely easy to be sucked into the eye of the wind and unable to reincarnate. The space around the entrance of Mingxi should also have the wind of the netherworld. Moreover, it should only be stable or weakened during this period of time that people can enter. Kun Fian said with a smile, now that the entrance has opened ahead of time, there must be a change in the wind of the netherworld. Let's go. This young master wants to see just why the Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school are so tyrannical. The treasures that can raise the level of qi refining are naturally nurtured by the heavens and earth, and are obtained by those who are fated to obtain them. What right do they have to block the entrance? When Xiaohua was chased by the Foundation establishment disciples of the 3 sects, he had long wanted to take revenge. Now that he heard that only qi refining disciples were at the entrance of Mingxi, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to bully others? Before they could fly to Mingxi, they saw several qi refining cultivators like Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren, with injuries all over their bodies, fleeing in panic. Chapter 1754. There weren't any mountain ranges in the dark mystery, only a few short hills. The hills were covered with short plants. These plants were very strange and had many branches. They were grayish-black in color and didn't have any leaves. The hills were also a kind of burnt yellow, reflecting the grayish-yellow color of the horizon, giving people a sense of oppression. Countless tornadoes formed into pillars. The closer they were to the center of the dark mystery, the thicker they became. As for the dark mystery, it was surrounded by wind pillars that were several tens of meters wide. At the entrance of the dark mystery, there was a gap of several tens of meters wide between 2 wind pillars. Looking at the gap, it was as if there was one less wind pillar. At that moment there were several tens of cultivators in different attire. They were divided into 3 groups, each holding the same magic tool in their hands. They formed an orderly formation and floated in the air above the gap. Beside these groups of cultivators, there were a few other cultivators flying sporadically. Although their attire was the same, the magic tools in their hands weren't the same. Several of them were holding rare magic treasures. There was an extremely strong wind at the entrance of the dark mystery, but there wasn't any dust floating in the wind. Perhaps it was because the wind had been blowing for many years, so the dust had long since been blown away. The entire ground was covered in a bright yellow light. The wind that covered the heavens and earth seemed to be able to blow everything away, but it was only able to blow away the clothes of the cultivators from the Shanghua sect. It wasn't able to blow away the scorching greed of the several tens of scattered cultivators in the air. That's right. When Xiaohua and the others arrived at the dark mystery, the 2 sides had just finished a conflict and were resting. The disciples of the 3 sects led by Shanghua Zong flew in the air. Their eyes didn't look into the distance, but instead they took out medicinal pills from their bags of holding and consumed them. The eyes of the disciples flying outside the formation shone brightly. They released their divine sense and paid attention to the movements on the other side. When they saw Xiaohua and the others flying over, they just glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Looking at the scattered cultivators across from the three sects, they were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. While taking medicinal pills, they were whispering to each other as if they were discussing their next move. About 30 meters away from these cultivators, there were another dozen or so cultivators. These dozen or so cultivators were dressed differently, but their faces were gloomy and their emotions were somewhat agitated. They seemed to be debating about something. Before Xiaohua and the others could see clearly, one of the cultivators flew out from inside. He flew in front of the group of cultivators, waved his hand and turned around to fly in the direction Xiaohua and the others had come from. Following this cultivator's gesture, a dozen or so disciples also flew out from the group of cultivators and left with that cultivator. Senior apprentice brother Qin Shiming can? Seeing a few cultivators turn around, Qian Diheng exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that right, it really is senior apprentice brother Can? Kun Fian's face also showed a trace of surprise. Sun Shu's eyes turned and he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He pointed his finger and said, "Look, there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. I didn't expect." At this time the dozen or so disciples just happened to fly past Xiaohua and the others. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Xiaohua and the others. When Qin Shiming saw Xiaohua and the others, his face showed joy. He waved his hand, said a few words to a few people beside him and quickly flew over. At the same time, 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples also flew out from the group of cultivators. Junior Apprentice Brother Qian, Junior Apprentice Sister Kun, you also came? Qin Shiming obviously didn't know Sun Shu and Xiaohua. When he greeted Qian Diheng and Kun Fian, he smiled and said to the 2 people, "Which Thunder Palace disciples are these 2 junior apprentice brothers from?" "He, this is Sun Shu from Sun Lei Palace, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun." Qian Diheng thought for a moment and introduced according to the order of age. Before he could introduce Xiaohua, the other 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples also came over, and all of them smiled and said, "Great, so it's Junior Apprentice Sister from Sun Lei Palace. What a strong support." Zhen Lei Palace, Zhen Yuhui, Zhen Jianqing greets Junior Apprentice Sister Sun. Qin Lei Palace, Qin Ping greets Junior Apprentice Sister Sun. The other 3 people came forward to greet Sun Shu. Sun Shu obviously knew the 3 people and 2 of them also saluted. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian also quickly saluted. Then the 4 people looked at Xiaohua with a smile and said, "Which Thunder Palace disciple is this little junior apprentice brother from?" "He, this little brother is Xiaohua from Sun Lei Palace. Greetings 4 senior apprentice brothers." Xiaohua saw Sun Shu and the other 2 and knew that the 4 people in front of him should be famous senior apprentice brothers of Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to neglect and went forward to salute. "Xiaohua. Sun Lei Palace?" Hearing this, Qin Shiming's face was slightly shocked, and then he came to a realization and a smile appeared on his face again and he said, "I was wondering which Thunder Palace's outstanding disciple is it, so it's junior apprentice brother Xiao." The other 3 disciples also smiled and looked at each other, and the disciple named Zhen Yuhui said, "Junior apprentice brother Zhao's reputation has spread through the entire Imperial Thunder Sect after the Feather Immortal Assembly. The 4 of us are also disciples who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly 10 years ago, but none of us are as famous as junior apprentice brother Xiao." Please excuse me. Xiaohua didn't want to know whether the reputation they mentioned was good or bad, and only cupped his hands and said with a smile, "So the 4 of you are the representatives of Imperial Thunder Sect in the last Feather Immortal Assembly. Please excuse me. It's not your fault that you don't know. When we participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, you hadn't entered Imperial Thunder Sect yet." Qin Shiming smiled and waved his hand and said very generously, "And maybe this time junior apprentice brother Xiao will get Ming-Shi's treasure, and can become a Foundation Establishment senior again." Thank you for your kind words, senior apprentice brother Can." Seeing the strange smiles on the faces of Zhen Yuhui and the other 2, Xiaohua knew what the 4 of them were thinking and only replied warmly. Afterwards, Qin Shiming ignored Xiaohua and said to Kun Fian, "Junior apprentice Sister Kun, It's great that the four of you have come. You have really increased the strength of Imperial Thunder Sect, and we have hope of breaking through the defense line of Shanghua Sect, Qiqiao Sect and Xuanyan School. Kun Fian glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Senior Apprentice Brother Ken, what treasure is inside Mingxi? We don't know what's going on. Hehe, we are the same as you, we all came here after receiving the news, but the disciples of Shanghua Sect are very tight-lipped about what treasure is inside, and they didn't reveal a single word. The cultivators on our side are the same as us, we only know that there is a treasure that can help Qi refining disciples advance, and for us, it is an opportunity to build our foundation. Do you think we don't know just because the disciples of Shanghua Sect don't say it? Zhen Jianqing sneered, if there isn't a treasure that can help Qi refining disciples advance, why are there only Qi refining disciples here? Moreover, they don't dare to let us in? Forget it, let's not talk about it, you all should go back. Qin Shiming waved his hand and said, as long as we attack, everything will be clear. Oh, Senior Apprentice Sister Kuan, you all should also enter with Junior Apprentice Brother Zhen and the others. Kun Fian's face showed a hint of hesitation and he looked at Xiaohua. Hehe, Senior Apprentice Brother Can, we just arrived and we are a bit tired, so let's take a rest first, and it will be convenient for us to see the situation clearly. What do you think? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, and do as you wish. Qin Shiming's face showed impatience and he said, if we can enter the formation early, then let's enter the formation early. The more effort we put in, the more benefits we can get when we attack Mingxi. After he finished speaking, he flew forward and discussed with the other 10 people. Zhen Jianqing and the others said, Junior Apprentice Brother Qian, you all should quickly take a rest, the attack is about to start. Let's not talk about this round, quickly come and help in the next round. Okay, I understand. Qian Diheng said with a smile. After the three of them flew away, Sun Shu said in a low voice, Junior Apprentice Brother Xiao, what should we do? Let's take a look first. Xiaohua landed on the ground and so did Sun Shu and the others. Sure enough, in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Qin Shiming and the others scattered, flying to different places. Clearly they were the leaders of the various sections. Zhen Jianqing's group and the dozens of other cultivators all surrounded Qin Shiming, quietly waiting for his orders. After a while these cultivators scattered again. Bam! An attacking yellow talisman was shot out from somewhere. Roar! The half of the Imperial Thunder School's disciples on the left all roared, and they either waved their yellow talismans or their magical artifacts. Colorful lights appeared from their hands, and they all attacked the Imperial Thunder School's disciples that were guarding Mingxi's entrance. Whoosh! Similar sounds rang out. Although the Imperial Thunder School's 7 Skills Schools and Xuanyan School's disciples all had different spells and hand gestures, they all waved their magical artifacts in unison. Instantly, 3 different colored lights flew out in unison, welcoming the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. The attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were originally very orderly, but compared to the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples, it was very uneven. Even the lights from their attacks were divided into 2, and they were not as orderly as the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were all using their magical artifacts, so the lights from their attacks were very uniform. On the other hand, the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were much inferior. However, no matter how heterogeneous the lights were, they were still very powerful, comparable to the full power attack of several foundation-building cultivators. So this is the so-called group attack and group defense. Seeing the coordinated attacks from the Shanghuazong and the other cultivators, Xiaohua suddenly realized, these dozens of qi refining cultivators are using their magical artifacts or yellow talismans to attack at the same time. They can actually compare to a foundation-building cultivator's attack. Moreover, they can use both offensive and defensive spells at the same time, so they have an advantage over a single foundation-building cultivator. This is also the biggest advantage that cultivation sects have over cultivation aristocratic families, and even more so over individual cultivators. And this is only the qi refining disciples. If foundation building disciples or golden core disciples use their magical artifacts or magic treasures to cast the same spell, then what would it be like? Xiaohua thought, and a pensive expression unconsciously appeared on his face. Rumble. The attacks from the two sides finally collided. The sound of the collision reverberated through heaven and earth, covering the sound of the wind that had been whimpering all this time. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and carefully observed. It was very obvious that the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were at a disadvantage. The most powerful attacks were blocked, and the majority of the attacks were destroyed by the Shanghuazong's attack, and some were even counterattacked. But another transmission sounded. The Imperial Thunder School's disciples also moved. Just like the disciples on the left, they attacked at the same time. Chapter 1755. The right side of the Imperial Thunder Sect was obviously more powerful than the left side. The spells they used immediately shattered the attacks of the Shanghua sect disciples, and they took advantage of the situation to attack the other side. However, the Shanghua sect disciple didn't panic at all. He waved the magic tool in his hand again and cast the same spell. Although it was much slower than the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' attack, its power was slightly stronger and blocked the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' attack. Good, now is the time. Xiaohua saw the tired faces of the Shanghua sect disciples and was overjoyed. He shouted, "Just one more attack and the defense of the Shanghua sect disciples will be broken." But when he scanned the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples with his divine sense, he couldn't help but sigh. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were also tired, and their spiritual power consumption was similar to the Shanghua sect disciples. Even if they attacked half more, it wouldn't work. "Sigh, I'm afraid it's always like this. If the enemy is strong, I'm strong. If the enemy is weak, I'm weak too. It's always a stalemate, and the Shanghua sect disciples have always had a slight advantage." Sun Shu also noticed it and said in a low voice, "And now, even if we join senior brother Kan's side, the spiritual power of the four of us compared to dozens or even hundreds of people is like a drop of water compared to a stream. Hey, look over there." Kun Fian pointed with his finger. At the edge of the battlefield, several disciples activated their magic treasures and attacked in the direction of the Shanghua sect. The power of the magic treasures was naturally different. The heaven and earth spirit qi gathered to form a gust of wind, and the light it emitted was also tens of feet wide. But before those magic weapons landed, the disciples outside the formation also waved their hands, and different magic weapons appeared in the air to meet the attack. The power of those magic weapons was not inferior to the opponent, and the brilliance of those magic weapons was also dozens of feet. Sigh, no need to watch. Qian Diheng sighed. Both sides have magic weapons and no one is stronger than the other. It's still a draw. Sure enough, the collision of the magic weapons wasn't small, but they were still evenly matched. Soon it was covered by the woo-woo sound of the wind. Hee, Xiaohua saw that the magic weapons of both sides only attacked once and then stopped. He already understood and couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, junior apprentice brother Xiao, you already have a good plan?" Sun Shu could not help being pleasantly surprised when he saw the situation. "It can't be. Junior brother Xiao, are you really that fierce?" Qian Diheng was also overjoyed as he said, "There are dozens or even hundreds of qi refinement disciples. Compared to the 4 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect." Sun Shu glared at Qian Diheng and scolded, "Junior brother Qian, you can't speak carelessly." I won't. Qian Diheng covered his mouth and laughed. "It's just that, if junior brother Xiao breaks the array of the Divine Splendor sect, how many benefits will my Imperial Thunder sect get? Haggling is your specialty, this little brother isn't proficient at it." Xiaohua smiled, appearing very confident. Sun Shu frowned and whispered, "What's the point of haggling with them? If junior martial brother Zhao's magical powers are outstanding, why would we care about them when we rush over?" But right at this moment, Qin Ping waved his hand from afar, indicating for Xiaohua and the rest to hurry over. Seeing Xiaohua and the rest standing there without moving, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Then seeing Qian Diheng flying over to find Qin Shiming, he immediately flew out from the crowd and blocked Qian Diheng's path, scolding, "Junior brother Qian, why aren't you coming over to help? What are you going to do?" He actually acted like a senior brother. Qian Diheng smiled apologetically and said, "This little brother has some urgent matters to discuss with senior brother Qin." "Humph, are you all going to leave?" Qin Ping said angrily, "Although we are at a disadvantage now, there are disciples from various sects rushing over. Since you all are here, the others will also come." But if everyone is like you all, hiding at the side and watching the situation, and then running away when the situation is bad, will my Imperial Thunder Sect still have any face left? Senior brother can. The smile on Qian Diheng's face disappeared as he said coldly, we are all disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although you are older than this little brother has to respect you as a senior brother. You can eat pills blindly, but you can't speak blindly. When did this little brother say that we were going to hide? Just now, senior brother can asked you all to join the attack and you all said that you wanted to rest. If you are not lazy, then you want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Ken Peng sneered and said, in these few days, I have seen many of your actions. I naturally can't care about others, but you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I can't ignore you. Senior brother Qian, why are you not looking for senior brother Can? What are you doing here? Xiaohua flew over and asked. What does it have to do with you? Stand aside. Ken Peng scolded. Although you are in the limelight at the Feather Immortal Assembly, you are still our junior brother. When the senior brothers are talking, how can you speak? Senior brother Kun Fian also flew over and called out uneasily. If you still think that you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, then hurry up and listen to senior brother Can's arrangement. Come to the Imperial Thunder Sect's formation and contribute a little to us breaking through the Shanghua Sect's defense. When we enter the Netherworld in the future, we can also share some benefits with you. If you don't want to help, then hurry up and leave. But when I return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I will definitely report this to the elders in the sect. Are you crazy? Qian Diheng rolled his eyes. You are older and you have cultivated to the 12th level of qi refining earlier than us. But I don't have any reason to listen to your arrangement, right? Even if you don't listen to my arrangement, senior brother Qin Shiming's words. You don't want to listen? He is the oldest among the 8 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and his cultivation is the highest. Ken Ping sneered, don't forget the sect's rules. Of course I know the sect's rules. Qian Diheng was so angry that he laughed. If you say that senior brother Qin Shiming is older, I have nothing to say. But if you say that his cultivation is the highest, I don't think so. If senior brother Can's cultivation is not high, who else has a high cultivation? Ken Peng laughed. You? Kun Fian? Sun Shu? Or our junior brother Xiao who failed to build his foundation? Naturally. Qian Diheng gave a thumbs up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone from Qin Shiming's group in the distance send a message. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Qin Ping didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly flew back to the group and said, if you don't want to be punished by the sect's rules, then hurry up and follow me. I just won't go. Qian Diheng showed his temper and said stubbornly. You. Qin Peng was so angry that his nose was crooked. A bunch of old fools who take advantage of their seniority. Sun Shu also scolded. You haven't even built your foundation and you're already using your seniority to pressure people. If you build your foundation, won't you let us directly fight with the disciples of the Shanghua sect? Chapter 1756. There are always some people who don't understand the situation, don't know when to advance or retreat. Xiaohua, who had been silent all this while, waved his hand and said, the next wave of attack is about to begin. All of you come with me. We will go in by ourselves. Kun Fian said in shock. Junior brother Xiao, aren't we going to greet senior brother Qin Shiming? Senior sister Kun, didn't you see the Shanghua sect disciples waiting for an exhausted enemy to arrive? Xiaohua sighed and said, they've been in a deadlock for who knows how long. At this time no foundation building seniors have appeared, so I still have some chances. If a foundation building cultivator appears, our plan will certainly be ruined. Yes. Qian Diheng clapped and said, it is to let those Canlei Palace disciples see that cultivation isn't determined by age. Junior brother Xiao, can you do it? Sun Shu didn't care about anything else and only asked with concern. A few months ago, you faced 4 spirit husbandry sect disciples. It was already difficult. These are dozens of Qi refinement level 12 disciples. Why don't we follow senior brother Can to the left? That place is unknown to others, only I know. Also, if we can't do it this time, we can just wait for the next opening. We really have no reason. Without waiting for Sun Shu to finish, Qian Diheng hurriedly said, Senior Sister Kuan, are you sure? That thing, we don't even know if we are fated to get it. Now that there are other treasures in the netherworld, if we can get it first, it will be a great opportunity. Don't say anything first. Let's see what junior brother Xiao decides. Kun Fian looked at Xiao Hua and said softly. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng didn't say anything and waited for Xiao Hua to speak. A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and his not-so-handsome face instantly revealed a strong sense of confidence. He laughed and said, "The last time I faced the spirit husbandry sect disciples was several months ago. Now I have improved again. Furthermore, I'm not dealing with dozens of spirit husbandry sect disciples alone. Aren't there hundreds of other disciples behind us?" But, Sun Shu hurriedly said, "Junior brother Xiao, you are a Qi refinement level 12 cultivator. If you don't build your foundation, even if you cultivate for more than 10 years, your magic power and skills won't improve much." Not waiting for Sun Shu to finish talking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "These little brothers all know. I know what to do. All of you release your Dharma artifacts and protect yourselves. Just follow behind me." Okay. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Sun Shu's worry was slightly relieved. He took out the lightning lock with some doubt. After a short while, the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect finished their rest. Ken Shiming and the others flew back to their respective disciples. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others standing far away, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. That Ken Peng whispered something into his ear, making his face even more gloomy. But another yellow talisman flew into the air. This time, it was the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' turn to attack first. Just like the previous round, many yellow talismans and magic tools were taken out. Everyone tried their best to cooperate and attack the three sects' disciples at the same time. Similarly, the disciples of the three sects of the Shanghua sect fought back again. Clearly, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this round of attacks was a bit weaker than the previous round. What was different from before was that after the Imperial Thunder sect's cultivators finished attacking, the cultivators with Dharma artifacts didn't attack again. Instead, they quietly floated in the air. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciple's face suddenly turned pale. His body couldn't stand steadily in the air and fell down. He fell straight down for 10 feet before stabilizing his body. Looking at the pearl again, it was actually hit by the cloud-suppressing seal and fell down 10 feet. Its brilliance was abnormally dim. Xiaohua rubbed his hands again. Magic power spread out. The cloud-suppressing seal made a loud buzzing sound and expanded to a height of 10 feet. Moreover, as the cloud-suppressing seal expanded, a cloud of several tens of feet appeared from the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal. The power of this cloud-suppressing seal seems to be a lot stronger than it was a few months ago. Qian Diheng was somewhat stunned as he looked at the cloud-suppressing seal that was shining brightly in the hurricane. He seemed to understand what Xiao Hua said just now. Naturally, this was the result of Xiao Hua's several months of tempering his Buddhist awareness. He also practiced using the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him to control the Dharma artifacts. Xiao Hua was now able to use the cloud-suppressing seal as a Dharma artifacts attack like a foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't need to purely use the Dharma artifact's strength as the most basic attack like before. Following Xiao Hua's finger, the cloud of heaven and earth spiritual energy below the cloud-suppressing seal immediately pressed down like a mountain. Although it wasn't as heavy as the cloud-suppressing seal's main body, the cloud-suppressing seal's boundless karmic power had already suppressed the 6-7 skills sect disciples who were floating in the air to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. When the cloud was only several tens of feet away from the cultivators, the 6 cultivators finally woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. Unable to conceal the shock between their brows, they waved their hands and the Dharma artifacts in their hands flew out. They did their utmost to stimulate the magic power produced by the pills they had just refined, wanting to block the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble, a series of sounds rang out as 6 different colored lights struck the cloud. Immediately after, the 6 Dharma artifacts' main bodies also collided. Naturally, Dharma artifacts couldn't be compared to Dharma artifacts. This was the general understanding of everyone present. However, since it was a Dharma artifact used by an aura refining disciple, then it must have been controlled by a special method. Perhaps like Fan Tong, it must have been controlled by the power of his bloodline. This caused the Dharma artifact's power to be greatly reduced. Even if the 6 Dharma artifacts couldn't contend against Xiaohua's Dharma artifact, they could still destroy the cloud of the cloud-suppressing seal. They could even block the cloud-suppressing seal's main body. This situation had already been proven more than 10 times in the past few days. However, when the brilliance of the 6 Dharma artifacts dimmed, the cloud-suppressing seal's cloud merely swayed for a moment before rapidly trembling and dispersing half of its form. Everyone's eyes widened as an extremely absurd feeling arose spontaneously in their hearts. However, when they looked again, the 4 disciples beside the 6 Dharma artifacts didn't dare to be negligent. They hastily brandished their Dharma artifacts and forcefully destroyed the remaining cloud. The cloud-suppressing seals churning in the air once again let out a rumbling sound and once again shook a large cloud of several tens of feet in size. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is this really a Dharma artifact used by an aura refining cultivator? Everyone suddenly realized. How could an aura refining cultivator's Dharma artifact be able to mimic an attack? Wasn't it already burning incense to be able to use the main body of the Dharma artifact to attack? However, the cloud-suppressing seal's cloud didn't care about the 7 skills sect disciples' fluctuating moods and continued to rapidly smash down. It was at least twice as fast as when Xiaohua used the cloud-suppressing seal's main body. Previously, the 7 skills sect disciples used their Dharma artifacts to block the first cloud. Their Dharma artifacts were almost completely exhausted. When they saw the second cloud with the same power smashing down, their faces were already ashen. They didn't doubt that when this cotton-like cloud fell down, it would really smash their bodies into minced meat like a mountain. Shift. At this moment, the 7 skills sect disciples heard a command. Their hearts were filled with joy. Their bodies swayed as they flew towards a certain location. At the same time, other disciples also flew towards their location. As soon as these disciples stabilized themselves in the air, they immediately waved their hands and 10 Dharma artifacts of different shapes and colors attacked the cloud. Amazing, as expected of well-trained disciples from a famous sect. Xiaohua couldn't help but inwardly sigh as he watched the 10 disciples switch positions and attack in perfect coordination. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and continuously rubbed them together. His entire body's spiritual energy followed the spell seals and struck the cloud-suppressing seal. One cloud after another was formed and continuously smashed towards the same spot where the 7 skills sect disciples had formed their formation. Ah? The 7 skills sect disciple was dumbfounded. As he circulated his spiritual energy, he howled in agony in his heart. Whose disciple is this? Quick, Imperial Thunder Sect's Qin Shi Ming was the first to recover from his shock. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to the dumbstruck commander. Attack. My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will be able to help us break through the formation of these 3 sects. Chapter 1757. That's right. The disciple in charge suddenly came to his senses and clapped his hands in a flurry, sending a yellow talisman flying into the sky. Of course, this wasn't the time to attack yet. Many disciples were still taking pills and hadn't fully recovered their magic power yet. At this moment, the difference between these hastily assembled cultivators and Shanghua Zong and the other 2 sects cultivators who had practiced countless times was obvious. The first round of attacks was very uneven and they were very flustered. However, even though it was a bit rushed, it was also something Shanghua Zong and the other disciples didn't expect. At this moment, the 7 skills sect's disciples were still busy dealing with Xiaohua's 4th cloud. Xiaohua was still in the air, so they really couldn't find any disciples to deal with this round of attacks. Rise. The disciples in charge of Shanghua Zong and the other 2 sects also didn't dare to be negligent. They calmed down a bit from the shock of the cloud-suppressing seal and quickly sent out a signal. On one hand, they ordered the 3 sects' disciples to block the incoming magic tools and yellow talismans. On the other hand, they also ordered some disciples to block Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal. Haha, Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly sent a voice transmission. Senior Sister Sun, come with me. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and another cloud bigger than the one before appeared from the cloud-suppressing seal. This was Xiaohua using more than half of his magic power. This is bad. Seeing such a big cloud descend even more fiercely than before, the 7 skills sect's disciples' faces were already pale. After all, they didn't have enough magic power to activate magic tools. The yellow talismans they could use were like talismans in front of this magic tool. They felt like a delicate young lady facing a strong and burly man. They didn't feel safe at all and couldn't resist at all. However, the disciples in charge were even more difficult. Although the 7 skills sex formation was very ingenious, there was a limit. This time the disciples who were swapped in were the same as the current disciples. They had just been attacked by the Imperial Thunder Sex disciples. Even if they were swapped in, they still wouldn't be able to resist. Thus, the disciple in charge unconsciously looked at the surrounding disciples who could use magic tools. It would have been better if they hadn't seen it. After seeing it, the disciple in charge became even more discouraged. Their faces were filled with hesitation and they shrank back slightly. Although they didn't say anything, anyone could tell that they didn't want to face this mature, magical treasure. Looking at the disciple who was fighting against Xiaohua, he saw that he had already landed on the ground and was sitting cross-legged after taking a pill. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. What should we do? The disciple in command hesitated for a moment, but Xiaohua didn't give him any time to hesitate. After the cloud-suppressing seal released the clouds, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together. The entire cloud-suppressing seal shone with an extremely brilliant brilliance. Soon after, it let out an intense rumbling sound. It slowly followed behind the clouds and smashed down in the direction of the clouds. Let's go. Xiaohua sent a sound transmission. His entire figure flew up and quickly landed under the cloud-suppressing seal. At the same time, Sun Shu, Qian Diheng and Kun Fian also followed him into the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. As soon as they entered, an indescribable throbbing and a feeling that they couldn't escape arose from the bottom of their hearts. The 3 of them trembled with fear and at the same time, they couldn't help but want to take a look. A feeling of powerlessness arose in their hearts. It seemed that only today did they realize how terrifying this junior brother Xiao, who was originally a rogue cultivator, was. With a whoosh, the cloud-suppressing seal's clouds finally landed on the heads of the 7 skills sect disciples. At this time, the disciple in charge didn't make any sound. If they had listened to the disciple in charge, these 6 disciples would have had no choice but to use their bodies to resist. With a series of whoosh 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 sounds, the 6 disciples looked at each other with great tacit understanding, and each of them flew out. In the middle of the formation there was a gap of several tens of feet. Naturally, the cloud fell through the gap. At this time, not only were the 6 people trembling with fear, but the disciples next to the gap were also trembling with fear. In their hearts, they were thinking if Xiaohua pointed the clouds at them, would they also disregard the order to escape? Fortunately, Xiaohua was so kind, how could he not take care of their feelings? Seeing that the gap had appeared, he quickly pointed his finger. Several clouds behind him scattered in all directions and shot towards the side of the gap. Under the defensive brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal, he led Sun Shu and the others into the gap. The 7 skills sect disciples were flustered to deal with the incoming clouds. How could they still care about intercepting these 4 people? The most ingenious thing was that when Xiaohua's figure landed in the gap, he didn't forget to turn around and smile at Qin Shiming, waving his hand. At that time, Qin Shiming's face flushed red. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Was it jealousy, envy or pride? However, he felt that his face had been slapped by Xiaohua. But at this time a disciple next to him shouted, "Good job. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are indeed powerful. They actually risked their lives to do such a meritorious deed. Since they have already signaled us to attack, fellow brothers, why are we still hesitating?" That's right. Qin Shiming immediately understood the meaning behind Xiaohua's gesture and quickly transmitted his voice to the cultivator in charge. The cultivator also understood and quickly sent out yellow talismans to attack. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples hadn't recovered much of their magic power, this was the best time to attack. Once they broke through the blockade of the 3 sects disciples, they would be able to see the treasure to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Who would care about a slight injury to their meridians? The group of disciples seemed to have taken some kind of pill, and each of them unleashed their strongest attacks. Although the various colors of light were somewhat dim, they were still much stronger than the previous rounds of attacks. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' attacks were clearly out of the expectations of the Shanghua sect's disciples. However, he was also afraid. However, he had no choice but to ignore the fact that Xiaohua had broken through the Seven Skills sect's formation and quickly sent out his unprepared yellow talismans. Xiaohua's figure landed in the middle of the Seven Skills sect's disciples. He had long since prepared his flying sword. As long as he discovered any disciples who tried to stop him, he would kill them without exception. He was determined not to be held back by them and stay here. However, what Xiaohua was afraid of was also what the Seven Skills sect's disciples were afraid of. Which one of them would dare to face Xiaohua alone? Moreover, all of the Seven Skills sect's disciples were in a formation. Who would dare to slack off behind the formation? Great! Xiaohua saw that there was no one behind him and was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal shrunk and fell into his hand. Just as he was about to call out to Sun Shu and the others to escape, a strange feeling came from his left hand. Chapter 1758. Just as Xiaohua held the cloud-suppressing seal in his left hand, an intense feeling of exhaustion suddenly emerged from his Buddha Sarira. At the same time, an inexplicable throbbing appeared in the stomach of the Buddha Sarira, where the Naiwan Palace should be located. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. His left hand involuntarily twitched, and a sense of existence came from the palm of his left hand. Oh, so it's this thing. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. When he saw the eye on Goldie's forehead, he vaguely felt that his left hand should also have one. The scar across his palm should be something similar to Goldie's eye. But for so many years his left hand didn't seem to have any movement, and even his memory didn't awaken. Xiaohua had almost forgotten about this thing. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the Netherworld at the so-called Netherworld Eye, his left hand would actually have a faint movement? Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, from the scar on his left hand, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared. This suction force directly rushed towards Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace. Unfortunately, his Naiwan Palace calmed down after jumping for a moment. The Buddhist consciousness of the Buddha Sarira as well as the divine sense of the golden Buddha body were all sucked away by that suction force. Moreover, the Buddhist consciousness was continuously being absorbed. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira began to flicker at an extremely fast speed, gradually dimming down. Ouch! Xiaohua's head immediately felt a splitting pain. His figure swayed and he was about to fall from the sky. Junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu had long been paying attention to Xiaohua's every move, fearing that Xiaohua would be injured in the battle with the dozen disciples. Seeing Xiaohua's abnormality, he was naturally the first to discover it. His figure immediately flew over and without caring about anything else, he grabbed Xiaohua's waist. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng shouted again. He quickly flew down and used his hand to support Xiaohua's arm. But Xiaohua's face was pale as if there was no blood in it. He was actually abnormally tired. Sun Shu retracted his hand without leaving a trace, and also supported Xiaohua's arm. A pair of autumn water eyes deeply stared at Xiaohua with deep concern. Xiaohua circulated the exquisite leaf scripture with all his might to resist the indescribable pain on his head. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid I can't fly anymore. I'll have to trouble senior brother Qian to take me away. Hurry up, don't let the Shanghua sect's disciples see any clues." "I understand." Qian Diheng pulled Sun Hua's arm and was about to fly away. How could Sun Shu let him pull him away by himself? As she held on to his other arm, she grumbled, "Junior martial brother, if you really can't do it, then don't." Sigh. Sun Shu wanted to complain, but he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Xiaohua's deathly pale face. Together with Qian Diheng, he hurriedly flew in a random direction. Kun Fian looked at Sun Shu's back with a strange gaze. He gritted his teeth and chased after him. Since Xiaohua was injured, the search for the Zhongyao milk and even the treasures that could level up naturally had to be postponed. And without Xiaohua's support, Qian Diheng and the other two really didn't have the confidence to find any treasures on their own. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng flew for a while with Xiaohua. They saw that the wind pillars in front of them were getting thicker and thicker, and there were even slight space cracks blocking their way from time to time. They didn't dare to fly forward anymore. However, the terrain of Mingxi was special. There weren't any mountains that were too tall, only hills. It was difficult to even find a cave to rest in. Besides, Sun Shu and the other two understood that because the space of Mingxi was unstable, they also didn't know what was going on under the ground. They couldn't recklessly use Earth escape talismans. Otherwise, they would easily be injured by the space cracks. This kind of injury could easily damage their bodies, but in serious cases they couldn't even keep their lives. Sun Shu looked at Qian Diheng and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Qian, how about?" Qian Diheng knew what Sun Shu wanted to say. He hurriedly shook his head, "Senior Marshal Sister Sun, don't go looking for that place now. The current situation is different from what we expected. There are many disciples of the 3 cultivation sects here. Moreover, their cultivation bases are not inferior to ours. If Junior Marshal Brother Shao can't recover before they find out, not only will we not be able to get the Zhongyao milk, we might even lose our lives." Xiaohua seemed to be extremely weak. He said in a low voice, "Let's fly to the other side of Mingxi first. Don't go inside. Let me recover first." But Qian Diheng was still somewhat hesitant. Mingxi really wasn't a place for qi refining cultivators. The reason why they dared to come here was naturally because they had made preparations beforehand. Moreover, they also knew that there was a safe path. Although Xiaohua said to just fly to the other side and not go deep, in fact it was still very dangerous. Let's listen to Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's instructions. Although there was a trace of hesitation on Sun Shu's face, she still nodded resolutely. Fine, Qian Diheng sighed. His divine sense swept towards the place where they came from. However, this sweep shocked him. Divine sense could only be used within a range of about 1 zhang. Any further and he basically couldn't go out. Fortunately, after searching for about an hour, they found a semi-shallow cave in a low-lying area between 2 hills. At this moment, Xiaohua's severe headache was slightly alleviated. He endured the headache and laid down a formation. The 4 of them hid inside and rested. Seeing Xiaohua meditating with his 5 centers facing the sky and the muscles between his eyebrows twitching from time to time, Sun Shu, although sitting far away from him, also felt her heart clench. Only after several hours did Xiaohua's complexion gradually return to normal. 3 days later, Xiaohua finally stopped the rapid circulation of the exquisite leaf scripture. The dim splendor of the Buddha's sarira returned to its previous appearance. Not only that, after the absorption of the suction force and Xiaohua's sleepless cultivation for the past 3 days, the sarira became even more vivid. The surface of the sarira faintly had a swastika appearing. Instead, it had made even more progress. What was even more strange was that in the space between the sarira's eyebrows under the swastika symbol, there was a vertical crack, just like a third eye. Delusion breaker Dharma eye. Although Xiaohua didn't open his eyes, his left hand slightly opened. The crack in his hand also slightly opened. A flickering silver eye stared at everything inside the cave for a long time. The eye in my hand is actually called the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye. Xiaohua couldn't help but set off a shocking wave in his heart. After all, everything he saw when he opened the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye made him extremely shocked. The cave inside the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye was different from what he saw with the naked eye. He only saw cracks as thin as an ox's hair, as well as different kinds of fluorescent lights beside the cracks. As for the stones in the ground, they were all muddy. Combined with what he remembered in his mind, Xiaohua understood that these fluorescent lights should be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and those thin cracks as thin as an ox's hair should be the so-called space cracks. This delusion breaker Dharma eye is controlled by Buddha's consciousness. It should have been asleep before. If I hadn't come to this dark mystery because of some unknown reason, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake it up. However, right now the sarira's level is still too low. It still can't control the delusion breaker Dharma eye. Although Xiaohua knew that the delusion breaker Dharma eye was a good thing, he still didn't know what it could be used for. Moreover, every time he opened it, his sarira would feel tired, so he could only close it and slowly rest. Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at the group of people who were resting and patrolling in the distance. Without waiting for him to speak, Sun Shu very sensitively opened her eyes and called out very happily, "Junior Marshal Brother Shao, your injuries have healed?" Xiaohua secretly felt ashamed, but the corners of his mouth held a smile as he said, "Senior Marshal Sister, thank you for your concern. Little brother is already fine." Alas, Junior Marshal Brother Shao, Forget it, I won't say it. In the future when you control magic weapons, don't be so stingy with your magic power. Although magic weapons are useful, they're far from what aura-refining cultivators like you and me can use as we wish. Seeing Qian Diheng's concern, Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and smiled apologetically. Wasn't little brother forced to do this? If I didn't do this, how could we come in? And that's right, how our senior martial brother can and the others. Who cares about them? Qian Diheng curled his lips, very disdainful. He waved his hand and said, when I think of Qin Peng's appearance, I just feel unhappy. What right does he have to be there to criticize us? If he had 80% of junior martial brother Zhao's divine power, I would listen to his nagging. Don't, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, maybe we should consider the big picture. We're really a bit willful. Kun Fian smiled and said, no matter from what I see, the few of us were able to rush in from the Shanghua sect's formation. First, it showed the prestige of our Imperial Thunder sect, and second, the other disciples could also take advantage of the situation to attack. If they still can't take advantage of such a good opportunity, then they're a bunch of pigs. Qian Diheng continued. Qian Diheng was talking more and more nonsense, almost feeling like he was the junior martial brother. Xiaohua touched his nose and said, we've already rested for a few days, let's go to that place. Little brother can't help but want to see what Zhongyao looks like. Hee junior martial brother Xiao, since we're here we don't need to hide anymore. Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled, this kind of thing should have been explained to junior martial brother long ago. After all, it's all junior martial brother Zhao's credit that we're able to come here. Xiaohua asked curiously, senior martial brother Qian, why are you saying such useless things? Could it be that there's some twists and turns in the process? Sai, there's no twists and turns. Sun Shu smiled bitterly and said, after all, when I was discussing with senior martial sister Kuan and junior martial brother Qian, we already agreed that we wouldn't tell junior martial brother Xiao until the last moment. Of course, this isn't purposely hiding something, it's because this place is too important, only close descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect can know about it. If they can't enter the netherworld, the news will be leaked. Oh, I'm not afraid that junior martial brother Xiao will leak the news. Sun Shu thought of something again and hurriedly explained. Don't worry. Xiaohua himself had a lot of secrets. Why would he care about other people's precautions? Moreover, Xiaohua wasn't blind and he wasn't an ignorant youth. How could he not know about Sun Shu's performance along the way? How could he not understand Sun Shu's intentions? If Kun Fian or Qian Diheng would purposely hide something from him, Sun Shu definitely wouldn't. Chapter 1759. Since we've already come all the way here, let's not talk about unnecessary things. Xiaohua said with a smile, we're brothers from the same sect. Some natural barriers can't stop us from having a common goal. Good. Qian Diheng clapped and laughed. Sister Sun, are you ready? Can you use that magic weapon? Of course. Sun Shu smiled and said, Brother Xiao has been recuperating these days, and I haven't been idle either. I've already adjusted my power to the best level. Kun Fian's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. He smiled and said, since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and cast the spell? I'll listen to Sister Kuan. Sun Shu clapped her hands and a palm-sized conch-like magic weapon was taken out by her. This magic weapon was different from the cloud-suppressing seal. It didn't seem to have any frightening power, nor did it have any dazzling light. This is a magic weapon of Ai's ancestor. It's called Searching Conch. It can record the places you've been to before using a special method, so you can easily find this place in the future. Xiaohua scratched his head, smiled and said, this thing is suitable for me. I've never had a sense of direction. I can easily get lost. Brother Xiao, don't underestimate this Searching Conch. Qian Diheng knew that Xiaohua didn't understand. He smiled and said, this place contains some formations, some secret places, and even some space cracks. What? Could it be done through an array? Through space cracks? Xiaohua seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked at the Searching Conch and said in shock, could it be that the place where Zhongyao is inside a space crack? Good. Qian Diheng's face was full of excitement. He clapped again and said, Brother Xiao, I just wanted to see your shocked face. I've been looking forward to it all the way. Today I finally see it. You didn't expect it at all, right? That thing is not only inside the dark mystery but also inside the space crack. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, I didn't expect it. Even if Brother Qian said it's a space crack, I don't know where it is. There are thousands of space cracks inside the dark mystery, how can I find it? So, it all depends on luck. Sun Shu pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at the foraging conch in his hand and said, moreover, this foraging conch doesn't only have the functions that junior Brother Qian mentioned. According to the control method, I can also find a place that meets Ai's wishes within a certain range. Of course, this range and the chance of success is related to Ai's cultivation. Oh. It is indeed a great magical treasure. Xiaohua nodded. In his heart he understood that this function that Sun Shu was talking about should be the true value of the searching snail. Senior Sun, please cast your spell. Kun Fei Yen squinted his eyes and urged. And Sun Shu sat down cross-legged and tossed the foraging conch into the air. He closed his eyes tightly and used his left and right hands as if he was holding an orchid. A seemingly elegant and mysterious spell was slowly cast. When all kinds of spells hit the foraging conch gradually emitted a red brilliance. After the red brilliance, it emitted a light green brilliance. Xiaohua carefully counted. When an extremely bright brilliance appeared, the foraging conch actually changed into 9 different colors in a row. When the bright light appeared, it transformed into the shape of a searching snail in front of Sun Shu's eyes. It was just that this searching snail's phantom followed the spiral of the searching snail and slightly rotated, making it look like a stream of light was flowing everywhere. When Sun Shu saw the phantom appear, she let out a long sigh of relief. Her hanging heart finally settled down. Soon after, Sun Shu's left and right hands formed different spells again. This time it was abnormally fast. It was as if a phantom was flashing in front of her eyes. In the end, there seemed to be 4 jade-like soft hands dancing in the air. Quick, Sun Shu shouted, and the 4 palms suddenly disappeared. Only the thumbs of the 2 hands remained on her forehead. Those 2 hands transformed into a pair of wings. With a piu sound, Sun Shu's red lips opened and a mouthful of essence blood was sprayed on the searching snail's phantom. That phantom was still slowly rotating. The blood mist was evenly spread on the searching snail's spiral. Moreover, the strange thing was that after the blood mist covered the phantom, it still grew out of the phantom and gradually formed 2 small wings on both sides of the phantom. Sigh, Sun Shu let out a long sigh. Her face was abnormally pale. She forced a smile and said, Junior Brother Xiao, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. I finally activated the searching snail. Think about it. Compared to Junior Brother Zhao's cloud-suppressing seal, it's really too different. Senior Sister Sun, you've worked hard. Xiaohua said with concern, it's better to quickly take the pill. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. She smiled and said, it's not a problem. Although she said that, she still took out a scarlet pill from her storage bag and swallowed it. In front of Xiaohua, she sat down cross-legged and recovered her magic power. After a while, Sun Shu's face flushed red. Her eyes were still closed and she touched the searching snail. The searching snail didn't move, but the phantom moved first. The blood-red wings on the 2 sides of the phantom flapped slightly, and the phantom flew up into the air, flying out of the cave. Junior Brother Xiao, quickly remove the formation. Sun Shu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. As he spoke, he formed a seal and collected the dozens of talismans around the cave. Then Sun Shu and the others flew out. They saw the searching snail phantom fly out of the cave. First, it stopped in front of the cave for a moment. Like a rolling wave, it turned wave after wave. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, it slowly flew in a certain direction. Good. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them understood that the searching snail had found Zhong Yaolu's location. This trip wouldn't be a waste. Senior Brother Qian, Senior Sister Kuan, we have prepared the magic tools. There are many 12th layer qi refining cultivators here. Maybe their masters will come too. We will protect the searching snail and Senior Sister Sun. Let Senior Sister Sun focus on controlling the searching snail. Xiaohua's divine sense swept and immediately knew that his divine sense was restricted. We will listen to Junior Brother Zhao's orders. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian each took out Ming Hao halberd and thunder trapping bead and flew to the left and right of Sun Shu. Xiaohua held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand and flew slightly behind the three of them. The searching snail flew fast and slow. Its flight path was also winding as if it was going in circles. It also seemed to be looking for something that was constantly changing its position. At first, the searching snail was still at the periphery of the netherworld. But after half an incense's time, the wind pillar gradually became thicker. Xiaohua knew that it was going to enter the depths of the netherworld. Right at this moment, a swift and fierce sound of wind abruptly rang out 3 meters above Xiaohua's head. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1760. While Xiaohua was flying cautiously, he suddenly heard a loud ripping sound above his head. The wind was biting cold, and before he could raise his head, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw that above his head, a 1 zhang long and 1 qi wide spatial crack had appeared out of thin air. Ah? Xiaohua was astounded because the smell of blood and desolation emanated from the spatial rift. It was even to the extent that an extremely icy cold blade of wind had swept out from within it. Although this wind blade was not enough to threaten Xiaohua, but to ordinary people, it was a killing weapon. What was even more strange was that when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over this spatial crack, a majestic spatial power came from all around, suppressing this spatial crack. Moreover, the spatial crack also had a kind of self-healing power, sealing this spatial crack bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a moment it disappeared. The appearance and disappearance of the spatial crack naturally attracted the attention of Qian Diheng and Kun Fian. The two of them followed Sun Shu while looking back at Xiaohua from time to time. When Xiaohua flew closer with a strange expression, Kun Fian said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, this temporary spatial crack is not the greatest danger of dark mystery." Qian Diheng was also unusually solemn and said, "It's also because junior brother Zhao's luck is good. If that spatial crack that suddenly appeared was 1 qi lower, junior brother Zhao's body, I'm afraid it would not be safe." And Xiaohua himself also felt a little scared, looking at Kun Fian and asked, "Such a powerful spatial crack is still not the most powerful? Then the most powerful thing is the wind pillar?" Kun Fian shook his head and said, "Of course the wind pillar is powerful. If not a function cultivator, who would dare to go near it? However, this wind pillar is visible to the naked eye. Those spatial cracks that cannot be seen by the naked eye and divine sense are the most terrifying." There are spatial cracks that cannot be seen by divine sense. Xiaohua was shocked. This was something he did not see in the ancient records. And senior sister Kun is right. Qian Diheng replied, "The space in Mingxi is not stable. There are fixed cracks that can be seen by the naked eye and fixed cracks that can be seen by divine sense. In addition to the temporary cracks that junior martial brother saw just now, there are many other cracks. Among them, the ones that can't be seen by divine sense are the most terrifying. It's like a trap. Once you jump into it, your body will be torn apart unknowingly. You won't have time to do anything to fix it. You'll only end up with your soul dissipating." When Xiaohua heard this, his face turned somewhat pale. That's right, such a powerful spatial crack is simply an incomparably powerful magic treasure. It's simply even more powerful than the lizard's invisibility. Seeing the change in Xiaohua's expression, Qian Diheng couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and put his hand on Xiaohua's shoulder, laughing, "Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to be afraid. Although this invisible space crack is powerful, it is in the depths of the netherworld. We definitely won't be able to see it on our way. Don't worry." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, but he still wasn't too reassured. He asked, "Since the space outside Mingxi is relatively stable, then shouldn't the temporary cracks that appeared just now also not appear?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, Qian Diheng suddenly woke up. The expression on his face immediately changed. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he looked at Kun Fian. Of course, Kun Fian's reaction was the same as Qian Diheng's. He said in horror, "Junior martial brother Xiao is right. This temporary spatial crack should be in the depths of Mingxi. Here it definitely won't appear. Could it be that what Zhong Haoran and the others said? There really is a change in Mingxi? Junior martial brother Xiao, should we continue?" Qian Diheng took his hand off Xiaohua's shoulder and asked hesitantly. Xiaohua looked at Sun Shu, who was trying his best to control the snail and didn't have time to pay attention to this side. He thought for a while and said, "In my opinion, let's not continue. Anyway, Zhong Yaolu is there. If we don't look for him, others won't know. Let's wait for the next time." However, as soon as his voice fell, Qian Diheng and Kun Fian said in unison, "No." Qian Diheng and Kun Fian felt that they were a little rash and disrespectful to Xiaohua. They hurriedly explained, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao." "Oh." He sighed, "Junior Marshal Brother, I won't say anything unnecessary. Could it be that you have lost your confidence after one failure and are not in a hurry to build your foundation? We came out with a bang, could it be that we have to go back with a face covered in dirt?" Even if Master doesn't say anything, the senior martial sister of Earth Thunder Palace doesn't say anything, what about the others? What would the other disciples of Thunder Palace say? Kun Fian also said, "Zai." Xiaohua naturally knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't the disciples of Shanghua sect have treasures? Let's go there." Kun Fian shook his head slightly. "Not to mention that there are too many monks and too little gruel. Even if we go, I'm afraid that only Junior Marshal Brother Xiao has the confidence to get that thing. What hope do we have? And since there are changes in the netherworld, I'm afraid there are also changes there. It's also not safe. After thinking about it, Zhong Yaolao is still the most reliable. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, if you don't want to go forward, you can go find Qin Shi Ming and the others. We definitely won't complain about anything." Qian Diheng gritted his teeth and finally said, "Haha." Xiaohua laughed loudly. Just like Qian Diheng, he flew in front of him and stretched out his hand to wrap around his neck. He laughed and said, "You bastard, I'm just worried about your safety. I didn't say that I don't want to go. Why are you pushing me there?" "Ha." Qian Diheng also laughed. He turned his hand to wrap around Xiaohua's neck and said, "Like I said, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is the most straightforward. In the Thunder Palace, you are the only person I like. How can you not go with me? If you don't go, I'll go blind first." Hehe. Kun Fian's face also showed a happy expression, but a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. After flying forward in a zigzag manner for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the space crack that suddenly appeared again. But this time it was in the air a little further away from the four of them. Although it didn't hurt the four of them, Xiaohua's heart suddenly tightened. He thought for a moment and released his Buddhist sense. However, Buddhist sense and divine sense were the same. Although it was more than 10 times farther compared to the naked eye, it still couldn't reach far. However, when he released his Buddhist sense this time, Xiaohua faintly felt that his Buddhist sense was a little different from before. It seemed that the degree of observation was a little higher. He could faintly feel the existence of those cracks in space. Great. Xiaohua immediately thought of the third eye between the eyebrows of the Buddha relics. Wasn't that the mark of the awakening of the Dharma eye? Thinking of this, Xiaohua withdrew his Buddhist sense. His left hand opened slightly and the Dharma eye on his hand opened a small slit. Immediately the third eye on the Buddha relics also opened. Although Xiaohua didn't close his eyes, the third eye on his Buddha relics was actually the same as the Dharma eye. He could see the countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi flashing faintly between heaven and earth, as well as thin, almost invisible space cracks. Wonderful. Xiaohua raised his hand and saw a space crack slowly forming in midair. It then expanded, and a wind blade with countless amounts of pale yellow heaven and earth spiritual qi quickly streaked across that crack. Boom. A huge wind sound rang out and in midair another space crack appeared. Looking in front of the four of them, he could see everything within 100 feet. Looking further, Xiaohua felt an irrepressible exhaustion. Xiaohua understood that now he could only see about 100 feet. If his cultivation increased in the future, he should be able to see even further. And now 100 feet was enough. Ouch. Xiaohua raised his left hand to look. Suddenly, he saw the phantom of the seeking conch flying across a 1-foot-long 2-inch-wide space crack. Sun Shu didn't know that her towering chest was rushing towards the outline of that crack. Is this the invisible space crack? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't have time to say anything to stop her. His figure quickly flew over, grabbed Sun Shu's waist and suddenly flew up several feet, dodging that crack. Junior Marshal Brother, what are you doing? Sun Shu was concentrating on casting her technique. She didn't think that Xiaohua would grab her waist. When she came to her senses, how could she stop Xiaohua? She could only wait for Xiaohua to stop, then she blushed and reproached him. Seeing the doubt in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiaohua didn't have time to explain. He turned his head and shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian, Senior Marshal Sister Kun, fly past me." What? Seeing Xiaohua's sudden movement, Qian Diheng and Kun Fian also found it strange. Qian Diheng's eyes even showed a playful look, but after hearing Xiaohua's warning, the two of them suddenly woke up and hurriedly stopped their speed. They slowly circled around Xiaohua and flew over. Sun Shu slipped out of Xiaohua's hands without leaving a trace. She looked behind Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you mean? Senior Marshal Sister Sun naturally knows that my premonition is very strong, right?" Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and pinched his chin. He also looked at the space behind him and said very calmly, "And indeed." Sun Shu nodded. "I already knew on the way back from the Feather Immortal Gathering." "Good." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I feel that there is something very dangerous in this area, but I don't know what it is. I was afraid that Senior Marshal Sister would be injured, so I rashly brought Senior Marshal Sister here. I hope Senior Marshal Sister." Sun Shu bit her lips. She couldn't tell if she was disappointed or lucky. She didn't say a word. "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, then, what kind of danger could it be?" Kun Fei Yen asked hesitantly. "I really don't know." Xiaohua revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. "I only have a feeling. But because of this feeling I can't let Senior Marshal Sister Sun take the risk." Sun Shu felt sweet in her heart. She also smiled sweetly and said, "Could it be the most powerful invisible spatial crack in dark mystery?" Chapter 1761. Isn't that simple? Qian Diheng said with a smile. "You just need to find something to test it out. If there isn't, then forget it, but if there really is, damn it, Junior Brother Xiao, you are our lucky talisman." "Lucky talisman?" Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "There is such a talisman?" Sun Shu was also in a good mood. She pursed her lips and said, "Don't listen to Junior Brother Qian teasing you. Where is there a lucky talisman?" Haha, Xiaohua comes to his senses and punches Qian Diheng's shoulder. But Kun Fian at the side had a smile that was not a smile. When Qian Diheng pretended to beg for mercy, he said with a smile, "Junior Sister Sun, you are wrong. There really are lucky talismans in this world." "What?" Sun Shu was stunned and asked curiously, "Lucky talisman? Isn't it a kind of jade pendant? Could it be that there is really a talisman that as long as you wear it, you will be blessed with a lifetime of peace and safety?" "Does Junior Sister Sun know about the 5 auspicious beasts?" Kun Fian asked with a smile that was not a smile. This Sun Shu obviously did not know. She blushed a little and said in a low voice, "I only know about the 4 mythological beasts." Haha, Senior Sister Sun has nothing to feel inferior about. Although I am in Heavenly Thunder Palace, I also only know that Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise are the 4 mythological beasts. Qian Diheng said disapprovingly, "As for the 5 auspicious beasts, I also don't know." Azure Dragon? Xiaohua's heart moved. He naturally thought of Little White. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Senior brothers, what are you talking about? I am a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace. I don't know about these mythological beasts and auspicious beasts. It seems that Heavenly Thunder Palace's library also doesn't have records of this? These are all passed down from ancient times. Who knows if it is true or false? The library naturally doesn't have it. Not to mention Heavenly Thunder Palace, even Heavenly Thunder Palace is the same." Qian Diheng said with a smile. "That's right. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were 4 continents in the world, each occupying the 4 corners of the world. Each continent had a divine beast that guarded it. According to the positions of the 4 continents in the east, west, north and south, they became the 4 spirits, which are the 4 divine beasts. They are the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise." Sun Shu explained with a smile. However, whether or not these 4 are really divine beasts, or a collective name for a group of spirit beasts, no one knows for sure. Then he looked at Kun Fian and said, "As for the 5 auspicious beasts that Senior Kun mentioned, I have never heard of them." Kun Fei Yen laughed coldly. "Just because it's unheard of doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Didn't the four great mythological beasts also become legends? Why do so many people believe it? That's because there are still some clues that can be found. Qian Diheng argued, isn't Tai Ching's sex flood dragon spirit beast an example? What kind of dragon is that? Kun Fian laughed coldly. Dragons are inherently lustful, the dragon species is already not pure. The so-called 9 sons of the dragon are all different. Who knows how many dragon veins Tai Ching's sex flood dragon has? That azure dragon has pure dragon veins. Other than the 5-clawed golden dragon, which is a descendant of the heaven realm's heavenly dragon, the others are all mixed. Speaking till here, Kun Fian's face turned slightly red and did not say any more. Hearing about the dragon veins, Xiaohua's heart shivered again. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Qian Diheng cut in. Senior Kun, don't show off, let's talk about the 5 auspicious beasts and the auspicious talisman first. Kun Fian nodded in satisfaction and said, the 5 auspicious beasts are Pai Xiu, Qilin, Peacock, Golden Toad and Longevity Turtle. Xiaohua and the other 2 were all shocked and asked curiously, where did the reason come from? Pai Xiu is a ferocious auspicious beast, the male is called Pai. The female is called Xiu. Pai Xiu is ferocious and mighty. It is in charge of patrolling the celestial realm, stopping demons, ghosts, plagues and diseases from causing disturbances. Thus it is called an auspicious beast. The male Qilin is called Qilin, the female Qilin. Their appearances are strange, they have a dragon head, antlers, horse hooves, oxtail, wolf forehead, and their bodies are covered with colorful scales. According to legends, wherever a Qilin steps, it will bring good luck to the people there. Thus it is called Qilin auspicious. It is a symbol of auspiciousness. At the same time, Qilins are ferocious like Pai Xiu, they can eliminate disasters and expel evil spirits. Thus it is also called an auspicious beast. Peacock is a descendant of the phoenix. Its body is green, it has a chicken head, swallow's jaw, snake's neck, fish's tail, and its voice is loud and clear. Peacock is the same as the phoenix, it will not land in a place without treasures. Thus it is called an auspicious beast. Golden Toad is a symbol of wealth, it only has 3 legs, the place it is at will always have extremely rare treasures. Thus it is called an auspicious beast. Longevity Turtle is a descendant of the black tortoise, it is famous for its long lifespan. Thus it is called an auspicious beast. Kun Fian said a lot with joy. Xiaohua's eyes were full of splendor. Especially when he talked about Peacock, Xiaohua immediately thought of the phoenix illusion in the space. That phoenix illusion was originally green only when it was activated with mana. It would show 5 colors, it was very similar to the peacock that Kun Fian talked about. After Kun Fian finished, Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, what peacock, what longevity turtle, they are all descendants of the phoenix and black tortoise. That golden toad is a 3-legged toad, how can it be called an auspicious beast? But Pai Xiu and Qilin, they are abnormally ferocious, they can become spirit beasts. Kun Fian did not care about Qian Diheng's rebuke, he smiled and said, if it is, then it is, if it is not, then it is not, I will not say things without reason. Also from what I know, the talismans made from the fur and blood of these 5 auspicious beasts, when worn on the body of a cultivator, can reverse the cultivator's fate, turning misfortune into luck, disaster into auspiciousness. So it's like that. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Spirit talismans were originally refined from the fur and flesh of spirit beasts. Although the 5 great auspicious beasts were powerful, they were still spirit beasts. Whoever could really use their fur and beast blood to refine spirit talismans might really be able to accompany Jixiang forever. Xiaohua's eyes turned, he smiled and said, could it be that only talismans can be made? Didn't they say that jade talismans are more profound, so there is no auspicious jade talisman? Junior brother Xiao is smart, I was just about to say. Kun Fian smiled and said, the true auspicious talisman can only be made from the fur of these 5 auspicious beasts. Although jade talismans are more powerful than spirit talismans, but in terms of auspicious protection, it is still inferior by a lot, falling into the inferior category. There is really a jade talisman that is similar to the 5 auspicious beasts? Xiaohua's heart could not help but jump wildly. Yes. Kun Fian smiled and said, I know that there is a jade talisman in the shape of a qilin. Normally it looks very normal, but it can bring good luck to people. Of course, as a jade talisman using a special method, it can be used as a magic tool or treasure. Special method? Xiaohua said anxiously, what special method? I do not know about this. Kunfian shook his head, after which he asked curiously, could it be that junior brother Xiao also has this kind of rare auspicious jade talisman? Calm to vote for me. Chapter 1762. Hee, I'm just a loose cultivator, how could I have such an opportunity? Xiaohua bitterly smiled. It's just that in the past, I saw a jade artifact that looked like a peacock that senior sister Kun mentioned. At that time they said it was a good item worth a few middle-grade spirit stones. Although I liked it, I didn't have that many spirit stones, so I could only leave. Now that senior sister Kun mentioned it, I remembered and felt a little regretful. I want to know what that special technique is. If I knew, I would exchange it for that jade artifact even if I had to sell it. Puchi. Kun Fian laughed out loud. If it's really like what junior brother Xiao said, then junior brother Xiao doesn't need to feel regretful. This kind of auspicious talisman can't be exchanged with spirit stones. Moreover, that special technique should be inside the jade talisman. If junior brother Xiao doesn't take the jade talisman back, how can you get it? This thing can't be confirmed in person. Although Kun Fian said so, Xiaohua was still half believing and half doubtful. It's just that he was in Mingxi, so he didn't have time to take out the phoenix illusion that Xiao Xianrui gave him. Thinking of Mingxi, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. They were just talking about the invisible space crack, and suddenly they talked about the auspicious talisman, the 5 auspicious beasts, and the jade talisman. He smiled and pointed forward. Senior sister Kun, senior brother Qian, didn't you say you wanted to see if there was any danger here? Did we go off topic? I saw that senior sister Sun was too tired, so we talked a little more and let her rest a little more. Qian Diheng smiled and took out a spirit stone. I'll try it now. Sun Shu looked at Qian Diheng throwing out the spirit stone and smiled. Thank you junior brother Qian for your concern. Xiaohua also suddenly understood. He looked up and saw that the seeking conch was still in Sun Shu's hand, and that phantom also stopped above Sun Shu's head. Sun Shu's face was flushed red. Obviously she was in good spirits. Qian Diheng drove the spirit stone to a 1 zhang radius behind Xiaohua. There wasn't any danger, so he smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. It's good to be a little more careful. Sun Shu quickly said, if we encounter it, it won't be good. It's best if you don't. After all, the invisible space crack was extremely narrow and not very long. How could a spirit stone coincidentally touch it? Xiaohua didn't point it out and said while rubbing his nose. Xiao de Xiang talisman can't be made anymore. Qian Diheng waved his hand and the spirit stone flew back into his hand. But at this moment a light pong sound rang out, and the entire spirit stone strangely split into 2. Ah! Qian Diheng laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. With his eyes wide open, he stared at the 2 neatly separated spirit stones in a daze. Spatial crack. Sun Shu's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't the location of the spirit stone where she had just flown past? Isn't that the position where Xiaohua grabbed her waist and leaped? Immediately, cold sweat appeared on Sun Shu's forehead. There really are invisible spatial rifts. Xiaohua was also greatly alarmed. He blinked his eyes and stared at that place for a moment. Then he similarly patted his hand and took out an empty jade bottle. He then threw it next to the spirit stone. With a peng sound, the jade bottle was also cut open by the invisible spatial rift, like a sharp blade. Damn it! This is really inconceivable. Qian Diheng waved his hand and kept the spirit stone. He looked at Xiaohua with a face of reverence. Junior brother Xiao, you lead the way in front. This brother will definitely follow you and not deviate a single step. Kun Fian's expression was also complicated. His body shrank back a bit. But Sun Shu looked at the searching conch and said with difficulty, I can't fly behind junior brother Xiao. Haha, Xiaohua laughed. Then this little brother will accompany senior sister Sun and be senior sister's auspicious talisman. Okay, Sun Shu's face was a bit hot, but her heart was sweet. She changed her hand sign and the searching conch's image flew up again. Her body also flew up. Looking at her expression, it was clear that she trusted Xiaohua and was not afraid of any danger ahead. After flying for another incense's time, Xiaohua unconsciously started to sweat. This was not because he was tired, but there were actually many invisible spatial rifts. Once or twice Xiaohua could shamelessly say that it was just a feeling. But 3 or 4 times, no matter what, it could not be a problem of feeling. Seeing that there were actually 4 spatial rifts blocking the way ahead, Xiaohua's heart was anxious. He could not possibly ask for another detour, right? But at this moment the searching conk's image suddenly stopped. It flapped its wings and fell from the sky, landing right on top of the searching conch. It disappeared without a trace. "I seen your sister Sun." Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Sun Shu. Luckily Sun Shu was not injured as he imagined. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with surprise. Clearly, the searching conch stopping was also out of her expectations. What's going on?" Kun Fian and Qian Diheng could not help but fly up and look at her strangely. "This." Sun Shu frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. After all, I have only used the searching conch a few times." Then Sun Shu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "According to I's understanding, the searching conch losing its effect is because the spatial rift Zhongyao milk is in has already been destroyed. Everything in the spatial rift, including the Zhongyao milk, has been destroyed." "No way." Qian Diheng said with a sad face, "We worked so hard to reach the last step and it actually became like drawing water with a bamboo basket. This is really unacceptable to I." Kun Fian and Xiaohua's faces were also filled with disappointment. "Of course what I said just now may not be true." Sun Shu hurriedly said, "Maybe some magic tools or treasures are also looking for the Zhongyao milk. Or maybe they are inside the spatial rift, which can also affect the searching conch's effect." Hearing this, everyone's hearts were half happy and half worried. If someone was also looking for the Zhongyao milk, there was a 90% chance that it was a disciple of the 3 sections. Moreover, a disciple of the 12th level of qi refining had set up a defense at the entrance of the netherworld, so it must be a disciple of the foundation establishment stage who went inside. This was not something that Xiaohua and the others could deal with. But if there was a magic tool in the spatial rift that affected the searching conch, then this magic tool was worth looking forward to. How could they not be happy? The 4 of them looked at each other, then Sun Shu and the others looked at Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua thought for a moment before saying, "If we don't go and see with our own eyes, I think we won't be willing. Moreover, according to I's thinking, if there is really a senior of the foundation establishment stage, why would the 3 sects work so hard to set up a defense at the entrance of the netherworld? Even if there is a senior of the foundation establishment stage, don't we still have other martial brothers? Let's go outside and take a look. If there is no chance, then we'll talk about it in the future or find other opportunities." Sun Shu nodded. "I also feel that the possibility of a senior of the foundation establishment stage is not big. After all, what they want is a treasure of the foundation establishment stage, and the difference between it and the Zhongyao milk is too big. We should still go, but how should we go?" Kun Fian said in a low voice. "Naturally, we should continue to walk forward." Qian Diheng pointed at the location of the invisible spatial rifts. "That's not right." Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, "Since the searching conch fell here, it's not auspicious to continue to walk forward. In my opinion, let's walk from the side and see if there is anything strange." This Xiaohua's explanation was very far-fetched. Qian Diheng was a little unhappy, but after looking at Kun Fian and Qian Diheng, he could only say embarrassedly, "Let's listen to junior brother Zhao's instructions." "Let's go." Xiaohua was also not polite. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone to go around the invisible spatial rifts. Sun Shu did not take back the searching conch. She pointed her finger and the searching conch spun quickly. The blood-like spiral spun round and round, floating above her head. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua felt that they had more or less gone around the spatial rifts. Then he changed his direction again. Just as he was about to fly in the direction of the searching conch, Kun Fian suddenly said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, look. What is that?" Following the direction that Kun Fian was pointing at, everyone lowered their heads to look. On the ground about 30 feet in front of them, there was a layer of yellow-black vegetation. And on top of that vegetation, there was an irregular black object the size of a palm. This object was not big, and mixed in with the yellow and black color, it was not particularly conspicuous. If Kun Fian did not point it out, Xiaohua and the others would definitely not be able to see it. At this time, Everyone was suspicious of the searching conk's failure, so they were very sensitive to these things. Qian Diheng's eyes immediately showed a trace of eagerness and he shouted, "Could it be a treasure?" But when everyone flew closer with their spiritual sense, although there were fluctuations of spiritual energy on that object, it was very weak. It was not something that could be emitted by any magic tool or treasure. Xiaohua looked around very cautiously, but in his spiritual sense he did not see anything special about this object. He also did not see any arrays in the surroundings. Thus, with a wave of his hand, that object fell into Xiaohua's hand. When the object entered his hand, it was slightly heavy, and where his fingers touched there was a kind of rough feeling. Looking at the edges were very smooth, as if it had been cut off by a sharp blade. There were traces of veins on the cut section, and he could not see what material it was made of. On the black surface, where the spiritual energy fluctuations were emitted, there were a few strange-looking runes. These runes were also cut off, and it was impossible to see what it was made of. Xiaohua looked at this object and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he could not think of anything in that moment. He passed it over to Sun Shu and the others, and when Qian Diheng also finished looking at it, he passed it over to Xiaohua. "Senior sister, can you see what this is?" Xiaohua's gaze landed on Kun Fian's face. Just now, regarding the information regarding the auspicious spirit talisman, Xiaohua truly understood that the heritage of the descendants of the Imperial Thunder Sect's various great thunder palaces was far from what he could compare with by reading some ancient records. "I only feel that this object is not a magic tool, and even more so not a fragment of a treasure. I can't see anything else." Kun Fian's eyes were also filled with confusion. "He, junior brother Xiao, let us go look for it again, maybe there will be more." Qian Diheng raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Chapter 1763. As far as the eye could see, there was also a large area of low vegetation, but there was no fragment in Xiaohua's hand. "Let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and led everyone to fly towards the depths of Mingxi. Mingxi really had a huge change. At this time they had just left the periphery of Mingxi and the wind pillar was much thicker. The hurricane that was constantly blowing made the surrounding area dizzy. The so-called east, west, north and south could not be distinguished at all. Fortunately, everyone was at the peak of qi refinement. They took out their respective magic tools and all kinds of brilliance protected themselves. They were not afraid of this hurricane. Look. Qian Diheng had been looking down and suddenly, like a child who saw a new toy, he pointed and shouted. Sure enough, on the ground about 4 zhang in front, there was a protrusion on the ground. On the side there were 2 pieces of the same black fragment. Xiaohua held the fragment in his hand and compared it with the fragment just now. It was obviously the same thing. However, the texture between the 3 did not match. They were not connected together. Strange. Xiaohua also gave these 3 items to Qian Diheng while he himself stood in the air. His eyes were fixed on the 1-foot-long invisible space crack about 1 zhang in front of him. He seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, Kun Fian passed the 3 fragments to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and turned the 3 fragments over. He looked carefully and thought, so it was like this. However, I still don't know where this fragment fell from. Junior brother Xiao, did you find anything? Sun Shu saw Xiaohua's expression and said with a smile. Ah, senior brother Qian, take out the 2 spirit stones that were torn apart by the space crack. Xiaohua smiled and said to Qian Diheng, what do you want my spirit stones for? Qian Diheng stared blankly. However, when he saw Xiaohua take the spirit stone and compare it to the fragment, he immediately realized something and said in disbelief, could it be that this fragment was torn apart by a space crack? Ah, senior sisters, take a look. Xiaohua smiled and passed the spirit stones and fragments to Kun Fian. Kun Fei Yen took a look, nodded slightly and said, as expected, they are all smooth. Although I cannot be sure that they were torn apart by spatial cracks, but under the heavens, in this world there are many magic tools that can cut apart spirit stones and fragments. Qian Diheng said unwillingly. But how many can there be in the netherworld? Sun Shu said with a smile. At this moment the rapidly spinning hunting conch above Sun Shu's head suddenly slowed down. The swaying blood-red color became longer and at the same time, the hunting conch's phantom emerged from the hunting conch again. It swayed slightly in the hurricane. Great. Sun Shu's face lit up with ecstasy when he saw this. He pointed his finger and said anxiously, "Let's go." Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Sun Shu's figure flew into the air along with the searching conch's phantom. Fortunately, although the searching conch's phantom was in the same direction as the spatial crack, it was about 3 meters away from the spatial crack, so it could be considered safe. Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flew to Sun Shu's side. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian were equally surprised and carefully followed behind Xiaohua. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, during which there were several spatial cracks, but they were all outside the searching conch's route. Xiaohua did not remind them, but what made Xiaohua uneasy was that the dark fragments they saw before were increasing in number, and they were all near the spatial cracks. At the beginning, everyone was still interested in collecting them, but after seeing many of them, they already knew that these fragments were not precious, so they did not look at them anymore. Xiaohua just kept the fragments and did not examine them carefully. Ouch! While they were walking, the searching conch fell from the air again, and Sun Shu could not help but exclaim again. Fortunately, after the searching conch's failure last time, although everyone's expression changed, they were still calm. Look! Qian Diheng, who was a little impatient, flew another 3 meters forward and pointed his finger and shouted, There seems to be a lot of fragments." After saying that, Qian Diheng flew forward first. Damn! Xiaohua had just closed his delirium eye and wanted to use the exquisite leaf sutra to recover some of the Buddha's Sarira's exhaustion. Seeing that Qian Diheng was flying in the direction of the invisible spatial cracks, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Xiaohua did not have time to think and used the awakening lightning escape, his figure fluttering in the wind, and like lightning he rushed towards Qian Diheng. But Qian Diheng was also flying very fast and the spatial cracks were also very close. Xiaohua did not have time to catch him and could only fiercely hit him from the side. Ouch! Qian Diheng was also a Qi refining stage 12 cultivator, how could he not notice? Feeling Xiaohua's lightning-fast momentum, although he knew in his heart that Xiaohua didn't have any malicious intent, his body involuntarily wanted to react. However, just as he raised his arm, Xiaohua crashed into him. An unparalleled force sent Qian Diheng flying, and even his mind was confused for a moment. Looking at Xiaohua again after sending Qian Diheng flying, he took an extremely strange posture in midair. His feet were stepping on the void, but it also seemed like he was stepping on solid ground. His figure continuously swayed, obviously trying to avoid something. And just as Xiaohua's figure stabilized, he immediately flew towards the direction Qian Diheng was flying. Because Qian Diheng was like a drunkard, falling down from the sky. Fortunately, Xiaohua reached out to support Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng immediately woke up and said angrily, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Why are you so anxious after seeing the treasure? Why didn't you say anything to me? We should enjoy blessings and endure hardships together." Saying that, without waiting for Qian Diheng's reply, he flew past the spatial cracks and flew towards the direction Qian Diheng pointed at. "You bastard!" Hearing Xiaohua's brainless words, Qian Diheng almost jumped up and shouted. This brother also did not intend to take all of them. "You also collected so many of these fragments along the way. Before Qian Diheng could finish his words, he stood foolishly in midair. Above his right hand, the Taoist robe on his right arm was already damaged, and half of it had already been cut off. My Taoist robe is a magic treasure. Could it be that there was another invisible spatial crack just now? Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. Using his divine sense to scan the surroundings, that half of the Taoist robe had already been blown away without a trace by the hurricane. In an instant, Qian Diheng's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. The magic treasure he was most proud of was like silk in front of a spatial crack. Just now, if not for Xiaohua's collision, he would have already become a corpse, right? "Come quickly, senior brother Qian." Xiaohua's cheers came from the front again. "This little brother knows what this fragment is." Chapter 1764. Qian Diheng anxiously and gratefully flew to Xiaohua's side. In front of him was a pile of black fragments. But this time the fragments weren't as small as the last time. Or rather, they weren't fragments but several large pieces. This is a puppet? Qian Diheng was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. Looking at the shape of the several large pieces, he immediately understood and shouted. Yes. Xiaohua said with a smile. Little brother just felt that it was somewhat familiar, but I didn't think that these fragments were actually from a puppet. Of course, the several large fragments in front of them were in the shape of a human. It seemed that they were cut by the space crack that Qian Diheng encountered just now. The entire fragments were scattered on the ground, so it wasn't difficult to recognize. Why are there puppets here? Kun Fian and Sun Shu also flew over and asked curiously. Puppets have always been rare in our country of Xi. There isn't a sect that specializes in refining puppets. It seems that, in the entire Dawn Rain continent, only the puppet sect in the north of Meng country has the ability to refine puppets? Puppet sect? Qian Diheng shook his head slightly. I heard that puppet sect met with some disaster hundreds of years ago and was destroyed by a mysterious cultivator. Yes, because of puppet sect's destruction, there are fewer and fewer puppets in Dawn Rain continent. Sun Shu nodded. I didn't expect to see a puppet in this dark mystery. I don't know when this puppet was left here. Xiaohua picked up a large piece of the puppet's remains and said in a low voice. But before his voice died away, a thought flashed through his mind. Yeah, since this puppet was torn apart when it was passing through the space crack, someone must have been exploring the space. Since that person was exploring the space and was going in the same direction as we were looking for Zhong Yaolu, then, was that person looking for Zhong Yaolu as well? Moreover, this dark mystery only changed a few days ago. This invisible space crack also appeared recently. The person with the puppet must have just arrived a few days ago. Maybe he came in before the disciples of Shanghua sect surrounded the entrance to dark mystery. Or maybe it was because this person came in that the disciples of Shanghua sect and the other three sects knew that there were treasures in dark mystery. When Xiaohua thought of this, he suddenly raised his head. As expected, Sun Shu, Kun Fian and Qian Diheng also thought of this and raised their heads in shock. This isn't. Qian Diheng couldn't help but ask. About Zhong Yaoru? Do Thunder Controlling Sect? Oh no, puppet school disciples know about it too? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Sun Shu immediately replied. I also thought that only the disciples of our Imperial Thunder Sect knew about this. Maybe it's just that the path is the same, but the things we're looking for are different. Kun Fian said in a low voice as he looked at the countless gigantic wind pillars in front of them. Let's go. No matter who they are, since they're already here, there's no need to think too much about it. We'll meet them sooner or later. At this moment, Xiaohua had already made up his mind. He waved his hand and the remains of the puppets were sucked into the space. Sun Shu's searching snail still couldn't be used, so he flew behind Xiaohua. Kun Fian flew a little slower and came to Qian Diheng's side and asked in a low voice, Junior brother Qian, what happened just now? Why did junior brother Xiao suddenly bump into you? Nothing. Qian Diheng glanced at Kun Fian and said with a smile. Junior brother Xiao was blown away by the wind and was flying around like a headless fly. He just happened to bump into me. Kun Fian rolled his eyes at Qian Diheng and sped up. Qian Diheng said in a low voice. What? Do you want to know a man's secret? I won't tell you. While speaking, he secretly looked at his Taoist robe and also flew away. Moving forward, it was incomparably smooth again. Not only did the wind weaken a lot, even the space cracks didn't appear again, which made Xiaohua a little confused. But looking at Sun Shu's face, there was a trace of joy. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat doubtful gaze, Sun Shu smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, you don't know, a place like this with a stable space is extremely rare. And in this kind of place, although the space cracks exist, they must be stable. And only in this kind of stable place, the space where Zhong Yao's milk is in can exist for a long time, and we can have opportunities. Xiaohua nodded and asked, so the direction and place we came from are not wrong. It should be right. Sun Shu nodded affirmatively. Good. Before Xiaohua's cheering stopped, the hunting snail above Sun Shu's head flashed again, and an illusion appeared again. Even Qian Diheng laughed loudly. It seemed that Zhong Yao's milk was about to be obtained. The hunting snail's illusion flew extremely fast, and in the time it took to eat a meal it actually found a flat place. The wind here seemed to have stopped and there were obviously several wind pillars in the distance, but the strong wind caused by those wind pillars seemed to cancel each other out. There was only a slight breeze which was strangely warm. Moreover, the ground was a little different, it was actually a little green and the low plants on the ground also had green lines on them. This place. As soon as he arrived at this place, a slightly dense heaven and earth aura rushed to his face, unexpectedly making Xiaohua feel a burst of freshness in his mouth and nose. How could such a strange situation not make him happy? Even if he didn't know if this was the place the hunting snail was looking for, he was already 30% sure in his heart. How great. Seeing this, Sun Shu's face unconsciously showed a big smile. Qian Diheng even did a somersault in the air, smiled and said, I am indeed an extraordinary person. This is the place where I am destined to build my foundation. Such a difficult place to find, even without the hunting snail I still found it. If I don't build my foundation, how can I live up to heaven's love? Ha Kunfian's smile was also unusual. This flat place was not big, only about 10 zhong wide. Although Xiaohua's spirit sense couldn't reach far, he could see everything as far as his eyes could see. On this flat place, except for the slightly green plants and the flat terrain, there was nothing special about it. There were also no invisible space cracks in the air. If it was placed outside of Mingxi, it would definitely be extremely ordinary and no one would take a second look at it. Sun Shu was happy, but seeing that the hunting snail still didn't have any reaction, he turned to Xiaohua and said, Brother Xiao, are you surprised? And a little bit. Xiaohua slightly nodded, looked around, pointed and said, if Sister Sun didn't say it, I definitely wouldn't have thought that there was Zhong Yaolu here. I would have just rested here and left immediately. Rested a bit and then left? Qian Diheng also walked over with a smile and said, we don't know how big this Mingxi is and how many dangers there are in it. This 10 zhong wide paradise is like an oasis in the desert. You can only find it by chance and not by searching. Brother Xiao, don't look at how easy it was for us to find it. If we didn't have the hunting snail, even if 10,000 cultivators came with us, none of them would be able to reach here safely. Indeed, Xiaohua nodded. Along the way, not to mention other things, just the space cracks alone, if not for his illusion breaker eye that could see invisible space cracks, the 4 of them would have died long ago. How could they have followed the hunting snail to this place? The hunting snail was good, but it couldn't see any space cracks. What do we do next? Xiaohua asked. Nothing else. Sun Shu spread out her hands, showing the curves of her body, smiled and said, we just need to wait for the space cracks to appear. Brother Xiao, the space crack where Zhong Yaolu is hidden is a slightly stable space and the area inside is also very big. This space crack will appear irregularly and when it appears we can go in to find Zhong Yaolu. When we find Zhong Yaolu and wait for the space crack to open, we can come out from inside. Kun Fian explained. Sister Kun, you actually know so much? Sun Shu's face was a bit awkward and asked, then, how do we find Zhong Yaolu inside? I only know how to enter the space crack, I don't know anything else. Kun Fian pursed his lips and smiled. I also got this from Master. She only knows this much. However, she said that entering the space crack is only the first step. We only know how to find Zhong Yaolu, but we are still far away from finding Zhong Yaolu. As for where Zhong Yaolu is in the space, no one knows. Didn't the seniors of our thunder-controlling sect already get Zhong Yaolu? Xiaohua asked. Didn't they leave it as a mark? The space crack is not stable at all, so Zhong Yaolu will not be in a fixed place. Otherwise, how could so many seniors die or return empty-handed? The joy on Qian Diheng's face gradually disappeared and he said seriously, it's said that the space inside is even more dangerous than Mingxi. We have to be extra careful. Yes, Mingxi blocked 40% of the cultivators, and the danger inside the space blocked 55% of the cultivators. Only 5% of the cultivators have a chance to meet Zhong Yaolu. Sun Shu nodded and said. Chapter 1765. Xue Xue cast a spell and her body gradually turned over. Sun Ming looked at her with pity and withdrew her hand. Xue Xue's long eyelashes trembled slightly. After a few hours she fell from the sky. Xue Xue opened her eyes and immediately fell to the ground. She kowtowed and said, Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Xue Xue. Get up. Sun Ming looked at her with a complicated gaze and waved her hand. Shue's body involuntarily stood up with a look of panic on her face. Sun Ming stared at Shue for a long time and said sternly, Shue, I've told you clearly. With your talent, if you cultivate step by step, it won't be difficult for you to build your foundation. It's even possible for you to reach the golden core stage. But why didn't you listen to me during this closed-door cultivation? Is this the secret method to break through the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, a secret of your Misty Mountain? Yes. Shue bit her lips and said in a low voice, I'll punish you as you wish. Why would I punish you? Sun Ming sneered, it's not like I made the decision on my own and didn't put my own future in my eyes. No, I was wrong. Shue lowered her head and muttered. Remember that you promised me before you went into closed-door cultivation that you wouldn't advance prematurely. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Not only did you advance prematurely but you also used the secret method of the Misty Mountain? Sun Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said sternly, don't you know that breaking through 2 levels at once, your future cultivation will be much more difficult? Shue heard and her face turned pale. She fell to the ground with a plop and tears appeared in her eyes. Master, however, Shue choked for a long time and didn't say a word. You're so stubborn. Sun Ming sneered, isn't it just the little guy called Xiaohua from the Myriad Thunder Valley? Don't think that I don't know. Master. Shue's face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, this has nothing to do with Xiaohua. What do you mean nothing? Sun Ming said with a straight face, I know everything about his shady business at the Feather Immortal Assembly. I've also heard about the matter between him and Huanhua Sect's fairy Hongxia. Master. Shue was a little embarrassed. She originally thought that Sun Ming did not care about the secular affairs of the sect, let alone the miscellaneous matters. Who knew that Master knew everything? This old one also knows about Xiaohua's failure to build his foundation. Sun Ming sighed and said, this time Sun Shu went out to train. Although she didn't tell this old body clearly who she went with, how could this old body not know? If it weren't for the fact that you and Xiaohua have some sort of relationship, how could this old woman allow a rogue cultivator to taint the secrets of my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning cultivators? Master. Shue's face was abnormally hot as tears welled up in her eyes. She said gratefully, your disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. Not only can I not compare to Fairy Hongxia in terms of looks, my cultivation level is also much lower. If not for your disciple taking the initiative to look for him, I'm afraid, you stupid girl. Sun Ming lovingly stroked Shue's head and said lovingly, Master knows that you are very strong. Daring to love and daring to hate is what Master lacked when she was young. Isn't this the reason why you attracted Xiaohua? Just as you said, if you didn't take the initiative to confess and force Xiaohua to accept you, you only had to take half a step back and this opportunity of dual cultivation would have been gone. Master. Shue was incomparably bashful, as if all her inner secrets had been seen through by Sun Ming. Don't be afraid, child. Don't you still have your master? Sun Ming said proudly. Although Huanhua Sect's fairy Hongxia has already built her foundation with this old body here, you will catch up to her sooner or later. There is no need to be so rash. Besides, Xiaohua is my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. You are in a favorable position, so how can you be afraid of fairy Hongxia? Moreover, with this old body here, you only need to say a word to Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness and everything will fall into place. It's fine if others don't know about your rash advancement, but if they know, they will think that you are in a hurry to do dual cultivation. Master. Shue's face was as red as dripping blood. She shyly said in a low voice, her voice like a mosquito. That's enough. You should adjust your breathing. Sun Ming clapped her hands and took out a thin booklet. She handed it over and said, this is our sect's secret technique. You should carefully comprehend it. You rashly advanced 2 levels. It is truly dangerous. If you can successfully cultivate this secret technique, the after effects from just now can be eliminated by 90%. The remaining 10% is nothing to worry about. In addition, don't worry. This old body has a sense of propriety regarding the matter between you and Xiaohua. Shue was delighted. She kowtowed and said, many thanks, Master. I actually want to see what virtue and ability this Xiaohua has to make you so infatuated. Sun Ming pretended to be angry and said, This time if he doesn't build his foundation, this old body, master. Shue Shue was afraid that her master would say something and hurriedly interjected. I heard senior sister Sun Shu say that this time, she also doesn't have much confidence. Don't mention Xiaohua. Hee hee. Sun Ming laughed a few times. She floated up and said as she walked, it is said that Fairy Hongxia's master is Kai Qin, a fickle female cultivator. I don't know if Fairy Hongxia will be the same as her master. Farewell, master. Shue Shue's face was filled with joy as she sent Sun Ming off. When Sun Ming's figure disappeared, Shue Shue patted her storage pouch and took out a restriction token to activate the restriction in the quiet room. She then sat down cross-legged. The secret technique of Sun Lei Palace was spread out in front of her eyes. However, Shue Shue's gaze did not fall on the booklet. Instead, she stared blankly at the sky in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking about. After a long time, 2 drops of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. In the Huanhua Sect's cold ice valley, the bleak, biting cold and knife-like wind wreaked havoc in a 1 li wide and 10 li long valley. On the valley's stone walls, there was a layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder and as transparent as a mirror. The climate in the cold ice valley was abnormal. It was completely different from the other places in the Huanhua Sect. Not to mention that there had not been anyone in the cold ice valley for 100 years. Even within 100 li of the valley, no one would come close for dozens of years or even hundreds of years. At this moment, in front of an exquisite cave, on a transparent platform sealed in ice, Fairy Hongxia was twisting her body into a strange posture. She was like a phoenix flying in the sky but also like a floating cloud. One of her hands was placed on her forehead, while the other was placed on her back. Both of her hands were pinched together to form a mysterious hand seal. A faint green light flowed around her body. The path that the green light followed was not the usual meridians, but Fairy Hongxia's blood vessels. The green light not only formed a thin light shield around Fairy Hongxia's body, blocking the fierce cold wind in the cold ice valley, but also gradually gathered around Fairy Hongxia's body. After a few years of cultivation, it had gradually condensed into the shape of a phoenix. However, this phoenix formed by the green light was so green that it was oozing out. What was even stranger was that on Fairy Hongxia's forehead, there was also a small lifelike green phoenix pattern. However, this green phoenix pattern on Fairy Hongxia's gradually turning green face seemed a little rigid. Chapter 1766. Not to mention that Xiaohua and the others were sitting in meditation inside the dark mystery, waiting for the space crack to appear. Somewhere in the dark mystery near a wind pillar, there were several 12th-layer Qi refining cultivators standing quietly. These cultivators were dressed differently and their ages were also different. However, their bodies were suffused with a faint brilliance, resisting the huge attractive force of the rotating wind pillar. Moreover, these people's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the huge wind pillar. This wind pillar was several tens of feet in size. The rotating hurricane stirred up the space, making it impossible to see everything inside the wind pillar. However, at the bottom of the wind pillar, a light blue brilliance was faintly flickering. It was clearly the outline of an orchid. Strangely, this light blue orchid wasn't torn apart by the hurricane. Instead, it quietly floated and its brilliance became increasingly bright. After a moment, a slightly older male cultivator muttered, This is the Dark Yulan? The legendary treasure that is even more mystical than the Foundation Establishment pill? Fellow Taoist Feng is wrong. A similarly older female cultivator next to him smiled and said, The Dark Yulan is even more mystical than the exquisite grass. Using the juice of the Dark Yulan to refine the Foundation Establishment pill, only 1 drop is needed, and the Foundation Establishment pill's attribute will immediately change. The previous Foundation Establishment pill could only help the true Qi in the meridians condense into true essence, but this variant Foundation Establishment pill can directly condense true Qi into true essence. You say, isn't this a treasure bestowed to us peak Qi refining cultivators by the heavens? Exactly. Another thin cultivator with a slightly pale face twirled the short beard under his chin and smiled. The key point is that we traveled here together to look for an opportunity to reach Foundation Establishment. Unexpectedly, We encountered such a useful treasure, which shows that our opportunity to reach Foundation establishment has arrived. Fellow Taoist Ming is right. That fellow Taoist Feng nodded and said, there's one more thing. This dark Yulan is not the main ingredient of the Foundation establishment pill. Every time we refine a cauldron of Foundation establishment pills, we only need one drop. This dark Yulan is enough for us and the junior brothers that we summoned. AI. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have enough confidence to take the underworld orchid out of the wind pillar, we wouldn't have needed to inform our fellow sect brothers and sisters. Once this information was sent out, it certainly increased our chances of success, but it also leaked the news. It is said that many disciples of other sects outside the Dark Insight have also received the news and are attacking the entrance of the Dark Insight. Fellow Taoist Ming sighed and said, this dark Yulan orchid was discovered by the disciples of our 3 sections. What qualifications do other people have to obtain it? The female cultivator shrieked. Those disciples are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Kill them all. It's not that easy. Another cultivator said, our sect's disciple has already come to report that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect named Xiaohua used a secret technique and repeatedly took out a magic weapon to tear apart the defensive line of our 3 sect's disciples. He and 3 other disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were the first to enter the netherworld. This disciple called Xiaohua doesn't want to live anymore? The female cultivator was shocked. How can we aura refining disciples use magic weapons so many times? How can the meridians withstand it? That's right. This guy had just broken through and immediately fell from the sky. He must have been seriously injured. The cultivator sneered and said, it's a pity that our 7 skills sect's disciples are doing their best to resist the enemy's attack. Otherwise they would have been killed on the spot. Even if they don't die on the spot, they won't be able to reach Foundation establishment in the future. The female cultivator sneered. As long as we guard the entrance of the Dark Insight, for people won't be able to create any big waves. Unfortunately, Xiaohua tore apart the defensive line of our 7 skills sect's disciples. The other disciples couldn't save him in time. Several hours ago, over 100 aura refining cultivators from other sects had already entered the Dark Insight. The cultivator said regretfully. The female cultivator was startled at first, then she said disdainfully, the Dark Insight is so big. How many people can reach this place? Not to mention that the Dark Insight has undergone some unknown changes. Spatial cracks have appeared without order. Out of 100 people who enter, no more than 10 will be able to leave. On the other hand, our 3 sects disciples have to use a secret technique to communicate. This wind pillar is just as fellow Taoist Feng said. It's actually weakened. As the female cultivator spoke, her face suddenly lit up with joy and she pointed at the wind pillar in front of her. Within the wind pillar, the hurricane was still surging violently. Even its momentum hadn't weakened in the slightest. However, everyone had taken out their magic treasures or magic tools to resist the wind pillar's rampage. Every change in the wind pillar was clearly visible to them. The female cultivator's words were all understood by everyone's magic power consumption. Thus, they all excitedly looked at the faint blue light within the wind pillar. However, what caused these peak chi refinement cultivators to blush with shame was that outside of the wind pillar, in the air 1,000 feet away, there was a 3-inch black dot flying in circles along with the air currents. If one could see it clearly, it was a small bird-shaped puppet. Thunder Control Sect's Thunder Palace, a small palace. Within a quiet room, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered, almost forming a gale. This gale lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Not only did it not show any signs of weakening, it became even stronger. There was a restriction outside the quiet room, but at this moment, it began to flicker with light. Not good, which junior martial sisters' cultivation went awry? The disturbance caused by the restriction immediately attracted the attention of several 10th-layer chi refining female cultivators. One of the female cultivators glanced at the jade medallion above the silent room and hastily clapped her hand, sending out a thunder sound-transmitting talisman. Wang, the restriction of the quiet room gradually began to let out a slight rumble, as if to attract the attention of others. Sun Zhou. A gentle voice sounded from afar. When the female cultivator who sent out the signal turned her head, a golden core cultivator had already appeared behind her. Greetings to martial ancestor Sun Ming. The female cultivators quickly saluted and Sun Zhou quickly said, Martial ancestor, the one inside the quiet room seems to be junior martial sister Xue Xue. She, AI, this old one knows. You all can go on patrol. Sun Ming's spirit sense swept over and her face was a bit gloomy. She waved her sleeve and said, Yes. The female cultivators didn't dare to say more and quickly left after saluting. Sun Ming's bright eyes turned and with a point of her hand she used her mana to open the restriction of the quiet room, and her figure disappeared into the quiet room. In the quiet room Xue Xue's entire body was upside down in midair, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, gathering into her meridians. However, at this time Xue Xue's face was crimson red, and her body seemed to have grown by 30%. Her two hands were doing their best to form hand signs, but those two hands were trembling and were unable to form. Silly child. Sun Ming's face was full of regret, and her figure flew in front of Xue Xue, and she slapped her hand, which was where Xue Xue's dantian was located. Once Sun Ming slapped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was gathering in immediately stopped, and Xue Xue's hands also stopped trembling and she began to form hand signs. Chapter 1767. Xue Xue cast a spell and her body gradually turned over. Sun Ming looked at her with pity and withdrew her hand. Xue Xue's long eyelashes trembled slightly. After a few hours she fell from the sky. Xue Xue opened her eyes and immediately fell to the ground. She kowtowed and said, Thank you, master, for saving my life. Xue Xue. Get up. Sun Ming looked at her with a complicated gaze and waved her hand. Xue Xue's body involuntarily stood up with a look of panic on her face. Sun Ming stared at Xue Xue for a long time and said sternly, Xue Xue, I've told you clearly. With your talent, if you cultivate step by step, it won't be difficult for you to build your foundation. It's even possible for you to reach the golden core stage. But why didn't you listen to me during this closed-door cultivation? Is this the secret method to break through the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, a secret method of your Misty Mountain? Yes. Xue Xue bit her lips and said softly, I'll accept any punishment. Why should I punish you? Sun Ming sneered, It's not like I made the decision on my own and didn't put my own future in my eyes. No, I was wrong. Xue Xue lowered her head and muttered, remember what you promised me before you went into closed-door cultivation, that you wouldn't advance prematurely. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Not only did you advance prematurely, but you also used the secret method of the Misty Mountain. Sun Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said sternly, Don't you know that breaking through 2 levels at once, your future cultivation will be much more difficult? Xue Xue heard and her face turned pale. She fell to the ground with a plop and tears appeared in her eyes. Master, however, Xue Xue choked for a long time and didn't say a word. You're so stubborn. Sun Ming sneered, Isn't it just the little guy called Xiao Hua from the Myriad Thunder Valley? Don't think that I don't know. Master. Xue Xue's face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, This has nothing to do with Xiao Hua. What do you mean nothing? Sun Ming said sternly, I know everything about his shady business at the Feather Immortal Gathering. I've also heard about the matter between him and the Wanhua sect's fairy Hong Xia. Master. Xue Xue was a little embarrassed. She originally thought that Sun Ming did not care about the secular affairs of the sect, let alone the miscellaneous matters. Who knew that master knew everything? This old one also knows about Xiao Hua's failure to build his foundation. Sun Ming sighed and said, This time Sun Shu went out to train. Although she didn't tell this old body clearly who she went with, how could this old body not know? If it weren't for the fact that you and Xiao Hua have some sort of relationship, how could this old woman allow a rogue cultivator to taint the secrets of my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning cultivators? Master. Xue Xue's face was abnormally hot as tears welled up in her eyes. She said gratefully, Your disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. Not only can I not compare to Fairy Hong Xia in terms of looks, my cultivation level is also much lower. If not for your disciple taking the initiative to look for him, I'm afraid, you stupid girl. Sun Ming lovingly stroked Xue Xue's head and said lovingly, Master knows that you are very strong. Daring to love and daring to hate is what Master lacked when she was young. Isn't this the reason why you attracted Xiaohua? Just as you said, if you didn't take the initiative to confess and force Xiaohua to accept you, you only had to take half a step back and this opportunity of dual cultivation would have been gone. Master. Xue Xue was incomparably bashful, as if all her inner secrets had been seen through by Sun Ming. Don't be afraid, child. Don't you still have your master? Sun Ming said proudly. Although Huanhua Sec's fairy Hongxia has already built her foundation with this old body here, you will catch up to her sooner or later. There is no need to be so rash. Besides, Xiaohua is my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. You are in a favorable position, so how can you be afraid of fairy Hongxia? Moreover, with this old body here, you only need to say a word to Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness and everything will fall into place. It's fine if others don't know about your rash advancement, but if they know, they will think that you are in a hurry to do dual cultivation. Master. Xue Xue's face was as red as dripping blood. She shyly said in a low voice, her voice like a mosquito. That's enough. You should adjust your breathing. Sun Ming clapped her hands and took out a thin booklet. She handed it over and said, "This is our sect's secret technique. Carefully comprehend it. You rashly advanced 2 levels. It is indeed dangerous. If you can successfully cultivate this secret technique, the after effects from just now can be eliminated by 90%. The remaining 10% is nothing to worry about. In addition, don't worry. This old body knows what to do about you and Xiaohua." Xue Xue was delighted. She kowtowed and said, "Many thanks, Master. I actually want to see what virtue and ability this Xiaohua has to make you so infatuated." Sun Ming pretended to be angry and said, "This time if he doesn't build his foundation, this old body, Master." Xue Xue was afraid that her master would say something and hurriedly said, "I heard Senior Marshal Sister Sun Shu say that this time, she also doesn't have much confidence. Don't mention Xiaohua. Hee hee." Sun Ming laughed a few times. She floated up and said as she walked, "It is said that Fairy Hongxia's master is Kai Qin, a fickle female cultivator. I don't know if Fairy Hongxia will be the same as her master." "Feral master." Xue Xue's face showed joy as she sent Sun Ming off. When Sun Ming's figure disappeared, Xue Xue patted her storage pouch and took out a restriction token to activate the restriction in the quiet room. She then sat down cross-legged. The secret technique of Sun Lei Palace was spread out in front of her. However, Xue Xue's gaze did not fall on the small book. Instead, she looked blankly at the sky in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking about. After a long time, 2 drops of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. In the Huanhua sect, in the Valley of Ice, the bleak, biting cold and knife-like wind wreaked havoc in a valley that was 1 li wide and several li long. On the stone walls of the valley, there was a layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder and as transparent as a mirror. The climate of this Valley of Ice was abnormal. It was completely different from the other places in the Huanhua sect. Not to mention that there had been no one in the Valley of Ice for 100 years. Even within 100 li of the valley, no one would come close for dozens of years or even hundreds of years. This cold wind was different from other places. Within the hurricane there was an aura of the netherworld. There were even blood threads that were hard to see with the naked eye flying out. However, the moment these blood threads appeared, they immediately turned into ice and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, in front of an exquisite cave, on a transparent platform sealed in ice, Fairy Hongxia was twisting her body into a strange posture. She was like a phoenix flying in the sky but also like a floating cloud. One of her hands was placed on her forehead, while the other was placed on her back. Both of her hands were pinched together to form a mysterious hand seal. A faint green light flowed around her body. The path that the green light followed was not the usual meridians, but Fairy Hongxia's blood vessels. The green light not only formed a thin light shield around Fairy Hongxia's body, blocking the fierce cold wind in the Valley of Ice, but also gradually gathered around Fairy Hongxia's body. After several years of cultivation, it had gradually condensed into the shape of a phoenix. Chapter 1768. However, the phoenix formed by the green light was so green that it was oozing out. What was even stranger was that on Fairy Hongxia's forehead, there was also a small lifelike green phoenix pattern. However, this green phoenix pattern on Fairy Hongxia's gradually turning green face seemed a little rigid. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past. The green phoenix swayed a few times as if it was about to be blown to pieces. Fairy Hongxia's eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a strong sense of hesitation between her brows. However, this hesitation was immediately blown away by the strong wind. Fairy Hongxia's hands trembled continuously as if the phoenix was nodding. As Fairy Hongxia's hand seals were formed, the green light around Fairy Hongxia shone brightly. The phoenix celestial body seemed to have received a source of energy, and it expanded rapidly. Not only did the feathers become clearer, even the head and plume of the phoenix celestial body appeared. Furthermore, the phoenix celestial body gradually rose in the strong wind, and it actually showed signs of breaking away from Fairy Hongxia's body. After a short while, a crisp phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth, and the strong wind in the entire valley of ice froze. Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body spread its wings, its head raised high, and a pair of blurry phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light that looked down on the world. The celestial body trembled rapidly, and broke away from Fairy Hongxia's body. However, the moment the celestial body broke away from Fairy Hongxia's body, the green light around Fairy Hongxia's body flickered and gradually dimmed. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with despair. JJ. The phoenix celestial body also cried out, and the arrogant eyes of the phoenix also showed the signs of nirvana. Xue Xue's chi deviation was in the Sun Lei Palace, and there was a junior sister from the Imperial Thunder Sect who reported it, and Master Sun Ming who helped her. However, where was Fairy Hongxia? How could anyone discover her in this uninhabited valley of ice? The green light around Fairy Hongxia's body hardened, forming a layer of green ice. Bit by bit, it froze Fairy Hongxia's body from the surface. However, within Fairy Hongxia's body, there was a little bit of heat, burning more and more. Darling Xiao. In Fairy Red Dawn's gradually blurring consciousness, there was no Kai Zhuoxiao, no Kai Haifeng and the others. Instead there was Xiaohua's figure. Xiaohua's slender phoenix eyes similarly had an aura that could overlook the world. This aura made Fairy Red Dawn feel incomparably close to him, giving birth to an unparalleled attraction. It made her feel like a moth flying into a flame. Fairy Hongxia finally understood why she fell in love with Xiaohua at first sight. Netherworld. Xiaohua and the others sat cross-legged on a small flat area that was warm and tranquil, and they were completely unaware of the numerous unexpected events that had occurred outside the netherworld. The sound of sand falling to the ground grew louder and louder, like the noise of silkworms chewing on mulberry leaves. Great! Sun Shu was the first to open her eyes. She saw that the searching conch that she had been using all this time had begun to slowly turn. The faint red screw spun round and round and the illusion no longer appeared. The entire searching conch flew towards a place on the other side of the flat area. Needless to say, that place was the place where the sound was coming from. When the searching conch came to a stop in the air, the screw stopped spinning. The sound was like the sound of waves crashing against the shore, gradually turning into a roar. Xiaohua and the others were naturally overjoyed. This strange phenomenon was far from the spatial rifts that they had encountered earlier. There was definitely something strange going on. Indeed, at the place where the searching conch had stopped, a small yellow dot of light suddenly appeared. This dot of light did not stop at all. It gradually elongated and widened. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a 1 zhang long and 3 qi wide spatial rift had appeared in the air. Gusts of cool wind blew out from that spatial rift. That wind was so rich in natural aura that it was at least a few times richer than the natural aura in this flat area. Xiaohua scanned the spatial rift with his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. The natural aura in this flat area was coming out from this spatial rift, which was why the vegetation on this flat area was so abnormal. Only such rich natural aura could produce Zhongyao milk. Quick, Sun Shu first put away the searching conch. Then as soon as she saw the spatial rift taking shape, she urged Xiaohua, then patted her hand and took out a shiny talisman from her storage bag. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Xiao, please stick this talisman on the edge of the spatial rift." Yes, Xiaohua knew that Sun Shu had used up a bit of his spiritual power. Although he had been meditating for a few days, he had been using the searching conch all this time. Therefore he did not refuse and activated his spiritual power. The talisman emitted a bright light green light and gradually enlarged. It only stopped after absorbing 30% of Xiaohua's spiritual power. Seeing that the talisman had expanded to about 1 qi, Sun Shu was clearly surprised. She looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze, then looked at the spatial rift and said, "Junior brother, this spatial rift is about to shrink. You don't have to use all of your spiritual power." And seeing that the spatial rift was indeed shrinking rapidly, much faster than before, Xiaohua agreed and waved his hand. The talisman flickered and landed on the edge of the spatial rift. Immediately the spatial rift stopped shrinking. "Let's go." Sun Shu waved his hand and entered first. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other and entered one after another. Xiaohua was the last to enter. Just as Xiaohua entered at the edge of the spatial rift, the light green light flickered and then separated from it. It turned back into a talisman and landed on Sun Shu's hand, who had been waiting for a long time. This. Xiaohua landed in the spatial rift and immediately felt a heavy feeling on his shoulder. It was quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the spatial rift was yellow. Although he did not know where the light came from, it was like there was a layer of fog. The naked eye could not see far. He tried to release his spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness. Just like Mingxi, they could not go very far. They could only reach within 10 zhang. Xiaohua could not help but frown. Sun Shu took the talisman and handed it to Kun Fian, saying, "Senior sister Kun, this time I will have to trouble you to activate this talisman and strike it near the spatial rift. I can use this talisman to return here later." Kun Fian obeyed and struck the talisman. Sun Shu patted his storage bag and took out 3 light green-yellow talismans. He handed them to the 3 people and said, "The time we have to search for Zhongyao milk is limited. This is a child talisman. After 6 hours, no matter if we find Zhongyao milk or not, we have to activate the child talisman. The child talisman will bring us here." Only 6 hours. Qian Diheng howled, "We worked so hard to get to this spatial rift, but we only have 6 hours. When they were resting on the flat ground, Sun Shu had already told them about the things they needed to pay attention to. Xiaohua already knew the time limit and smiled. "If senior brother Qian is willing, then you can stay here for a long time. Not only will you have Zhongyao milk, you will also have rich earth attribute spiritual energy. You can cultivate until you reach the Yuanying stage before coming out." "I have a thunder attribute physique, why would I cultivate here?" Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, "Moreover, we don't know where this spatial rift is usually. All the cultivators who entered the spatial rift and didn't get out in time all died. I have no reason to take that risk." "Hehe, then let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Senior brothers, where do you all go? I will go last." "All right," Qian Diheng glanced at it and casually pointed, "Then I will go there." After saying that, Qian Diheng didn't fly over. He patted his hand and Ming Hao's halberd appeared in the air. "I will go in this direction." Kun Fian didn't stand on ceremony and found a direction opposite to Qian Diheng and hurriedly left. "Junior brother Xiao." Sun Shu waited for the 2 of them to leave before saying in a low voice, "This spatial rift doesn't seem dangerous, but in reality, there are many things that we cultivators can't understand. If we are not careful, we can be buried here. Junior brother must be careful." "I know." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister Sun, which direction do you want to go?" Sun Shu didn't pay attention to him and looked straight at Xiaohua. He seemed to have some desire. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she reached her mouth, she changed her words. "Actually, junior brother's power is really beyond I's expectations. That talisman just now. Senior sister Kun could only activate it to half a foot in size." Hearing Sun Shu talk about some irrelevant things, Xiaohua already understood that Sun Shu's cultivation was stronger than Shue's. Along the way she had a tacit understanding with him. However, he and Fairy Hongxiao were close. Although they weren't as straightforward as Shui, the feeling of their hearts being connected was far from what others could understand. Other than Fairy Hongxiao, Xiaohua had somewhat rashly accepted Shui. In his heart he originally felt that he owed her. How could he provoke another female cultivator? Although he knew that Sun Shu had deep feelings for him, Xiaohua still smiled deeply at her and said, "Senior sister, we don't have much time. Let's hurry and find Zhong Yao Lao. I think Xue Xue should be coming out of seclusion in Sun Lei Palace soon, right?" Sun Shu's face suddenly turned red, then pale. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, "I have always envied junior sister Xue Xue. She is straightforward and straightforward. She pursues according to her own preferences. Even if she suffers a setback, she knows where she failed. Unlike us who are vague and don't dare to understand. Even if there is a chance in front of us, we will still miss it. Sigh after this parting, although it will be 6 hours, I'm afraid we may not meet again. There are some things that I have always wanted to say but I can't. I always feel that there will be a long time in the future, but in the end, it is the time to say it." Xiaohua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He also sighed, some things can be said but some things can't be said casually. "Ah, I understand." Sun Shu raised her eyebrows and laughed. "I will go this way. Junior brother, I wish you great fortune and great fortune. I hope you can get Zhong Yao Lao soon. If I get it, I will definitely give senior sister 10%. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Sun Shu smiled bitterly. "Junior brother Xiao, don't be so nice to others." After saying that, she turned and left. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, "Junior brother, remember, don't use the Earth Escape Talisman. This space is within the chaotic netherworld storm, and there are spatial cracks all over the ground." Chapter 1769. "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua said bitterly, "This zhongyao milk is really hard to find. There is no zhongyao milk in the air, there is no zhongyao milk on the ground, there is only condensation at the bottom of the trenches. We can't go underground to find it." Looking at Xiaohua's exaggerated bitter smile, Sun Shu felt an unspeakable pain in her heart. She just wanted this trip to be as long as possible. Seeing Sun Shu standing there in a daze, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving. Senior sister, be careful too." And Sun Shu came back to her senses and nodded sadly. She walked forward reluctantly. Xiaohua walked a few steps and waited for a moment. After releasing his spiritual sense, he activated his Buddhist consciousness and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Inside his Dharma eye there were yellow dots of light. It was the brilliance of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were very few lights of other colors in this space. Just as Xiaohua was walking slowly, his Dharma eye suddenly saw a dozen or so slightly bright dots of light in the air. Could this be zhongyao milk? Xiaohua was overjoyed and flew up. However, just as he flew up, he was surprised. The earth element spiritual energy in this space was so thick that not only did it press down on his body, it was also very strenuous for him to fly. How could Xiaohua be compared to an ordinary cultivator? He had always been the master of breaking through with force. Why would he care about this little bit of weight? Xiaohua still effortlessly flew up into the air and put those tens of thumb-sized beads into his bag. Looking at those thumb-sized beads, Xiaohua seemed to be lost in thought. This bead was crystal clear and had a yellow color. It was the essence of earth power, not the zhongyao milk. What a pity, I have a fire element physique and also cultivate a fire element cultivation method. Xiaohua giggled as he kept the beads. He thought to himself, I can't use these earth elemental essences. Otherwise, the earth elemental cultivation method jade scroll I got from the spirit husbandry sect disciple last time would be equivalent to several years of cultivation outside if I were to cultivate for 6 hours in this space. Previously, when Xiaohua killed 4 spirit husbandry sect disciples, he left behind a foundation establishment realm cultivation technique. Sun Shu and the others didn't care about it, so Xiaohua had no choice but to take it himself. Now that he saw that the earth element spirit energy in the space was abnormally dense, he couldn't help but sigh. After putting away the earth condensed pearl, Xiaohua landed on the ground and used his transcendence vision to observe the underground. Although his transcendence vision could only penetrate several zhang deep into the ground, there were many spatial cracks and a lot of scarlet and sticky things. With just a glance, one could tell that it was not something easy to deal with. Without Sun Shu's warning, Xiaohua would not have casually used Earth Escape. The space seemed to be very big and one's eyes and spiritual sense couldn't go far. Xiaohua was like a headless fly, unable to distinguish north from south. Although he said that he was going forward, the ground was sometimes high and sometimes low and there were no obvious signs. After a short while, Xiaohua was completely lost. Perhaps it was because the spiritual qi of the earth was very rich. There were no plants in this space, let alone spirit beasts. Along the way there was only earth and stones. These stones were very hard. Xiaohua was very interested in them at first, thinking that they were some kind of spirit stones. Unfortunately, after seeing a few of them, he even used his devil hammer to smash a few of them. However, the spiritual qi inside these stones was much more than ordinary stones, even inferior to low-grade spirit stones. Or, when the Dharma eye is the naked eye and the naked eye is the Dharma eye, I'll enter the realm of seeing a mountain as still a mountain. This young master's cultivation is still shallow. I'll slowly see a mountain as not a mountain. Xiaohua smiled and put the earth condensed flower into his space. But at this moment his smile froze on his face. He stared at the stone wall next to the earth condensed flower with a trace of surprise and joy in his eyes. Next to the earth condensed flower, there was a palm-sized mark. It looked like it was stepped on, but it also looked like it was touched. This stone wall is so hard, how could someone step on it with their feet? Even if a cultivator came here, they wouldn't touch the stone wall with their feet, right? Xiaohua frowned and pondered. Then his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and took out the puppet wreckage that he had collected in dark mystery. He found a similar wreckage and compared it with the imprint. Although it's not a complete match, the size and shape are similar. This mark was probably left by a puppet. Xiaohua thought. From the dark mystery to the spatial crack, there were puppets walking in front. Needless to say, there must be a puppet cultivator who knew about Zhong Yaoru. The puppet fragments must have been torn apart by the spatial crack when the cultivator controlled the puppet to explore the path ahead. At the beginning there were few fragments, but that was because the cultivator cleaned them up. In the end, it was because he didn't have time to clean them up. Since there are puppet footprints here, it means that this place should be the direction to find Zhong Yaoru. But we've already reached the end, could it be? Thinking about this, Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows. Just a moment ago he had already opened his illusion breaker eye. Behind the stone wall, sure enough, it was just as Sun Shu said. After one zhong, there were only space cracks or scarlet liquid. There was simply no place to pass through. But if there is no path, the puppet wouldn't have stopped here for no reason. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and activated the exquisite leaf sutra, opening his illusion breaker eyes again. He saw that behind the stone wall where the earth condensed flower was, the spatial cracks were rapidly rotating, causing the scarlet liquid to flow in a disorderly manner. It looked very strange, no different from what Xiaohua had seen before. Xiaohua restrained his anxiety and patiently watched. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the spatial crack suddenly slowed down, and the scarlet liquid suddenly began to rotate in a regular pattern. Just as Xiaohua's face revealed a happy expression, the scarlet liquid unexpectedly rotated into the shape of a channel, and this channel gradually expanded under the push of the spatial crack, until it was about the size of a table, then it stopped. Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker eyes and looked at the passage that was formed one zhang away. He felt an indescribable sense of absurdity in his heart. This is a natural passage? Or was it cast by an almighty person? What is behind this passage? It's said that there are spatial cracks outside this space and no one dares to go out. Since such an opportunity is in front of me, how can I not go and take a look? Xiaohua quickly made a decision. Forming a hand seal, Xiaohua took a step forward and his entire body disappeared into the stone wall, heading towards the passage that had already taken shape. The distance of one zhang was covered in an instant. Xiaohua didn't dare to take the risk. He originally wanted to use the cloud-suppressing seal, but he was afraid that the power of the magic treasure would destroy the passage. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and the black iron needle quietly flew out. When Xiaohua's figure appeared from the stone wall, there was no scarlet thing in front of him. Instead, in front of him, there was a passage formed by a whirlwind that led straight to the distance. Oh, that scarlet thing is actually this whirlwind. No wonder people say that the wind in this place blows from the 9 heavens to the 9 underworlds. This wind is also strange. Xiaohua looked at the passage and thought to himself. The passage formed by the whirlwind was 1 zhang wide. Its periphery and surroundings were chaotic spatial cracks. Only the center of the passage, which was about 5 zhang wide, was a relatively stable place. Needless to say, if one wanted to fly through the passage, they could only go through the center. Xiaohua clapped his hand and held the tip of the devil's spear in his hand. He then controlled the black iron needle to fly in front of him and flew into the passage. The passage was very noisy, like thunder and tides. It shook Xiaohua's mind to the point that he almost fell out of the passage several times. Xiaohua was alarmed and immediately operated the Thunder Cleansing Sutra that he had no choice but to impart to it. Only then did he feel his ears and eyes become clear. Damn it, this passage isn't like it at all. Xiaohua flew for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He saw some light in front of him and knew that he had reached the end of the passage. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although there aren't any powerful restrictions, this natural sound is comparable to the 10,000 Thunder Valley's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Even ancestor Zhen Qing's sound attack can't compare to it. Seeing that he had reached the end, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Oh, this place, why is it so strange? When Xiaohua's divine sense reached the outside of the passage, he immediately felt a huge force pulling his divine sense downwards. He couldn't extend his divine sense further. Go. Xiaohua controlled the black iron needle. Unexpectedly, the moment the black iron needle rushed out of the passage, it was immediately attracted by an incomparably powerful force. Xiaohua's divine sense was unable to control it at all. With a pot sound, it fell to the ground and couldn't fly anymore. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He stopped at the edge of the passage and didn't dare to move forward. Chapter 1770. Xiaohua's figure stopped at the edge of the passageway, not daring to move forward. He tried to slowly release his divine sense and felt the suction force outside the passageway. Suddenly he came to a realization. This seems to be magnetism? A kind of magnetism that can attract everything? Magnetism was something Xiaohua had read about in the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He never thought he would encounter it here. Magnetism is also divided into 5 elements. Different magnetism has the strongest attraction force to different elements. It is said that the most powerful magnetism can attract all 5 elements in the world. Unless something not in the 5 elements is not affected by it. But how can there be something not in the 5 elements in the world? Xiaohua thought to himself, the black iron needle should be of the metal element. The magnetism here can attract metal things. But other elements can also be attracted by it, just that the attraction force is not as strong as the metal element. And the magnetism here can even absorb divine sense. I'm afraid it is a bit strange. Xiaohua paused for a moment, then opened his delirium vision again. He saw that outside the scarlet tunnel strands of earthy yellow light were falling down like rain. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, the magnetism here is not only attractive to metal things, it is also attractive to earth element's spiritual energy. Because of this, there is Zhongyao milk in this kind of place. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not stay any longer and flew out of the tunnel. Before Xiaohua flew out of the tunnel, he first formed his heart technique into a cloud and circulated his magic power around his body, preparing to resist the magnetism force at any time. Who would have thought that when Xiaohua flew out of the tunnel, only a kind of pressure similar to the one in the space just now pressed on his shoulder, far less heavy than he imagined. Strange, Xiaohua was happy. Could it be that I am of the hidden fire element, this metal and earth element magnetism? Who? However, before Xiaohua's smiling face could be seen, that smile froze on his face. Xiaohua suddenly turned around, only to see a 10 zhang tall dark puppet had appeared behind him at some point in time, and blocked the hurricane tunnel. The dark puppet was similar to a human. It had large hands and feet, especially on its large head. Its facial features were very similar to a human's and it looked extremely ferocious. It seemed to have been specially made by the person who made it. Oh. Xiaohua saw the dark puppet's body and already knew that this puppet was the puppet fragment he encountered when he entered the dark mystery. Could it be this puppet also? Oh, I understand, this puppet has runes on it, it can resist the magnetism force here. Xiaohua saw the strange runes on the puppet's body quickly flowing, faintly emitting a black light, and immediately understood. These puppets actually came out of the ground. At this time around Xiaohua, 3 similar puppets drilled out from the ground and surrounded Xiaohua in a shape. Damn it, they still want to gang fight? Xiaohua said in his heart, and then he raised his voice and said, "This humble Taoist is Xiaohua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and I unintentionally intruded into this place. I wonder which senior has arrived first?" Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, the radiance on the bodies of the 4 3-meter-tall puppets gradually grew stronger, and they let out a rumbling sound like bees spreading their wings. They want to fight? Xiaohua was furious. He slapped his hand and summoned the cloud-suppressing seal. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, it was immediately pulled by a huge force. It let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. Bad. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. He pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal was barely absorbed into his space. With a boom, the 4 puppets around Xiaohua each waved their big fists and smashed towards Xiaohua from all directions. The kind of formation. Seeing the fists of the 4 puppets coming from all directions, blocking the space around Xiaohua, Xiaohua immediately understood. Then his figure fluttered and flew into the air. Pooh! When the 4 puppets saw Xiaohua flying away, they followed him like shadows. They flew from all directions and attacked the top of Xiaohua's head. Damn it, it's not over yet. Xiaohua saw the 4 big fists and didn't know how powerful they were. He didn't dare to meet them head-on. He slapped his hand and the devil hammer appeared in his hand, wanting to deal with them. In his opinion, although he couldn't use magic treasures, the devil hammer was a devil artifact. It shouldn't be affected by the magnetic force, right? Who knew that the devil hammer was originally heavy, and under the magnetic force's effect, it was even heavier. Xiaohua's hand slipped and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. Magic treasures can't work. Devil artifacts can't work, let alone artifacts and yellow talismans. Xiaohua immediately understood the power of the magnetic force here. Fortunately, he wasn't affected by the magnetic force. Although he was trapped in the formation of the 4 puppets with his martial skills, he wasn't in any danger. However, these 4 puppets are also very powerful. No matter where Xiaohua flies to, they are able to surround Xiaohua. And Xiaohua's awakening lightning escape is greatly affected by the magnetic force. He is unable to break away from these 4 puppets. With a pie sound, Xiaohua's fist collided with a puppet's fist. Xiaohua felt a slight pain, but the puppet didn't feel it at all. It waved its fist and smashed it again. Xiaohua had seen the materials used to refine these puppets before, and knew that it was a foreign object. Using his own body to collide with them wasn't a wise move. The only one who would suffer would be himself. Forget it, these puppets are already so powerful. Moreover, under the magnetic force I can't gain any advantage. If I wait for them to come out, I won't even have the chance to escape. Xiaohua saw that the puppets were powerful, and naturally thought of the puppet's master's power. He was afraid that they weren't just qi refinement cultivators and unconsciously thought of retreating. However, just as he used the ethereal steps to dodge, a thought flashed through his mind. How am I stupid? Under the power of magnetism, all spells become illusory. One can only rely on their physical body or special runes to resist the power of magnetism. I'm not good at anything else, but I have martial skills and strength. Isn't that my strength? Finished thinking, Xiaohua laughed loudly. His figure floated and he didn't use any magic power. He only used the Big Dipper Divine Fist and the ethereal steps to tangle with the 4 puppets. Pop-pop-pop sounds rang out in succession. Xiaohua's fists and feet all landed on the puppets' bodies. Although they were all blocked by a black brilliance and couldn't cause any harm to the puppets, Xiaohua understood that he should have grasped the initiative. That's right, doesn't this young master still have the Great Wisdom Sword? Xiaohua punched out and with a clap of his hand the Great Wisdom Sword fell into his hand. Great kindness, it really is an object from beyond the heavens. Seeing that the Great Wisdom Sword was in his hand and wasn't affected by the magnetic force, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh loudly. Using his hand to grasp the sword embryo, The heaven-piercing staff technique was like a shadow that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it smashed down. The 4 puppets were admittedly powerful, but they couldn't compare to Xiaohua. In just a short moment they were beaten by Xiaohua, and if it wasn't for Xiaohua having other intentions in his heart, they would have been beaten to a pulp by Xiaohua. However, just as Xiaohua was about to win, from behind the 4 puppets, more than 10 puppets that were several times taller quietly drilled out from the ground. Chapter 1771. Oh my, there are still so many. Seeing another dozen or so puppets that were a bit bigger than the previous ones crawled out from the ground, Xiaohua was not alarmed but happy instead. His eyes curved into crescents as he looked at these puppets with interest, as if they were already in his bag. It was not that Xiaohua was arrogant. After all, under such powerful metal and earth magnetism, any cultivator's ability would be reduced. As for Xiaohua's current cultivation, yes, his cultivation was also affected. But wasn't Xiaohua's martial skills exceedingly high? Not to mention a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua was confident that he could put up a fight. Of course, Xiaohua could not understand the ability of a golden core cultivator, so he naturally would not consider it. And if there really was a golden core cultivator here, how could the Xianghua sect disciples outside of Mingxi form a formation? The puppets in front of Xiaohua were somewhat different from the previous 4 puppets. Not only were the runes on their bodies incomplete, but their bodies were also clearly damaged. It was obvious that they were damaged underground. It must be because the puppets above ground that were specifically responsible for blocking Xiaohua's path could not block him, so these puppets were summoned. Moreover, among these dozen puppets, 30% were humanoid puppets and the other 70% were all kinds of strange shapes. Some were like spiritual beasts, some were like birds, lions, tigers, and even centipedes. Divine power centipede? Xiaohua did not have the habit of using spiritual pets to attack, so he had long forgotten about this thing. Now that he saw a centipede puppet, he almost slapped his forehead. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. The magnetic force was so powerful that even his own magic power could not circulate. How could the divine power centipede fight? Roar! Just as Xiaohua's mind was spinning, the bird puppet actually let out a roar similar to a lion or tiger. It spread its wings and pounced toward Xiaohua. Those 3 feet long wings flashed past like 2 rows of sharp swords in front of Xiaohua's eyes. At the same time, this roar was like a signal to attack. All the puppets attacked, and only the lion and tiger puppet stood motionless in the distance. The first 4 puppets attacked from all directions. The next few humanoid puppets formed hand seals and runes flowed around their bodies. Light condensed in their hands, and the centipede-like puppets actually slithered on the ground, attacking Xiaohua. Ha, interesting. Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw the puppets' various attacking methods. He beamed with joy. In his mind, the puppets were just like the puppets in his space, dull and wooden. He had never imagined that they could be refined to be so flexible. They were simply not inferior to a 10th layer qi refining cultivator. However, before Xiaohua's laughter could land, 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the ground under Xiaohua's feet and firmly grabbed his feet. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. This attack was really out of his expectations. He originally wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge these attacks. But now he couldn't move his body, so how could he dodge? Swoosh! The bird puppet's wings first slashed down from the sky. The sharp sound of the wind clearly showed the power of these sharp blades. Xiaohua didn't doubt that if he didn't have the protection of his magic power, his head would have been split in 2 by these wings. Humph! Xiaohua waved his left hand, and the great wisdom heavy sword really blocked the space between the 2 wings. Cock, 2 sounds rang out. The puppet's wings hit the sword embryo, but it didn't leave a single mark on the sword embryo. Xiaohua's hand slightly shook, and the great wisdom heavy sword hit the puppet's back. The force was so heavy that the bird puppet's body flashed and it fell from the sky like a real bird. At the same time, the hands that were tightly grabbing Xiaohua's feet suddenly produced a great force. A force similar to magic power directly rushed into Xiaohua's meridians. Is it that simple? Xiaohua urged the dragon transformation secret art. His entire meridians shook like a dragon's body. That magic power simply couldn't enter his meridians. Come out. Xiaohua supported himself with one foot on the ground and the other foot kicked up. On one hand he blocked the centipede puppet's attack and on the other he separated the hands of the person on the ground. That person naturally also did his best to grab Xiaohua's legs, but his great strength was only relative. Compared to Xiaohua's bone-tempering divine power, it was still lacking by a lot. Caca, it seemed to be the sound of the bones of the person on the ground moving. That person was clearly shocked by Xiaohua's divine power. His two arms were pulled extremely far away. Only then did he wake up and quickly let go of one hand. The other hand, in a panic, clenched into a fist and directly smashed towards Xiaohua's leg. How can this person also have such great strength? While Xiaohua was astonished, the attacks of the four puppets had already closed in on him. Moreover, the spells of several humanoid puppets had already formed. As the puppets waved their hands, they actually attacked the place where Xiaohua was about to dodge. Strange, why aren't these puppets' attacks affected by the magnetic force? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Moreover, these puppets seem to have been working together for a long time. They actually know where I'm going to dodge. Let's deal with the master of these puppets first. Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and his entire body twisted in an extremely strange manner, as if his entire body was folded up. His back was facing the ground, and one of his hands caught that person's fist that was smashing towards his leg socket at lightning speed. Xiaohua's movement was very sudden, and it was absolutely strange. He dodged all the attacks. The person hidden underground simply didn't think of it and naturally didn't have time to dodge. Come out. Xiaohua grabbed that person's hand. First he was stunned. It seemed to be somewhat ice-cold to the touch, quite different from an ordinary person's body. But he didn't have time to think too much. With a loud shout he actually pulled that person out from underground. But when that person's real face was revealed, Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This person was actually also a puppet. However, this humanoid puppet was about the same size as a person. Its skin was slightly pale and it was also wearing a Taoist robe. If it weren't for the fact that its facial features were somewhat stiff, and the gaze in its eyes was somewhat lifeless, perhaps it would be the same as a real person. Taking advantage of Xiaohua's shock, that humanoid puppet suddenly struggled, and actually broke free from Xiaohua's hand. Moreover, that humanoid puppet suddenly flew up, fluttering out of the encirclement of the other puppets, and landed on top of the liger puppet outside. Could it be that this is a puppet with a mind of its own? Xiaohua's heart gave birth to an even more absurd feeling. His figure didn't straighten up and instead flew out while sticking close to the ground. After breaking out of the encirclement of the puppets, it directly somersaulted and stood upright in midair. You're an aura-refining cultivator. How come you're not afraid of the magnetic force? That humanoid puppet unexpectedly let out an astonished voice. This voice was mellow and smooth and it wasn't as stiff as Xiaohua imagined it to be. Hehe, this young master is an aura-refining cultivator. What about you? Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and asked that puppet with interest. Chapter 1772. Although there was no smile on the puppet's face, its laughter was very loud and clear. How could a brat at the peak of chi refinement like you know who I am? You're just a puppet refined by someone else. What cultivation are you talking about? Xiaohua sneered. Puppet? The laughter was even louder, practically mocking. Ignorant brat. This is my divine sense possession technique. If my main body was here I would have already killed you with one palm. Divine sense possession technique? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He didn't know anything about puppet techniques, so how could he know so much? He waved his hand and said, if you're a senior expert please show yourself. Otherwise what I's facing is just a puppet so I can't be considered a senior. Brat, you're really stubborn. The puppet sneered. For you to be able to come here, I'm afraid you've followed my tracks. And it should be those puppet fragments that were torn apart by the spatial cracks. Since you've received my favor then return it to me now. While speaking, the runes around the puppet's body overflowed, and a faint green chi formed on the puppet's body, quickly gathering in the puppet's hand. Go. The puppet shouted and a sword light like a flying sword flew out from its hand, stabbing towards Xiaohua with incomparable speed. Why isn't your technique affected by the magnetic force? Xiaohua was slightly startled, and while asking, his figure swayed in the air. That swing was like a hammer suspended in midair, seemingly slow but actually swift. It looked very easy to dodge the sword light. If you tell me why you're not affected by the magnetic force, then I'll tell you the reason. The puppet's voice was also somewhat unexpected as it replied. Xiaohua himself didn't know why he wasn't affected by the magnetic force, so how could he answer it? He shouted, "It's impolite to come and go." Brandishing the great wisdom sword, he pounced towards the puppet from a strange angle with the heavenly staff technique. Here the puppet wasn't nervous in the slightest, and with a wave of its hand, a sparkling small green shield appeared in its hand. It raised it very casually, blocking in front of the great wisdom sword. Xiaohua's face didn't change in the slightest, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. When the great wisdom sword struck the small shield, a loud kachig sound rang out. The small light green shield was actually shattered into dozens of sparkling green fragments by the great wisdom sword. With a schwa sound, the fragments fell into the air. You were born with divine strength? The puppet was slightly shocked, and there was a hint of delight in its voice. Or, are you a body cultivator? Hearing the puppet's delight, Xiaohua felt a little uneasy in his heart. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Why are you asking so much? Hiding in the shadows can't be considered as open and above board." Open and above board. What year is it now? Why are you still talking to me about this? The puppet let out a hearty laugh and clapped its hand. A 3-inch-long azure sword appeared in its hand. With a wave of its hand, it pierced forward again. Why would Xiaohua be afraid of this? His figure flickered and he started to fight with him in the air with ease. As for those puppets from before, apart from the 4 humanoid puppets that were still standing in 4 different directions, surrounding Xiaohua and that puppet, the other puppets once again sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In terms of close combat, if Xiaohua claimed to be number 2, perhaps no one would dare to claim to be number 1. In merely the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua had already clearly figured out the puppet's background. Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. With 3 consecutive pa-pa-pok sounds, he forced the puppet's flying sword to collide head-on. The puppet's entire figure was shaken by Xiaohua and fell back several zhang. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His figure flew to the side of the puppet like a wisp of smoke. He waved his hand and shouted, "Eat this young master's stick." The puppet lost its balance, but its left hand still raised the flying sword, wanting to block the great wisdom sword. With a loud paw sound, it was exactly as Xiaohua had expected. Under the great wisdom sword, the flying sword simply didn't have the power to fight back and was immediately smashed into pieces. As for the puppet, it sped up its descent from the sky. Xiaohua's figure sped up again. In an instant he swept to the puppet's side. He stretched out his hand and placed it precisely on the puppet's shoulder. With a thought, he actually put that puppet into his storage bag. Xiaohua saw that his plan had succeeded and didn't hesitate any longer. His entire figure turned around and flew towards the passage of the hurricane. Xiaohua's movements were truly fast and absolutely out of the expectations of bystanders. The 4 puppets surrounded him and simply didn't have time to react. They saw Xiaohua sweep past the top of a puppet's head and use his hand to scoop it up. He even put that dumbfounded puppet into his storage bag as if he hadn't had enough. Just as Xiaohua's figure flew in front of the passage and was about to sweep in, a similarly light cyan brilliance flew out from the ground in front of the passage. It was several times faster than the flying sword in the puppet's hand and stabbed towards Xiaohua's leg. This is bad. Xiaohua saw the cyan flying sword stab out and secretly complained in his heart. He waved the great wisdom sword in his hand. With a ka sound, the 2 swords collided. However, that flying sword only slanted forward and didn't shatter like Xiaohua expected. Xiaohua saw that the flying sword was sent flying, but his figure still didn't stop and still rushed towards the passage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of sounds, 4 light cyan flying swords suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Like weaving a net, they shuttled back and forth in midair, blocking Xiaohua in midair. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. looking at the 5 flying swords cruising in midair. The expression on his face was extremely unsightly. "Ha, what a bold brat." A familiar voice came from behind Xiaohua. It was the voice that came from the puppet just now. And Xiaohua suddenly turned around, only to see a thin old man wearing a green Taoist robe standing about 10 meters behind him. His hair was a bit white and his face was thin. There was a mocking expression on his face as he stood there very indifferently. Middle stage foundation establishment. Xiaohua looked at the old man's cultivation and the astonishment on his face disappeared in a flash. What a powerful brat. The old man looked at Xiaohua with interest and sneered, "You're called Xiaohua? Are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "That's right." Xiaohua's heart trembled. It turned out that this cultivator had already noticed him and remembered the name he reported when he entered this place. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Senior, which sect are you from? Please bestow a name." "How can I tell you my name so easily?" The old man sneered. "I didn't expect that there was a body cultivator among the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and that you even have the habit of stealing. If I didn't set up this Azure Essence sword formation in advance, I'm afraid you'd have run away long ago, right?" Azure Essence sword formation? Xiaohua was slightly dazed. Looking around, he saw several flying swords cruising in midair and laughed bitterly. This cultivator didn't show himself all along and only relied on a puppet to fight with him. He thought that the other party was looking for Zhong Yaolu and didn't care about him. Who knew that the other party actually set up a sword formation near the passage and waited for him to walk into the trap? Sword formation, that was a type of formation among flying swords. Once trapped, it wasn't just 1 or 2 flying swords alone. Xiaohua had only heard of it. "What's wrong? Scared?" Seeing Xiaohua's expression change, the cultivator sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to take away my puppet? Quickly take out the puppet and I can still consider sparing your life. Otherwise, when I capture you, the pain of soul searching isn't something that you can escape from just by begging for mercy." Seeing the cultivator mention the puppet, Xiaohua's heart shook and he sneered, "This isn't Senior's place. I just came to take a look. Why would you kill me like this? Your puppet isn't a match for me, so it naturally belongs to me. If Senior captures me, I'll immediately destroy that puppet before I'm captured." A trace of fierceness flashed through the cultivator's eyes, and a sense of regret arose in his heart. He attached great importance to this puppet of his and was very confident in it. He simply didn't expect that Xiaohua would be able to easily defeat the puppet and even take it away. "How about it, Senior? If you let me go, I'll swear a blood oath that when I pass through the passage behind me, I'll definitely release this puppet." Xiaohua was secretly delighted in his heart and said in a low voice, "In my hands, in my sword formation, you don't have the power to fight back." The old man sneered and with a clap of his hand, a foundation establishment pressure pressed down on Xiaohua. Moreover, that sword technique was constantly being shot out from his hands. The flying swords that were as docile as fish immediately became ferocious and flew towards Xiaohua from all directions. Xiaohua had long been paying attention to the old man's pressure. This was also the only thing he was afraid of. Seeing that the pressure wasn't affected by the magnetic force, he sighed in his heart. His mighty Vajradharma body shook and broke free from his body. True spirit bloodline? True spirit Dharma body? Seeing Xiaohua's Dharma body, the old man was stunned and blurted out, "True spirit bloodline? True spirit Dharma body?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, but the current situation was urgent and he didn't feel like answering. The Vajradharma body appeared and blocked the old man's foundation establishment pressure. "Go!" The old man pointed with his hand and several flying swords flashed with light blue sword light and stabbed towards Xiaohua. At the same time he laughed nastily. "Since it's the legendary true spirit bloodline, that's even better. I'll extract the true blood from your bloodline and give it to my puppet to use. It's definitely more effective than some Zhongyao milk." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiaohua steeled his heart. The Dharma body waved its fists and struck towards the flying swords, while he swung the great wisdom sword and directly attacked the old man. "How can you guess the divine ability of a foundation establishment cultivator?" The old man chuckled and rubbed his hands. The flying swords dodged the Dharma body's fists and stabbed towards Xiaohua one after another. Moreover, A blue brilliance appeared around his body and gradually condensed into an oval-shaped light shield. It was at least 3 inches thick and blocked in front of the Great Wisdom Sword. Go. Xiaohua knew that this light shield was condensed from a Foundation Establishment cultivator's true essence. Although his Great Wisdom Sword could block it, it probably couldn't break it. Moreover, several biting cold flying swords were already close to him. If he didn't counterattack, his life would be in danger. Thus Xiaohua opened his mouth and the green and red executioner dream also flew out. Chapter 1773. Xiaohua didn't dare to hold back anymore. He opened his mouth and the green and red dream executioner flew out. The dream executioner was refined using Tai green qi, which was born from Xiantian gold qi. As soon as it flew out, a tyrannical magnetic force appeared from the ground, pulling the dream executioner down. Rise, the Buddha Sarira outside Xiaohua's Naiwan palace emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist sense was activated with all its might, controlling the dream executioner. With its swoosh, the dream executioner's sword tip tilted, and immediately split into 2. Then 2, 4, and in the blink of an eye the dream executioner turned into 8 identical flying swords. 5 of them flew towards the cultivator's flying sword, while the other 3 whistled and pierced towards the cultivator's forehead. Flying sword? The cultivator was stunned and said in shock, "When did the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples learn the sword cultivator's flying sword? Oh, this flying sword is strange." The dream executioner's boundless negative karma power also had a strong effect on Foundation Establishment cultivators. That cultivator was obviously plagued by negative karma, and he could clearly feel the dream executioner's deterrence. I'll let you have a taste of Ai's methods. Xiaohua saw that the dream executioner was effective, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He activated his Buddhist sense to resist the magnetic force while fighting against the cultivator's green essence sword array. Just a small trick. Although the cultivator said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, not only did the 3 puppets beside him pounce over, the several strange puppets that were previously buried in the ground also jumped out and attacked Xiaohua from different directions. "Damn it, do you still want face? Why are you ganging up on me?" Xiaohua cursed. "No matter what, you're still a Foundation Establishment senior. Taking your life is the right way." The cultivator didn't feel the slightest shame. He clapped his hand and took out a foot-long bamboo covered in green runes. He activated his magic power, and the bamboo emitted a faint light and stopped above the cultivator's head. Seeing the cultivator take out another magic tool, Xiaohua's gaze swept over and he was shocked. However, he didn't have time to care. The Vajra Dharma body faced the 3 human-shaped puppets, the 5 flying swords tangled with the green essence sword array, and the 3 flying swords fighting against the strange puppets. Thanks to Xiaohua's several months of training, he could divide the dream executioner into 8 swords and split his attention to control the flying swords. But because of this, he couldn't use the Great Wisdom heavy sword array. The magnetic force here was very strong. Xiaohua used all his strength to urge his Buddhist sense to control the dream executioner. Although it was very strenuous, it was extremely beneficial to the tempering of his Buddhist sense. It was far more effective than his own aimless cultivation. Moreover, the cultivator's green essence sword array was also quite marvelous. Xiaohua's 5 swords were at a disadvantage at first, but after the time it took to eat a meal, not only did Xiaohua finally find some traces of the sword array, he also became more proficient in controlling the dream executioner. He actually gradually turned the situation around and was able to tie with the green essence sword array. The cultivator standing in the distance looked at Xiaohua's divine bravery. At first he was shocked, then angry, but gradually joy appeared on his face. Roar! Xiaohua's Vajra Dharma body roared angrily. He suddenly waved his left fist, which actually had the flavor of the Big Dipper divine fist. With a bang, it smashed into the centipede puppet's back. With a bang, the light on the puppet's back flickered. Then the puppet's joints were broken inch by the Dharma body and scattered on the ground. Hiss! That cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart slightly aching. Pay attention, fellow Taoist Xiao. That cultivator pointed his finger. The bamboo stopped in midair, flew up and attacked Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He simply didn't think about why that cultivator would warn him. While he was busy, he took the opportunity to swing the great wisdom sword in his hand forward. With a boom, it actually blocked the green light scattered by the bamboo. Xiaohua's hand, however, sank. The great wisdom sword dropped half a foot. Return. Taking advantage of Xiaohua's distraction, that cultivator waved his hand. 5 flying swords flew in front of Xiaohua. They spun a few times in midair and flew to Xiaohua's side, blocking him from the passage. Stop, that cultivator chanted an incantation. The several puppets also stopped and returned to their original positions. Seeing that the cultivator took the initiative to withdraw, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He opened his mouth, and the dream execution turned into a sword light and flew back into his mouth a bit crookedly. To be honest, the magnetic force here affected the flying swords too much. Although Xiaohua had the Buddha Saraira, if he fought for another hour, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. After retrieving the dream execution, Xiaohua slanted his great wisdom sword. He didn't dare to withdraw the Dharma body outside his body. His gaze swept over the bamboo that flew back to the cultivator's head and he sneered, "Senior, why did you stop? Don't you want Junior's true spirit bloodline?" Hee, don't be complacent, brat. I just saw that you have some use and wanted to make a deal with you. That cultivator said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. If you can help me get the Earth Crystal Yao milk, what would I want your true spirit bloodline for? Earth Crystal Yao milk. Xiaohua was stunned. His eyes turned a few times and he asked curiously, "Didn't you want to find Zhong Yao milk?" "I wanted to find Zhong Yao milk before, but since I met you, didn't the heavens send you here? Why would I want Zhong Yao milk?" The cultivator said with a smile. "What is this Earth Crystal Yao milk? If you don't tell me clearly, I definitely won't make a deal with you." Xiaohua shook his head like a rattle drum. What a joke, how could he dare to take something that even a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't get? "Take out this old man's puppet, and this old man will naturally tell you." The cultivator pointed with his hand and said, "Hee, Senior, that puppet is now surnamed Xiao. How could Junior take it out so easily?" Xiaohua's smile was like a flower and he cupped his hands and said, "Moreover, this Junior still doesn't know Senior's origin. How could I dare to make a deal with Senior?" "That's true. This old man was a bit careless." That cultivator also squinted his eyes and smiled. "This old man is the founder of the Great Bamboo Sect, Enchanting." "Great Bamboo Sect? Founder?" Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the puppet at the side and said, "Isn't Senior from the puppet sect?" Hearing Xiaohua mention the puppet sect, Mo Qingyun's face turned cold. As expected of a famous sect in the country of Xi, you even know of the puppet sect in the country of Meng. Unfortunately, the current Xiaoyu continent only has the Great Bamboo Sect and no longer has the puppet sect. Great Bamboo Sect. Xiaohua slightly nodded and pointed with his finger. Could it be? This bamboo is what Senior relied on to come to this magnetic land. You actually thought of it? Mo Qingyuan's face was astonished and he asked back, "Then why aren't you affected by the magnetic force? What do you think?" Xiaohua didn't answer and also asked back. Mo Qingyuan's expression slightly changed, but it quickly returned to normal and said, "Since you already guessed it, this old man won't hide it. This old man obtained this kuragi bamboo in the northernmost desert of the Xiaoyu continent. It's an innate wood artifact, and it's not affected by the magnetic force of metal and earth here. These puppets, and Senior's flying sword, they were also refined from kuragi bamboo, right?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Yes, that's right." Mo Qingyun nodded and said, "Great, this Junior has been longing for the refining method of puppets for a long time." Xiaohua smacked his lips and said very embarrassedly, "What? The refining method of puppets?" Mo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he waved his hand. "Impossible, this old man absolutely won't give it to you." Xiaohua's face immediately changed into a pained expression, and he spread out his hands. "Oh, this is troublesome. This Junior originally wanted to part with it and return this puppet to Senior under the circumstances of peeking into the art of puppets. Moreover, this Junior also planned to make a deal with Senior. This Junior still has to see how to get out." As he spoke, he looked at the hurricane passage in the distance. Emo Qingyun stared at Xiaohua and after a long while he sneered, Xiaohua, you've got guts actually daring to bargain with this old man. Well, Xiaohua's Vajradharma body stretched deeply and his main body said, this junior is just stating facts, I dare not threaten senior. Isn't it just a true spirit bloodline? What's so great about it? Emo Qingyun glanced at the Vajradharma body that was dozens of feet long and sneered, seeing that your Dharma body is incomplete, I know that your bloodline is impure, and I don't know what true spirit your bloodline belongs to. Although it's quite similar to the sky ape, why does it look so ugly? Xiaohua frowned and said very sincerely, this junior also doesn't know. Before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect, I obtained an incomplete cultivation method from the ancestral hall in the clan, and this thing appeared as I was practicing. Senior knows, can you enlighten me? Of course I can tell you, but this is my puppet. Oh, then there's no need to trouble senior. Xiaohua shook his head and said, since this junior is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, there's no need to talk about the bloodline from before. Right. Emo Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, since you don't want to know, this old man won't tell you either. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the complete art of puppetry. This old man can only give you the most basic and allow you to refine a simple puppet. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, but his expression didn't change and he shook his head and said, that won't do. This junior wants to refine a puppet that can do battle. Since senior isn't willing, then this junior will use senior's puppet. Dream on. This old man's puppet has my divine sense attached to it, so how can you use it? You just have to take out the puppet from your storage pouch and it'll attack you right away. Emo Qingyun roared with laughter. This is already my greatest concession. If you don't agree, then this old man will kill you on the spot even if I have to give up the puppet. As he spoke, he pointed with his hand and the bamboo flew over again. All right. Xiaohua glanced at the bamboo and could only sigh. I'll do as senior says. Great. Emo Qingyun clapped his hand and took out a green jade slip and he said, take out the puppet and we'll exchange it together. Xiaohua immediately shook his head when he heard this and said, don't, senior. In this junior's opinion, let's wait until we're out of the hurricane passage. In here, this junior is afraid. Emo Qingyun's teeth creaked as he said coldly, could it be that you're not afraid of me after arriving in the netherworld? Senior is a Foundation establishment cultivator, how can this junior not be afraid? This junior has already thought it through. Before leaving this spatial rift, I'll have to ask senior to make a blood oath. Xiaohua said very calmly. Chapter 1774. How dare you? Emo Qingyun couldn't bear it any longer. He pointed at the bamboo in the air and shouted angrily, Xiaohua, you've gone too far. I'll let you have a taste of my flying wood dragon chopper. With a whoosh, the bamboo suddenly shrunk until it was only 3 inches long. It flashed with an unusual green light in the air and actually transformed into a small dragon, pouncing towards Xiaohua. Senior is really turning hostile. Xiaohua sneered and patted his forehead. The cloud-suppressing seal flew out of his body in a crooked manner, releasing an earthy yellow light that protected Xiaohua's entire body. Magic treasure? Actually have a magic treasure? Emo Qingyuan's expression changed greatly. He pointed his finger and the flying wood dragon chopper stopped in midair. He then carefully looked at the cloud-suppressing seal and sneered, this magic treasure of yours is precisely affected by the magnetic force. With your chi-refining magic power, how long do you think you can last? Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, how long? Junior has never thought about how long. As long as Junior can't see any hope, Junior's storage pouch will immediately explode. Everything in it, such as spirit stones, medicinal pills, and those puppets that already have the surname Xiao, will vanish like smoke before I die. Emo Qingyun pointed at the wooden dragon chopper, and the chopper turned back into bamboo and flew back into his hand. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, I just wanted to show you my skills and let you know that cooperating with me will definitely bring you benefits. I don't mean anything else. Fellow Taoist, don't misunderstand. I won't. Xiaohua also smiled. He opened his mouth and the cloud-suppressing seal shrank again. Seeing that Xiaohua also had many methods, Emo Qingyuan suddenly felt helpless. It wasn't that he couldn't kill Xiaohua. After all, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he not have a backup plan? However, that human-shaped puppet was really important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to come here and find Zhong Yao milk to cast a body for the puppet. However, Emo Qingyun wasn't confident in his ability to kill Xiaohua with a single strike. If Xiaohua were to be infuriated and destroy the puppet, then his painstaking efforts of a few tens of years would be wasted. Moreover, he would lose his fortuitous encounters in the future as well. Besides, most importantly, with the secret that Xiaohua wasn't afraid of the magnetic power, Ji Hao would be able to rely on Xiaohua to get the Earth Crystal Yao milk, instead of the Zhong Crystal Yao milk as he had thought. Although Zhong Yao milk was useful for the casting of puppets, it was still not enough. However, it was useless for his own cultivation. Forget it. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. When he thought about the benefits of obtaining the Earth Crystal Yao milk and thought about how he'd actually allowed the puppet to face the enemy while he set up the sword formation, Emo Qingyuan sighed in his heart. He withdrew his hand and said, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't dare to believe me, then I'll take this jade slip first. I'll make an exchange with fellow Taoist after I obtain the Earth Crystal Yao milk." Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Senior is indeed a good person who cares about the younger generation." A good person? Emo Qingyuan sneered. It was precisely because he saw that Xiaohua was actually unaffected by the magnetic power that he wanted to set up the sword formation to prevent Xiaohua from escaping. How could Xiaohua be considered a good person if he was able to control Xiaohua in one go and help him find the Earth Crystal Yao milk? I've overlooked this. When he thought of the sword formation, Emo Qingyun suddenly cried out involuntarily and said to himself, "The Azure Essence sword technique I'm cultivating promotes divine sense, and that's why I'm able to set up a sword formation and control 5 flying swords at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. But Xiaohua is only a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. How could he control 8 flying swords? Moreover, he fought my Azure Essence sword formation to a draw. His divine sense is so powerful. How could he possibly be a Qi refinement cultivator?" Instantly, a trace of astonishment flashed through Emo Qingyuan's eyes, and the gaze he looked at Xiaohua with was different. He'd already understood now that even if he used his final trump card, he might not be able to kill Xiaohua as he'd thought. Perhaps, the more Emo Qingyuan thought about it, the more he felt that stopping was the right choice. Moreover, when he swept Xiaohua with his divine sense once more, he confirmed that Xiaohua was only a Qi refinement cultivator. Xiaohua felt Emo Qingyuan's gaze on him, so he raised his eyes and smiled. "What? Is there something you're worried about, Senior Emo?" "There's nothing to be worried about. The more powerful fellow Taoist Xiao is, the more likely we'll be able to obtain the Earth Crystal Yao milk. Why would I be worried?" Emo Qingyuan said with a fake smile. "That's good." Xiaohua nodded. "Then Senior, please tell this junior how to obtain the Earth Crystal Yao milk." Emo Qingyuan waved his hand, and 3 human-shaped puppets walked to the side of the hurricane tunnel. Their figures sank into the ground, and then he performed a few hand seals to place the remaining puppets near the tunnel. Xiaohua glanced at them and pretended not to see them. He knew that Emo Qingyuan's actions were mainly to prevent others from entering. As for whether it was to prevent him from escaping, he didn't care. After everything was arranged, Emo Qingyun descended and said with a smile, "I'll naturally tell fellow Taoist Xiao how to obtain the Earth Crystal Yao milk later. Before I tell fellow Taoist, shouldn't we discuss how to distribute the Earth Crystal Yao milk first?" Although Xiaohua didn't know where the Earth Crystal Yao milk was, he already knew that Emo Qingyun couldn't obtain it himself because of the magnetic force. Xiaohua wasn't affected by the magnetic force, so he could only obtain the Earth Crystal Yao milk himself. Since he could only obtain it himself, Emo Qingyuan certainly wouldn't feel at ease. "Senior Emo, how do you think we should distribute it?" Xiaohua asked. Emo Qingyun pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, "I only want 3 drops. No matter how many drops there are, they'll all belong to fellow Taoist Xiao." Senior Emo, you won't lose money by saying that." Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, I know what the Zhongyao milk is and I only want 1 drop. The earth crystal Yao milk is naturally much more precious than the Zhongyao milk. Senior, you asked for 3 drops. What if I only get 1 drop? Or 2 drops? Or only 3 drops? Wouldn't this junior's efforts be in vain? But what if you get 10 drops? Mo Qingyuan asked. Moreover, only I know the location of the earth crystal Yao milk. I found it using a secret technique. If you go and look for it, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it even after a long time. Not necessarily. Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Mo, how do you know that I don't have the secret technique of the Thunder Control sect? Senior, don't forget how I got here. Mo Qingyuan's eyes flickered. He thought for a while and said, How about this? My bottom line is 2 drops. If you give me 2 drops, you'll have to give me 3 drops of the Zhongyao milk. As for the rest, I don't care how many drops you get. Seeing that Mo Qingyuan only said how many drops he would get and didn't mention how to distribute them according to the ratio, Xiaohua already knew how precious the earth crystal Yao milk was. It would be good if he could get even 1 drop. Xiaohua also began to mutter to himself. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 1775. Xiaohua's purpose in coming to the netherworld was only the Zhongyao milk. Moreover, the Zhongyao milk was useful to lightning cultivators, but it might not be useful to Xiaohua. After all, the Zhongyao milk was only used to temper the body. As for the earth crystal Yao milk, it seemed that if Xiaohua didn't agree to Mo Qingyuan's conditions, Mo Qingyuan would definitely not tell him what it was or how to use it. Of course, Xiaohua could choose not to agree, and then he and Mo Qingyuan could only meet in battle. Fighting a life-and-death battle with a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator wasn't a wise choice for Xiaohua, who was a qi refiner, especially under the circumstances where there was no special reason. Fine, then I'll bear with it. Xiaohua made up his mind and said with a smile, Since Senior needs the earth crystal Yao milk like this, then I'll take a step back as well. I can only guarantee to give Senior 1 drop. If there's only 1 drop, then I'll give it to Senior. If there are 2 drops, then I'll be so bold as to keep 1 drop. This. Mo Qingyuan was overjoyed in his heart, but he was hesitant on the surface and said, 1 drop isn't enough for me. After that, Mo Qingyuan had a resolute expression as he gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll do as fellow Taoist Xiao says. However, I'll take 5 drops of the Zhongyao milk. No. Xiaohua shook his head like a rattle drum. Senior got the earth crystal Yao milk first, then I'll take 4 drops of the Zhongyao milk first. Why do you want 4 drops? Mo Qingyuan was stunned and said curiously, Fellow Taoist, you don't know the power of the Zhongyao milk, right? Ordinary cultivators only need 1 drop to temper their body. Junior can at least leave 3 drops as a gift. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him. Fine. Mo Qingyuan once again said with a pained expression, Since fellow Taoist Xiao wants 4 drops, then why don't we split it 50-50? Senior Mo. Xiaohua clapped and said, Senior, could it be that you really think I'm an idiot? Why didn't you split the earth crystal Yao milk 50-50 earlier? You only thought of splitting it 50-50 after getting the Zhongyao milk? There's no need to talk about the earth crystal Yao milk. You and I have already agreed. Mo Qingyuan said in all seriousness, At this moment, we're discussing the Zhongyao milk. How about this? Let's split it 40-60. You get 60% and I get 40%. I'm sorry, Senior. Junior's bottom line is 70%. Junior gets 70%, Senior gets 30%. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Mo Qingyuan stared at Xiaohua, an indescribable meaning in his eyes. After a long while he nodded and said, Since that's the case, we'll do as you say. Swear an oath of your heart. Senior, you don't have to be idle. Please make a heart oath as well. After exiting the passageway, you can't attack me within the netherworld. Xiaohua immediately said. All right. Mo Qingyuan agreed. He looked at Xiaohua and made an oath. He also made an oath. Senior, you can now tell me the difference between earth crystal Yao milk and Zhongyao milk. Xiaohua said with a smile, Don't wait for me to take the wrong one, I don't have enough time to wait. All right, come with me. Mo Qingyuan nodded and formed a seal. His entire body gradually sank into the ground. It was the 5 elements escape technique. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out an earth escape talisman. He put it on himself and also followed Mo Qingyuan into the ground. There were also space cracks underground in this space. Beside the cracks there were some puppet fragments. Obviously they were left behind by Mo Qingyuan when he drove the puppet to explore the way. As for Mo Qingyuan, although he was very familiar with the path, he was still very careful. After taking a few steps he would stop and observe for a while before moving again. It was obvious that he was using some kind of secret technique to resist the metal earth magnetic stone. This old man has never heard of a secret technique that is not affected by the metal earth magnetic stone at all. Mo Qingyuan looked at Xiaohua's effortless appearance and said enviously, "This old man has planned for many years to use the puppets refined by Kuraki bamboo to resist the metal earth magnetic stone. Unfortunately, even if it's a Xiantian wood item, it's still one of the 5 elements. It's also affected by the metal earth magnetic stone. This old man has already lost many puppets here." Xiaohua kept his mouth shut and didn't reveal a single word. If this old man didn't cast a spell here, how could you succeed? Mo Qingyuan was still worried about his puppets and said fiercely, "This young master isn't going to argue with you." Xiaohua cursed inwardly and didn't reply. Mo Qingyuan was bored and pointed with his finger. The metal earth magnetic stone should still be inside, or it might still be below. This old man can't enter with my main body, so I only sent my puppets over to take a look. I can't give you any specific pointers. However, according to this old man's speculation, there should be a few drops of zhongyao milk on the surface of the metal earth magnetic stone. However, it's hard to say whether there are any drops of zhongyao milk. After all, zhongyao milk is formed on the surface of the metal earth magnetic stone, and it will be quickly sucked in by the powerful metal earth magnetic stone. Xiaohua's expression became slightly unsightly when he heard this. He finally understood why Mo Qingyuan wanted to split the spoils with him. However, there will definitely be earth crystal yao milk within the metal earth magnetic stone. Mo Qingyuan ignored Xiaohua's expression and said to himself. Moreover, as he spoke, he clapped his hand and took out a palm-sized bamboo slip. There were faint green runes on it, and under the effect of the metal earth magnetic stone, it slightly rippled with a faint brilliance. Mo Qingyuan passed the bamboo slip to Xiaohua and said, "This is a talisman that this old man refined. The method of using it is as follows." As he spoke, he transmitted the method of activating the talisman and how to use it to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, he closed his eyes and pondered for a while. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it and nodded. "This junior understands. Senior, please listen to the good news again." Wait. Mo Qingyuan's expression was slightly strange and he hurriedly said, "This old man still has something to say." "What else?" Xiaohua faintly felt that something was wrong. "This talisman can only penetrate 1 foot into the metal earth magnetic stone. I'm afraid it can't penetrate even an inch further. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you still have to examine it carefully. Choosing the right place is the most important." "What?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why Mo Qingyuan only wanted 1 drop of earth crystal yao milk. The metal earth magnetic stone was so strong here. Who knew how strong the metal earth magnetic stone was? Who could be confident of finding the earth crystal yao milk within 1 foot? Senior, Xiaohua speechlessly shook his head and said helplessly, "This kid. I'm afraid that even if he works until the end, he won't be able to get even 1 drop of zhongyao milk. If this old man didn't have this talisman, you wouldn't even have the chance to get the earth crystal yao milk." Mo Qingyuan said disapprovingly, "Yes, and this talisman also has a time limit. As for how long it will last, it has something to do with the strength of the metal earth magnetic stone. This old man can't make wild guesses." However, it won't last more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. "Sai Senior Mo, forget it." Xiaohua wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. What could he say? He had already made a heart oath. "This junior will leave now." "Yes, it's in that direction." Mo Qingyuan pointed his finger and nodded. Seeing Xiaohua's figure slowly disappear into the distance, Mo Qingyuan's face was filled with extreme shock. The faint green light around his body flickered rapidly, as if it was about to lose its effect. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly formed a hand seal. His figure sank into the ground and disappeared. Xiaohua slowly walked towards the front of the cave. After walking for a while, he turned a corner and there was no road ahead. This was also the farthest place that Mo Qingyuan said the puppets had been. At that corner there were actually many puppets. These puppets were somewhat broken, but most of them were complete. The black light on their bodies had already disappeared, revealing their slightly green bodies. All of them were tightly pressed against the stone wall in the distance. They were probably attracted by the strong metal earth magnetic stone and were unable to move. In the end they used up all their spirit stones and became useless. Ah, great. Even if I can't get the earth crystal Yao milk, this trip was not in vain. When Xiaohua saw this, he was overjoyed. He walked over and used all his strength to pick up these puppets and put them into the space one by one. After Xiaohua finished putting away the puppets, he walked forward for a while and reached the end of the cave. There was no other way. It seemed that he had to use the earth escape technique again. "Sai, this is nothing." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he activated his Buddha's sense and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Ouch. When the surrounding scene was reflected in his Dharma eye, Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1776. How gorgeous, how spectacular, and how profound was this scene. The strands of brown light intertwined with the strands of gold light, and fell from the sky like thin lines of rain. The strangest thing was that these strands of light actually formed an arc shape, and beautifully converged at a place far away from Xiaohua's feet. And at the place where the strands of light converged, it was like an oval chicken egg. The gold and brown light intertwined with each other, but they were also clearly separated and slowly rotated. The trajectory of the rotation actually had a hint of the heavenly Tao. This oval shape should be the metal earth magnetic field. Xiaohua muttered to himself, but where is the earth crystal Yao milk? Looking at the left side of the metal earth magnetic field, there were many scarlet things firmly entangling it. That should be the netherworld wind. Not to mention that Mo Qingyuan can't get close. Even if he is like this young master, unaffected by the magnetic force and can reach here, he still can't find the location of the metal earth magnetic field. Xiaohua's heart was filled with pride. Xiaohua looked for a long time again, and finally saw a very hidden gap between the scarlet things. After pondering for a long time, he formed a seal with his hand and very carefully entered the mountain rocks. Then he passed through the gap between the netherworld wind and arrived at a huge space. A space surrounded by the netherworld wind. Xiaohua's illusion breaker eye couldn't completely see how big this space was, but Xiaohua could see that there was a gap of several zhang between the netherworld wind and the metal earth magnetic field, and he was currently standing in this gap. This gap was filled with dense metal earth spiritual qi. Perhaps it was because the spiritual qi was too dense that it was able to block the netherworld wind outside. Moreover, Xiaohua couldn't use flying techniques here and could only barely get close by using the earth escape technique. Of course, although Xiaohua's body wasn't affected by the metal earth magnetic field, an irresistible feeling came from the metal earth magnetic field in front of him, and it faintly attracted Xiaohua's storage bag and all the magic treasures in his body. I understand now. Xiaohua felt the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and came to a realization. He thought to himself, the earth's spiritual energy here is so rich, almost solid, that it can easily form the Bal Yao milk on the surface of the magnetic field. And if the earth element's spiritual energy condenses in the magnetic field for a long time, it can also form the earth crystal Yao milk, right? But if that's the case, the Zhong Yao milk should be all over the surface of the magnetic field. It shouldn't be that hard to collect. Immediately, Xiaohua had another question. After all, after looking at it for a while, Xiaohua didn't see any darker brown spots on the surface of the magnetic field. On the contrary, Xiaohua saw a few dazzling golden and brown fragments within the metal earth magnetic field. However, these fragments were too far away from the surface of the magnetic field, far more than a foot away. The talisman that Mo Qingyuan gave him was probably useless. Let's see if there's any other way. Xiaohua pondered for a while, then stretched out his hand and took out the great wisdom sword. Mustering all the strength in his body, he used all his strength to stab at the metal earth magnetic field. Just as Xiaohua had expected, the metal earth origin magnetic field did not move in the slightest. Not even the slightest trace was left on its surface. Forget it, Xiaohua thought about the things in his space again. It seemed that there was nothing else useful, so he dispelled his unrealistic greed. Forming hand seals, he surrounded the metal earth origin magnetic field and looked for the dark brown fragments near the surface. Like a small ant looking for sesame seeds on a big watermelon, Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker Dharma eye and slowly looked for the Zhong Yao milk and earth crystal Yao milk that might exist on the surface of the metal earth origin magnetic field. Because the outer layer of the metal earth origin magnetic field, this area of about 10 feet was full of rich gold and brown. Therefore it was just like how the naked eye saw the sun. It was only dazzling, and it was very difficult to distinguish the dark brown fragments near the surface. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Xiaohua himself didn't know how big of an area he had searched. Although he could occasionally see golden fragments and dark brown fragments within the metal earth origin magnetic field, the distance was far more than a foot. Moreover, there were no special light spots on the surface. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed into the metal earth origin magnetic field. Alas, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Xiaohua calculated for a moment. He still had to return to the surface, pass through the hurricane passage and retreat from the space. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior Sister Sun, Senior Sister Kuan, and Senior Brother Qian, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really have the heart but not the strength. It all depends on your own luck. Saying this, Xiaohua used his illusion breaker Dharma eye to sweep a glance at the entire metal earth origin magnetic field and said with a smile, "Eyes tripped this time, isn't it the legendary saying of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed?" But right at this moment, at the end of Xiaohua's illusion breaker Dharma eye's vision, a palm-sized, extremely golden brilliance flashed and disappeared, just like a person suddenly leaving. Moreover, the direction it disappeared in was completely different from the direction in which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered the metal earth origin magnetic field. What's that? Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly took out the great wisdom sword from the space. He didn't expect that in this kind of place he would still be able to meet other cultivators. Let's go and take a look? Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since we're going back, let's go that way. If we can meet other cultivators, that would be for the best. Maybe we can get some information about the Zhongyao milk. I will only take 1 drop. It won't conflict with other people, right?" Thinking this, Xiaohua's hand tightened on the great wisdom sword. He used the earth escape technique and fled in the direction of the light shadow. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua felt that it was getting harder and harder. He looked to his left and right. The golden brilliance was becoming more and more resplendent, and the brown brilliance was gradually decreasing. Oh, I understand. This should be the place where the metal earth origin magnetic field gathers. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He looked in the direction where the golden light shadow disappeared. It was still very far away. This young master doesn't know metal escape technique. I probably can't go forward. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful in his heart, but at the same time he was somewhat glad. Let's go. Just as Xiaohua was about to change direction, his transcendence vision saw a drop of brown light slowly drilling into the metal earth origin magnetic field in the midst of a golden brilliance. Isn't this the Zhongyao milk? Xiaohua was wild with joy. At the same time, he also understood that this was a place where the metal earth origin magnetic field was flourishing. There was a lot of metal element spiritual qi, and the absorption of earth element spiritual qi was affected. The absorption speed was definitely not as fast as other places. Thus, the conditions for the formation of the Zhongyao milk existed. Great. Xiaohua hurriedly used his Dharma eye to look around. Sure enough, within the numerous metal qi, there were some dark brown dots that were almost black. These brown dots were like the freckles on a mortal's face. Chapter 1777. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He moved to the side of these light spots with difficulty and took out the jade bottle. However, the moment the jade bottle left his hand, it was immediately sucked away by the magnetic force. Damn it, how could this young master forget again? Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said regretfully. Immediately after, he waved his hand and was about to collect the Zhongyao milk that was seeping into the surface of the metal earth magnetic field. However, just as Xiaohua was about to collect it, he encountered another problem. The rain-like Zhongyao milk was actually incomparably heavy. Every drop seemed to have the weight of 10,000 caddies. Xiaohua was unable to collect the Zhongyao milk from the surface of the magnetic force with his mind alone. He could only use his magic power to forcibly extract it from the surface of the magnetic force and store it in his space. The amount of magic power needed to collect a drop was also extremely high. After Xiaohua collected 5 drops, 20% of the magic power in his body had been consumed. Are you kidding me? Xiaohua looked at the true energy in his body in astonishment. He understood that his magic power far exceeded his peers. His current true energy was comparable to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator could only collect 20 drops of Zhongyao milk. However, when Xiaohua looked at the incomparably huge magnetic force in front of him, he felt relieved. You're fighting over food with this kind of natural giant. Naturally, it's not bad to get a few drops of soup. According to the agreement with Mo Qingyuan, Xiaohua could get 3.5 drops out of 5 drops of Zhongyao milk. No matter what, Shui Shui already got 1 drop. Helplessness and Xiangyang also got some. Sun Shu also got half a drop. Xiaohua then placed his gaze on the earth crystal Yao milk. After looking for a long time, sure enough, on one side of the magnetic force, there were many dark light spots. They were not very evenly distributed. Some were close to the surface and some were far from it. Finally, Xiaohua was very gratified to see a place with several black spots. They were about a foot away from the surface. It's here. Xiaohua hurriedly rushed over. He clapped his hand and the green bamboo talisman appeared in his hand. He looked at the location of the black spots and made a hand seal to activate his magic power. When a few hand seals hit the green wood suddenly produced a huge suction force, crazily absorbing Xiaohua's magic power. Old man. His intentions are unforgivable. Xiaohua felt his magic power being absorbed by the greenwood talisman like flowing water. He immediately understood that this talisman was used by Mo Qingyuan. Mo Qingyuan was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so his talisman could naturally be used by foundation establishment cultivators. If he were an ordinary qi refinement cultivator, wouldn't his magic power be sucked dry as soon as he activated the talisman? How could he still have the chance to escape from the metal earth magnetic field? However, Mo Qingyuan clearly knew that this talisman was a foundation establishment cultivator's talisman, yet he didn't warn Xiaohua at all. He didn't even give Xiaohua a single medicinal pill that could increase his magic power. Fortunately, Xiaohua wasn't an ordinary qi refining cultivator. After the greenwood talisman absorbed 70% of Xiaohua's magic power, it turned into a clear halo and stopped absorbing his magic power. At this moment, Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to resent Mo Qingyuan. He raised his hand and a halo covered the surface of the metal and earth magnetic field. As soon as the halo approached the metal and earth magnetic field, it immediately began to rotate. Like a whirlpool in the sea, it gradually extended into the depths of the metal and earth magnetic field. Although the halo rotated very quickly, it extended very slowly. Xiaohua watched with his Dharma eyes. The faint green brilliance gradually approached several black spots. He estimated that it would take at least a meal's worth of time to get close to those black spots. Humph. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out some medicinal pills from his space. He opened his mouth and swallowed them. Then he sat cross-legged on the surface of the metal and earth magnetic field and used the prairie fire cultivation technique to recover his true qi. Although the metal attribute spiritual qi in this place was excessive and there wasn't much fire attribute spiritual qi, it was still the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua dissolved the pill liquid in his meridians and tempered his body with the metal attribute spiritual qi. His cultivation speed wasn't much slower than usual. After a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua's magic power had already recovered by 80%. Estimating that it was about time, Xiaohua was about to open his eyes. Suddenly, a palm-sized golden light shadow appeared about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua. And inside this golden light, a vague white tiger was curiously staring at Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally didn't know. When he opened his eyes to look, the white tiger seemed to be afraid and quickly fled into the distance. Huh. Xiaohua had just opened his eyes and hurriedly looked with his Dharma eyes. He only saw another golden light shadow disappear. Strange. Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but a squeaking sound like a mouse gnawing on wood came from the green halo vortex. Xiaohua didn't dare to be distracted and quickly looked at the source of the sound. Sure enough, the green brilliance had already dimmed. It was precisely the location of the black spots. Xiaohua cast another spell and a suction force appeared from his hand. As Xiaohua expected, those black spots were even heavier than the zhongyao milk. Xiaohua used all his strength to pull them out of the metal-earth magnetic field. And just as those black spots left the surface of the metal-earth magnetic field, the green brilliance instantly dissipated with a schwack sound, turning into dots of fluorescent light that fell on the metal-earth magnetic field. Then, like drops of water falling into the desert, they seeped into the magnetic field and disappeared. Great! Xiaohua's Dharma eyes swept over and knew that he had actually collected 5 drops of earth crystal yao milk. He didn't have time to think about anything else. His mind enveloped them and they were all collected into the space. Xiaohua had already recovered 80% of his magic power. Collecting these 5 drops of earth crystal yao milk consumed another 30%. Now he only had 50% of his magic power left. Then, on the surface not far away from Xiaohua, Xiaohua used another 20% of his magic power to collect 5 drops of zhongyao milk. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He cast a spell and hurriedly escaped from the space along the path he came from. Just after Xiaohua's figure went far away, the white tiger emitting a golden brilliance appeared at the place where Xiaohua had just stopped. It looked at the place where the earth crystal yao milk was extracted, sniffed it with its nose and shook its head in puzzlement. Then it raised its head again as if looking at Xiaohua, but also as if looking at the other side of the metal-earth magnetic field. Then it leisurely disappeared. How could Xiaohua know this? He only took some pills to recover his magic power while looking for the gap in the netherworld wind from just now, preparing to leave this place. Just when Xiaohua found a gap and was about to leave, he stopped and looked at the other side of the metal-earth magnetic field with his Dharma eyes. He thought to himself, the metal-earth magnetic field is the convergence of the 2 attributes of metal and earth. Metal gives birth to earth, earth restrains metal. It's the 2 attributes of the 5 elements that mutually reinforce and restrain each other. Just now, I went to the extreme point of the metal magnetic field. Because the metal attribute is extremely strong, the earth attribute's spiritual energy was able to condense into the point-shaped earth crystal yao milk and stalactite yao milk. Then, what about the extreme point of the earth magnetic field on the other side? Is there also the condensation of metal attribute's spiritual energy there? Then what is the condensation of metal attribute's spiritual energy? Since there's the metal-earth magnetic field, then isn't there also the earth-fire magnetic field, fire-water magnetic field, water-wood magnetic field, and wood-metal magnetic field? Or perhaps earth and wood magnetic field? There should be 2 attributes that mutually reinforce and restrain each other, but 2 unrelated attributes. I'm afraid there isn't, right? However, that might not be the case. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if you see it, it might not necessarily be true. Why am I thinking so much? Right now, I'm only an aura refining cultivator. Wait until I'm a nascent soul cultivator, then I'll think about this again. Xiaohua let out a long howl. His figure entered a crack in the netherworld wind, disappearing without a trace. His howl was indeed very soft. It simply didn't cause any disturbance. Not to mention the white tiger that was nearby, there was no need to mention the earth magnetic pole that was even further away. After returning to the place where he'd collected the puppet, Xiaohua didn't rush forward. Instead he took some medicinal pills and sat cross-legged to recover most of his magic power. Only then did he slowly return to the surface with a frosty expression on his face. In front of the hurricane passage, Emo Qingyuan's face also didn't have any expression. It was as if he'd long known the outcome, or perhaps he'd only understood the cruelty of reality after his extreme desire. He only silently looked at the hurricane passage that was slowly shrinking, then turned around to look at the ground where he'd come out from. Up until now, he hadn't given himself the slightest reason to believe that a peak stage aura refining cultivator would be able to come out from there again. Even if this cultivator could control magic treasures, wasn't afraid of the metal earth magnetic field, and had the ability to contend against his puppet. Alas, Emo Qingyuan sighed. It was as if it was because of Xiaohua's fate, his own incompetence, or that puppet of his that had great use. He turned around and waved his hand. The 3 human-shaped battle puppets as well as a dozen odd puppets that had come out from the earth, were all put into his storage pouch. Immediately after, from the edge of the passage, a 6th light blue flying sword appeared from an extremely hidden place. Emo Qingyun pointed his hand and put it away as well. However, just as his figure floated to the front of the passage, a cold voice said, "Senior, could it be that you don't want the earth crystal Yao milk anymore?" Ah? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shocking Emo Qingyun. He turned around in disbelief, even forgetting to release his divine sense. His surprised and disbelieving gaze fell on Xiaohua's ice-cold face. You really got the earth crystal Yao milk?" Emo Qingyuan's voice was somewhat trembling and extremely low. He didn't sound like a Foundation establishment cultivator at all, but more like a mortal who was suppressing his emotions. Xiaohua looked at the passage in front of Emo Qingyuan, which had already shrunk by 20%, and said coldly, "Now doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this." That's right, that's right." Emo Qingyun immediately came to his senses and said repeatedly, "The hurricane passage here is already about to collapse. I'm afraid it will take several years for it to form again," and, as he spoke, Emo Qingyun stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Your magic power must be exhausted. Let this old man take you on a journey." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "No need. This junior still has energy left. Senior, if you want to get what you want, then lead the way." Emo Qingyun couldn't argue with Xiaohua at this time, and the awkwardness on his face disappeared in a flash. Then, without saying a word, he floated up again and rushed toward the hurricane tunnel. Chapter 1778. Although Xiaohua had the dream executioner in his mouth, whenever he saw anything strange about Emo Qingyun, he would immediately summon his flying sword without hesitation. However, even though it was unexpected, it was also within his expectations. Emo Qingyun only hurriedly flew out of the passage. During this time he didn't even look back or release his divine sense. And behind Xiaohua, the hurricane gradually shrank as if it was squeezing Xiaohua, expelling Xiaohua from the relatively quiet center of the tunnel. After Xiaohua escaped from the passage and entered the stone wall, he heard a loud tearing sound behind him. The entire passage disappeared and the netherworld wind howled and wreaked havoc. Lucky. Xiaohua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't get greedy for more Zhongyao milk. The stone wall disappeared in a flash. Emo Qingyun was already standing not far from the stone wall with a smile on his face, looking at Xiaohua with eager eyes. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao, congratulations." Emo Qingyun cupped his hands and said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be so lucky. You actually, really got the earth crystal Yao milk." Xiaohua sneered and said, "Fellow Taoist Emo, when did I say I got the earth crystal Yao milk? What? You didn't get it?" Emo Qingyuan's face turned cold. What's I's cultivation level? How could I use a Foundation establishment talisman?" Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Emo, you really overestimate I's cultivation level." Emo Qingyuan was stunned. Then he suddenly understood and then became very frightened. He said, "Oh, look at this old man's brain, how could I forget about this? Atonement, atonement." But before he could say anything, Emo Qingyuan's face showed surprise again. He said, "Ah? So fellow Taoist Xiao, still used a talisman? That earth crystal Yao milk?" Seeing the rich expression on Emo Qingyuan's face, Xiao Hua was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted to punch this guy in the face and smash his face into a piece of persimmon. Unfortunately, the other party was a senior in the middle stage of foundation establishment. If it weren't for the fact that he had some misgivings towards him, he would have killed him a long time ago. He could only feign civility and do his best to obtain the greatest benefits. Senior Imo, this doesn't seem to be a good place to talk, right? Xiao Hua still didn't speak the truth. He only looked around and said leisurely. It's fine now. Imo Qingyan smiled and said, the space here is stable. There are at least 6 hours left. It's enough for us to get out. 6 hours. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart, but his mouth said, oh, that's good. Fellow Taoist Xiao, did you get the earth crystal Yao milk or not? Imo Qingyun asked, since you're already here, you've fulfilled your promise, right? Xiao Hua glanced at Imo Qingyun, grinned and said, I said that I would give you 30% of the Zhong Yao milk. But I didn't say where or when, did I? You. A gloomy expression flashed across Imo Qingyun's face, and then he sneered, fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you think I can't do anything to you? If you provoke me, the methods of a foundation establishment cultivator. Senior, you seem to be thinking too much. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I think it's better to make a deal after we get to the netherworld. After all, I don't have any confidence in this space crack. Imo Qingyuan stared into Xiao Hua's eyes, as if he wanted to know if he was telling the truth. After a long while he said, all right, since that's the case, I'll be magnanimous this time. Let's talk after we get out of this space crack. Follow me. Imo Qingyun didn't even turn his head. His body floated up again, crossed the gully and flew in a certain direction. Senior, don't be anxious. How can you change it? As long as Senior changes the conditions, it won't be considered a violation of the heart oath. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What if I don't agree? Imo Qingyun narrowed his eyes and said. Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve as he said, Junior thinks that Senior will definitely agree. After all, Senior's carelessness almost cost Junior my life. Oh, I see. Imo Qingyun naturally knew what Xiao Hua was talking about. He nodded slightly. Tell me, let me hear it first. Zhong Yao milk. Junior can only give Senior 1 drop. Xiao Hua had already calculated and said quickly. Impossible. Imo Qingyun flatly refused, but then he said with a trembling voice, could it be? You really got the earth crystal Yao milk? Until now, Imo Qingyun still couldn't believe it. That's right, Junior did get the earth crystal Yao milk. Xiao Hua nodded. Moreover, I'm going to give this drop of earth crystal Yao milk to Senior. Oh, if that's the case, I understand. Imo Qingyuan's face showed that he understood, but the joy didn't disappear. He said hastily, you went in, so I can't let you get too little. This old man agrees to your conditions. Chapter 1779. Great. Xiao Hua didn't explain and said with a smile. Junior knows that Senior is a kind person who takes pity on me. Imo Qingyun laughed and said, give it to me. Senior, please give me the puppet refining technique. Xiao Hua said. Imo Qingyun clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. With a wave of his hand, it flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua cautiously scanned it with his divine sense. When he felt that there were no problems, he took it with his hand. Then he immersed his divine sense into it and roughly looked through it. He was a little disappointed and said in a low voice, Senior Imo, this puppet refining technique, why is it only the first half? Didn't I say? I can only give you the most basic refining technique. The other battle and strange puppet refining techniques are in the second half. I didn't promise to give it to you. Imo Qingyuan said with a smile. Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with bitterness. How is it? My puppet refining technique is real, right? It's authentic. Yes, it is. It's real. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Then give me my puppet's earth crystal Yao milk and Zhong Yao milk, said Imo Qingyuan in an extremely amiable tone. I don't want to be known as a bully. Yes, Senior, take it. This is Zhongyao milk. Xiaohua waved his hand and a drop of brown Zhongyao milk flew out. Why didn't you put it in a jade bottle? Joy flashed across Mo Qingyuan's face and he reprimanded. After he put away the Zhongyao milk, Xiaohua took out the black earth crystal Yao milk. Unexpectedly, the moment the earth crystal Yao milk appeared in the air, it immediately expanded rapidly. Moreover, it was incomparably heavy and fell towards the ground. Ignorant. Mo Qingyun scolded, can you take out a treasure of heaven and earth without using a talisman? As he spoke, he didn't have time to say anything else. He hurriedly formed hand seals and several rays of light hit the earth crystal Yao milk, barely stopping it from expanding. However, at this time the earth crystal Yao milk was already the size of a fist. After the green light on Mo Qingyuan's body flashed a few times, he put the earth crystal Yao milk into his storage bag. Xiaohua's face was filled with embarrassment as he said in a low voice, Junior. Didn't know that the earth crystal Yao milk had such a mutation. Mo Qingyun was in an extremely good mood, and he waved his hand and said, you're naturally unaware. It's my fault for not warning you earlier. Where are my puppets? Senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua clapped his hand. What he took out wasn't a puppet but the cloud-suppressing seal. The moment the cloud-suppressing seal appeared, it let out a thunderous roar and flew above Xiaohua's head. It scattered a yellow light that covered Xiaohua. If you're quite cautious. Mo Qingyuan's face was calm. I've already made a heart oath. What are you afraid of? Junior doesn't dare. Xiaohua's face was filled with panic but he didn't care. He even felt a faint excitement in his heart, hoping that Mo Qingyuan would go back on his word. When Xiaohua took out the puppet from his storage bag, he threw it out of the cloud-suppressing seal's light barrier. The puppet immediately somersaulted in the air and stood upright in midair, sandwiching Xiaohua between it and Mo Qingyuan. What? Xiaohua, you're only taking my puppet? Mo Qingyuan frowned as he spoke. Hee, Senior Mo, I'm only exchanging this puppet with you. The other puppet seems to be surnamed Xiao as well. Senior, you still want something else to exchange for it? Xiaohua smiled as he spoke. What do you want? Mo Qingyuan's tone was cold. Of course I want the refinement method for the other half of the puppet. Xiaohua spoke coldly as well. Ha! Mo Qingyuan clapped his hand and the wooden dragon chopper flew out again. Since you're unable to keep your heart oath, then I naturally don't have to keep my heart oath. Xiaohua, you, however, Mo Qingyuan hadn't finished speaking when his expression suddenly changed drastically. He actually seemed to be overjoyed as he exclaimed, the Nether Lotus? How could such a thing exist? Then he ignored Xiaohua's astonishment and clapped his hand. He took out the centipede-like puppet and tossed it in front of Xiaohua. He hurriedly said, forget it, I won't lower myself to your level. That combat puppet is one of the 4 phases formation. I can't give it to you so I'll exchange it with this puppet. After that he glanced at the puppets behind Xiaohua and said, if you don't agree, then this old man will immediately fall out with you. This old man doesn't believe that this old man and a dozen puppets can't kill him. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he waved his hand. He put away the centipede-like puppet and took out the combat puppet. He tossed it out of the light of the cloud-suppressing seal as well. At least you know what's good for you. Mo Qingyuan sneered and waved his hand. The 2 puppets floated up with him and flew out of the open space. After he flew a few meters away he turned around and said, Xiaohua, I've enjoyed working with you. If you have the chance in the future, come to the north of the desert. I'll consider giving you the second half of the art of puppetry. Xiaohua raised his brows and said, thank you for your kindness, Senior. I still want to live for a few more years. Hee, you can live for a few more years. Mo Qingyuan's tone was very strange, but this spatial rift is supposed to open up an hour later. Now that I've opened it up with the wooden dragon chopper, I'm afraid it won't close on time. Those fellow disciples of yours may not be able to live for much longer. Ha! Old geezer. Xiaohua was exasperated as he swept the spatial rift with his divine perception. Sure enough, the spatial rift actually showed signs of collapsing and wasn't healing naturally. I was wondering why the spatial rift would stop there the moment it was opened. So it was forcefully torn apart. Xiaohua came to a realization. Without caring about anything else, he jumped in again and opened his Dharma eyes. He saw the talisman left behind by Kun Fian near the spatial rift. Then Xiaohua silently chanted a spell and activated his Dharma Qi. He hit the talisman one by one. When the talisman turned into a ball of light, Xiaohua hurriedly hit it on the spatial rift, temporarily suppressing the collapse of the spatial rift. Senior Sister Sun, Senior Sister Kuan, Senior Sister Kuan, Senior Brother Qian, quickly come back. Whether you have Zhongyao milk or not, hurry back. I have a lot here, enough for the three of you to use. Xiaohua muttered as if he was casting a spell. Right, send 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman. Xiaohua suddenly quivered. He clapped his hands and 3 sound-transmitting talismans appeared in his hands. He activated his Dharma Qi and 3 rays of light flew out. Who knew that although the 3 rays of light went in different directions, they all flew lower and lower. In less than 10 feet, they were suppressed by the heavy earth's spiritual qi and couldn't fly any further, falling to the ground. What should I do? Xiaohua had the heart, but he was powerless. In a moment of desperation, Xiaohua thought of the green seal script. Every word contained boundless Dharma Qi. If only I could use the green seal script. If I moved my mouth, the senior sisters would be able to hear it. But this thought only flashed through his mind. Xiaohua could only look at the spatial rift in vain, hoping that Sun Shu and the other 2 would hurry back. Speaking of the Netherworld, the location where the Netherworld orchid was found by the disciples of the 3 sects of the Xinhua sect was different from before. At this moment, the several hundred feet tall wind pillar had already become much smaller. It was like a large net that had been spread out from the ground and was slowly being pulled back into the ground. Even with the naked eye, one could see the top of the wind pillar from a distance. Of course, the wind pillar's rotation speed was still the same as before. The huge air current was still wreaking havoc around the wind pillar. Within the wind pillar, the faint blue light was even more dazzling, but its shape was still blurry. It faintly resembled an orchid. At the bottom of the several hundred feet tall wind pillar was a huge depression. It should be a huge wind tunnel that led underground. At this moment, there were no longer a few people around the wind tunnel, but a total of 200 people. That's right, they were the 100+ disciples of the Xinhua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect that were guarding the entrance to the Netherworld. They were also the 100+ disciples from the other sects that they wanted to block. It was clear that the Xinhua sect and the other sects' plan to lead these disciples down the wrong path had failed. Which of these disciples that could cultivate to the 12th layer of qi condensation weren't meticulous? Which one of them wasn't scheming? A simple and unplanned plan couldn't deceive them. Moreover, the change in the wind pillar could be seen from several dozen kilometers away. Who wouldn't come over to take a look? Kill. The female cultivator among the first few disciples to arrive coldly said. An older disciple of the Qiqiao sect glanced over and slowly nodded. Our 3 sects disciples have already formed a formation, but the wind pillar is several hundred feet wide. It's impossible to block it all. If we attack, we won't have any advantage. But if we don't attack now, what will happen to the Netherworld orchid after the wind pillar returns to the wind tunnel? What guarantee do we have? The female cultivator said with dissatisfaction. If your Qiqiao sect doesn't attack, I will give the order. Forget it. Foundation establishment is an opportunity. Perhaps it will be the Netherworld orchid, or perhaps it will be this life and death battle. The cultivator sighed and turned to look at another cultivator. They exchanged glances and clapped their hands, taking out an intricate yellow talisman. With a bit of magic power, it immediately transformed into the shape of a small bird. With a few chirps, it flapped its wings and flew into the air. Next, the small bird suddenly exploded in the wind. The yellow light condensed into the word Qiao. The Qiqiao sect disciple shouted, "Pass down the Qiqiao sect's disciple order. Disciples, attack." Following that, a green goose-shaped talisman and a fireworks-shaped messaging talisman both flew into the air. The 2 voices sounded at almost the same time. Xianghua sect's disciples, attack. Xuanyan school's disciples, attack. Roar. After receiving the orders from their senior martial brother, the 3 sects disciples who had already rested, activated their magic power and threw out their yellow talismans. They attacked the disciples scattered around the wind pillar. Just as the Qiqiao sect's disciples expected, They had already suffered a great loss at the entrance of the Netherworld Orchid. How could they repeat the same mistake? When they got close to the wind pillar, they had already spread out. Now that they saw the 3 sect's disciples attacking, they even used their flying talismans to escape. They were using a wandering tactic. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.